This is live severe weather coverage from Ryan Hall. The date is May 2nd, 2022. Please take note of the date as this coverage will be recorded and available to watch after the stream is over.
All right, how's it going? Welcome and hello. We are back once again with some more live coverage. We're live right now on YouTube with another big day for severe weather, it looks like, as we go forward into this afternoon and evening across portions of Oklahoma and Kansas. And of course, it's going to continue to go all the way down into portions of potentially Missouri and Arkansas later tonight. So we do have a tornado watch. I want to go ahead and update you on that. First thing, everybody in the purple box here is under a tornado watch. And guys, this is a high probability tornado watch. We got several strong tornadoes likely. Several strong tornadoes likely, and that is going to continue to be the case as we go way into the evening. This is going to be a dangerous day. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and try to soften it up for you. It does look like there will be several strong tornadoes today, and if you are in this watch box, you need to take this extra seriously. This is not a normal tornado watch. This is, we do expect something a little bit more than usual out of this, because I know that you guys in Oklahoma, you're used to tornado watches, right? But this one right here is one that you should certainly take a little bit more seriously than usual. Let me show you the graphical information on this. I have retweeted this on Twitter. This is at Ryan Hall, y'all. If you want to go retweet this stuff, look at this, guys. Dodge City's included in this. Woodward, Stillwater, Oklahoma City, and all the way over to Bartlesville, Grove. You guys are all included in this tornado watch. And look at the language. Several strong tornadoes likely. Hail up to apple size expected, and widespread wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour likely here. And look at this, 3.3 million people in the direct path of these storms. We've got 1,440 schools and 144 hospitals in the path as well. So that's what we're dealing with right now, a big-time tornado watch that, once again, should be taken extremely seriously. Let me... see here. I've lost my pen. I've got to have the ability. I have to have the ability to draw with my pen on the screen, or else this just isn't going to work. So give me just a second while I fix that. In the meantime, let's watch something here. Let me show you something. Our storm chasers. We do have several storm chasers out there today. And we've got a special video that we put together, or they have put together, or that we put together, that I want to show you guys, just to give you an update on where they are and what we can expect from these guys as we go later on through the day. Once again, we have 6 of the best storm chasers on Earth out there, giving us live pictures of what's going on. Let's listen in to them now.
Hey Ryan, I'm in Enid, Oklahoma right now, awaiting potentially a very active day of severe weather. It looks like we could see a couple of strong tornadoes today somewhere near the Oklahoma-Kansas border. A little bit too early to tell, but obviously the Storm Prediction Center maintaining that moderate risk, as you know, and that relatively high 15% chance of a strong tornado is cause for some alarm here. But of course, as you always say, be prepared and not scared. Lots of hype about this event, but many uncertainties and many failure modes. But of course, it's best to have plans to receive watches, warnings, and advisories, whether that be through NOAA Weather Radio or an app like Radar Omega. Those services do save lives, and today is the perfect day if you don't have one of those vehicles of receiving information or methods of receiving information, to definitely get set up with one and make sure you have a way to receive that life-saving information.
Hey Ryan, hey everybody, it's Chris. Just giving you a heads up, let me know what I'm doing today. Gonna stage in the Woodward, Oklahoma area. Storms look like they could fire as early as 2 p.m. Storms are gonna move, looks like, along the Kansas border, both sides of the Kansas border. And then as they intensify, looks like they're gonna hook south a little bit towards the OKC area. So gonna be tracking these storms today, and I will be keeping you guys posted. Thank you.
Storm Chaser Brad Arnold here in Oklahoma City as we prepare ourselves for a possible large severe weather event later on this afternoon and evening. A warm front is currently working its way north through Oklahoma, and with that you're going to have moisture that's going to return from the Gulf of Mexico, and it's going to bring high 60 dew points all the way up into the threat area. And then you also have an advancing dry line that's back west of Oklahoma City that could set the stage for possible supercellular thunderstorms as well. And then you've got what our main focus is going to be is that the triple point where the warm front and the dry line intersect. I think that's going to be our main focus for supercellular thunderstorms today. Main threats today are going to be tornadoes. Some could be significant or violent, even long track, large hail, 2-inch plus hail. And then later on this evening, most of these storms do form into a squall line, they will push off a bit to the east, working their way towards the Tulsa area and into Arkansas, and then that would mainly be a damaging wind and isolated tornado threat as well. So right now, like I said, we're in Oklahoma City. It's about 60 degrees. A little bit of rain this morning held temperatures back a little bit, but it's definitely warming. You can feel those temperatures starting to warm, as well as the dew points are continuing to rise. It's getting a little bit more moist outside. Our plan right now is to head to Enid, Oklahoma. That's where we feel like the triple point is going to track, and we're going to go from Enid, Oklahoma, pretty much between Enid, Oklahoma, right on the state line. That's going to go from Enid up to Wichita, and then by that time you probably got about 2 to 3 hours of supercells, and then it's going to transition to mainly a damaging wind threat.
What's going on, Ryan? Zach and Frankie here with Vortex Chasing. We're currently in northwest Arkansas, about to head west towards north central Oklahoma, where the severe threat is a little bit higher today. We're going to be tracking storms with tornado potential, probably into the night hours. Be sure to watch, follow along with us, and you can track storms using the Radar Omega app.
Okay, all right, so there you go. That's where our storm chasers are. We've got more than that, but that's all that we had time to get little intros from. Man. For some reason, my pen isn't working, guys. I don't know what is going on. But, yeah, like, it's just not working. I don't know what's going on. We've got a lot of technical difficulties today. If you haven't noticed, if you look at our storm chasers, their live feeds here, we don't have their names or their locations up on screen. Something's wrong with that too. But we are working to fix it right now. And that's, we got a bunch of smart people in the background working on it. Hopefully they can get that figured out for us. But it doesn't really matter. We don't need the special effects. We really don't need the pen. We don't need anything like that for me to tell you where these storms are and where they're going and what the threats are going to be and stuff. So let's go ahead and start working on that. Right here, we've got some storms popping up in western portions of Oklahoma. None of these are severe yet, except for this big one that just went to the south of Dodge City. Look at that. That is a strong storm there. This is in Kansas, moving towards Ford and Buckland, Kansas. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, let's see here. We're looking for an inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I would say that the hail is actually going to be a little bit bigger than that here if you're in Ford and Buckland. So just buckle down if you're in Buckland, because we got a big old hailstorm coming in. I don't know if it'll be DVD size, but it will certainly be big enough to cause some damage. So make sure you're inside, away from windows and all that good stuff. Here's an even higher definition look at that. Storm here in the south and east of Dodge City. Very, very, very strong storm here. And as of right now, it doesn't look like there's a lot of rotation, but this is exactly the kind of storm that could eventually causing tornadic trouble as it moves off to the east. So if I'm in Greensburg, Kansas, I'm watching out, or Wilmore, or Croft, or any of these places. Let's go down here and check on Oklahoma. Northern Oklahoma, this part of the state right here, from Fairview over to Tulsa. This is where I'm most concerned about some of these storms becoming tornadic today. We do have some beans popping up. We have some beans popping up here, but for the most part, everything is non-tornadic right now. You see we got some storms popping up near Belva, near Moreland. These are the ones. These are the very ones that we have to watch extremely closely today to see if we're going to have any problems with tornadic activity. If we see a sail pop up down here to the south a little bit or to the north, anything that tries to stay discreet today is going to be incredibly dangerous as far as tornadoes go. So, yeah, that's all I have to say about that right now. We don't have any tornado warnings. We've got that one severe thunderstorm warning right now for Clark and Ford counties. But y'all, I'm telling you right now that this is going to be a pretty dangerous day for tornadoes and damaging winds and hail and everything. It is absolutely going to be something that you're going to wish you was prepared for if you are not prepared for it right now. So, yeah, go ahead and get your severe weather plan in place. Man, I really don't get this. My pen is working sometimes, and sometimes it's not. I don't get it. Make sure you have your severe weather plan in place. Make sure you and your family and your coworkers or wherever you are know what you're going to do when that warning gets issued, because we could have a situation today where a tornado is coming right for you. And, you know, a lot of people, I think, don't take that seriously. And they don't really think about it until they look out the window and they see the thing coming, or they hear it coming, or it starts ripping their house apart. And then it's too late, right? You need to have your plan in place. You need to go through it step by step, what you're going to do, know exactly what you're going to do, have a way to get warnings, watches, and all that stuff before that happens. It's very unlikely that that happens to you. Even if you're out here in Oklahoma today, it's very unlikely that the worst case scenario happens. But if it does, I swear, you're gonna wish that you were prepared. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Put some shoes and some helmets and some charged batteries, some power backups, charged tablet. Put all that stuff together in your safe spot wherever you're gonna take shelter, and just make sure it's there for you whenever it's time to take shelter. We talked to some people who were hit by that tornado in Andover, Kansas, just the other day, man, and a lot of people made it to their shelters. They had that part covered. They saw the tornado coming. They heard the sirens. They saw the warnings. And they ran down to their shelters. But guess what? A lot of them were just home. You know, they're home. You don't wear shoes a lot throughout your house, or I guess most people in Kansas don't. I don't. But so they ran down to their storm cellars in their bare feet, you know, and then their whole house is gone. There's glass everywhere. There's nails everywhere. There's bolts everywhere. And they have to, you know, kind of climb through stuff to get out. You know, some people were kind of entrapped in their basements because there was so much debris. So you think about that. If you're going to go to your safe spot, bring shoes with you. That's a very important thing. Helmet, gloves, anything that could help you in a situation where you got to get out of a bad situation. That's what you want to bring with you. But we're going to hope that nothing bad happens like that today. We're going to hope that your family, your hometown, your neighborhood, wherever you are, gets spared today. That's the most likely scenario. But unfortunately, I do believe that there will be at least a couple strong tornadoes today. And if they come for you, I'm trying to do everything I can to make sure you know how important it is to be prepared. Let's see here. We've got no tornado warnings right now, but we do have those tornado watches in effect. There's a ton of storm chasers out there. And we do have access to the vast majority of them. Let's see here. I've got some problems. So let me show you one of the things that we're dealing with right now. If you look at all of our storm chasers, we don't have any of their locations up. So I've got to try to figure that out before stuff starts going crazy. Chris, I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up before, but we're live right now. If you could throw us a stream, if you could get your feed up, that'd be great. And just give us an update as to where you are and what you're expecting.
Hey, boss, I thought my stream is up. I thought it was up. I've been streaming for a good half hour.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Frank, who's supposed to be in the Direct 4 slot? I think it's supposed to be Chris, but he's saying that he's streaming, but I don't see anything in that spot right now. Just double check and make sure that it's Chris's link in there. Or if something's messed up, I don't know. Yeah, so that's messed up. I'm going to try to fix that real quick, if I can, before things start going nuts. And while I'm doing that, why don't you guys let me know where you're watching from? I'll be watching the chat a little bit.
I just took my stream down and put it back up, and it says I'm streaming.
Okay. Okay, we got you now. Thank you. All right. So we got Chris now, and so we got a bunch of storm chasers out here. Let me give me just a second, guys, so that I can fix this overlay hub here. There is something that I have to do on my end. We've got a lot of people watching or a lot of people helping behind the scenes, but there's some stuff. There's some stuff that is just, it has to be done by me. Oh boy. Anyone can view this. Anyone with the link. I'm trying my best here. All right. Got it. Got it. Okay, so we've got the chaser locations back. Frank, we have the feedback. We have the chaser locations back, but now they're a little wonky. They're a little out of place. They're not stacked up exactly the way that they should be. So just work on that. But it is updating on my end now. All right. Okay. Yeah. So man, I'm telling you guys, we've been so busy. It's usually we spend a good 3 or 4 hours before the stream setting all this up and getting everything working right. But today it's just been a last minute hustle to get this up and running. So just bear with us, guys. We're trying our best. We're trying our best. And here is a storm that looks kind of concerning. This is the stuff that we're going to be looking for today. You see the curvature in the storm there. You see the little dangly bit on this side. That's what we're going to be watching for very closely as we go forward. I don't think that there's any immediate threat here for Alva or Capron, but I mean, there eventually will be. Okay, we're going to watch these closely. What we want to happen, what you really want to see, best case scenario, is for this to be what happens every time a storm pops up. They just all jumble together and we don't have any isolated discrete cells, but this one does look pretty discrete, so we're going to watch that very closely. It looks like we have a lot of people watching from Oklahoma. That's good. A lot of people watching in the target areas. We've had a lot of good reports from people, a lot of good news, I guess. What we're doing is working. This is a good reminder to have you guys share this on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. There's a lot of people that got hit by that Andover, Kansas tornado that were tuned in. And the only reason they were tuned in is because when they heard that there was a tornado coming, they went to Facebook, right? People don't turn on the news anymore. That's not what they do. They went to Facebook, they went to Twitter, they went somewhere, or even in their text messages to see what's going on in their community, right? And because of you guys sharing this and putting this out everywhere and getting it in front of a bunch of people on social media, they were able to get that vital information. So keep sharing, guys. Keep putting this on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, text message, family members, friends. It doesn't matter. The more people we have on us, the more people we can help. Also, slap a like on this stream just like you would for a YouTube video. That'll push us in the algorithm to get us in front of more people. Okay. Okay, so everything was looking good just a second ago with the placement of the names. Now it's just wrong. The names are wrong. So if we can get the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to match the positions on your screen over there, we should be good to go. Okay. We're working on it, y'all. Let's see here. Salado, Texas, brother, you saved our lives a couple weeks ago. Thank you. You know, when I first started this channel, never in a million years did I think that I would say that, oh, I'm doing YouTube live streams to save lives, unironically. Like that honestly, I'm not kidding with you guys. That wasn't the intention of this. I'm glad that that's where it is, and we've really tried hard to double down on that and make it our mission. But it's unbelievable how much of a reach we really do have when we all work together to get the word out and stuff. Here's a broad view of everything that's going on right now. If you're in the purple box, you're in a tornado watch, and it's a high-level tornado watch. This is not an average everyday Oklahoma tornado watch. It's the conditions are not just favorable for tornadoes. They are favorable for strong, potentially violent tornadoes today. So if these storms get their acts together, we could see some big-time problems as they go off to the east. Right now, we only have one big-time problem. That's big-time hail over here in Kansas, south and east of Dodge City. Watch out, Buckland. It's coming. Big hail. Big hail. Frank, can you confirm that you're hearing my messages? Thank y'all for sharing. Thank y'all for sharing. Here it is. Here's the probabilities.
Hey, Ryan, I hear you loud and clear, and we are working on it right now.
Okay. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the map view on stream just so you can see the problems. There's still a couple that are cut off, so I'm just going to leave that up for a second so you guys can work on that. Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so here's the probabilities for this tornado watch that we have in effect right now. If you live in Oklahoma City, Ponca City, Medicine Lodge, any of these places up through Clinton, Dodge City, in Kansas and Oklahoma, this is your tornado watch, all right? The probability of seeing 2 or more tornadoes today is extremely high at 90%. There's a 90% chance that we see 2 tornadoes at some point throughout the rest of this evening through 10 p.m. Central. The probability of seeing at least one EF2 to EF5 tornado is 70%. 70% chance that we will see an EF2 or greater tornado. That's extremely high. The probability that we see 10 or more severe wind damage events is 80%. The probability that we see 10 or more severe hail damage events, that's 95%. Overall, this is a 95%. This is a high-risk category watch that's in effect right now for portions of Oklahoma and Kansas. Don't be scared. Be prepared. I'm not sitting here saying this to fill your mind with doom and gloom. I'm trying to communicate the risk properly to you. There are still fail modes. It's conditional. This is actually a conditional threat, believe it or not. The condition is if these storms don't remain discrete, if they become linear, the tornado threat goes down drastically. But the straight line damaging wind and hail threat remains very high. And that a lot of times can be just as bad, I guess. Somebody said, how do I share this live stream with my daughter? You can hit the share button, and then you can send it directly to somebody in a text message or on Facebook, Twitter, or you can just copy the link to the stream and send it in a text message or a direct message to somebody. The best way to do it is share it publicly, because there might be somebody that you know that finds this in your friend group from Illinois, even though there's no severe weather threat today, but in Illinois, but they know somebody in Oklahoma. You know, the virality is what we're looking for. Watching from Lubbock, Texas. Let's see here. Arnold, thanks for becoming a member. Oh my goodness. Elmer Reed with the big $200 super chat. Says, Ryan and the whole team, thank you for keeping us all safe. That's no problem. No problem at all. The thanks aren't necessary. I would be here doing this. This is what I was called to do. Like, I love it for some reason. This is just, there's no other option for me. I'm going to be up here talking about the weather and geeking over the radar no matter what. So thank you for tuning in and putting faith in us and using this as your severe weather coverage. It means a lot to me, and I do take it extremely seriously. Sometimes we like to have fun and goof off, but I do take it extremely seriously. Yes, today's stream is brought to you by, in part, by Radar Omega. If you want to track the storms with us today, on your own radar, on your own phone, on your own app, you can download Radar Omega. There's a link in the description. It is worth it. It's worth it. It does cost money. It's a one-time purchase for the necessities, the radar and everything that you need. But I promise you, it's worth it. Sometimes the best stuff that you can get costs money. I mean, it's just that. I know there's free ones out there, and you're welcome to use the free ones. I personally recommend this one because it is better. And yeah, we're also going to spend some time talking about the rest of the risks that we have today. We have quite a bit of them. Not today, but as we go later on into the week, I want to mention this once again before this really starts popping off and we have to continuously track tornado warnings and stuff. The next 10 days are going to be, I believe, historically active in the severe weather world. I don't say that lightly. I think that the next 10 days, now I'm not saying that we're going to see the worst tornadoes we've ever seen over the next 10 days. Don't take me wrong on that. I think that it's been a long time since we've seen a prolonged setup like we're getting ready to see over the next 10 days. 2019 was probably the last thing that we saw that was close. And then before that, we're talking over a decade before that. So, or 2016 might have also been close to, but like the pattern that I'm seeing is like a storm chaser's dream. And you know, obviously if you live out here, it's not great. We're going to see severe weather event after severe weather event. And the next one that we have to look at is a severe weather threat on Thursday across Arkansas, Mississippi, and into portions of Alabama. This is on Thursday, guys. This is a day 4, 30%. This is a day 4, 30%. That is not to be taken lightly. They don't do that. They don't do that unless there's a good reason to. And there is. There's just multiple. There's a lot of moisture coming up from the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of energy, lots of short waves coming in and interacting with it. That's just all there is right now. I think that we're going to see nonstop severe weather over the next 10 days or so. I hope that the end of May is a little bit better, a little bit less impactful or severe. But oh my gosh, guys, we had it. It was working just fine. When I turned away, this was working just fine, and now it's not. What happened? Oh, no. Anyways, I hope that the end of May is a little bit quieter, but the next 10 days are going to be extremely active, so make sure you subscribe to the channel and get ready for that. Once again, not trying to scare you, just trying to prepare you. I could be wrong, too. You know, us weather people, we are wrong quite a bit. So I'm just trying to be transparent with you and let you know what I think. This is the only supercell. This is the only significant supercell that we have right now. And it's over here in Kansas, south and east of Dodge City. Okay, I gotta fix this again. Hold on. Oh my god. Okay, so I refreshed. It is loading up on my screen now, but everything is out of place. Everything is out of place. I don't know. It was working fine before I had to refresh it, but now I can only see small slithers of each blue box. Okay, so while we continue to work on that, let's inspect this supercell storm over here near
All right,
Buckland.
we'll continue to work on it. There's definitely something messed up with the document, though.
This is over here near Buckland and Kansas. We have a supercell. It does look like it might be rotating. Yeah, there's certainly some rotation there right near Buckland. Now, it's not incredible, but it's enough to make you go, And also there's a hook. Yeah, that's a hook. That's definitely a hook. So if I'm in Buckland, you're not under a tornado watch right now, but I definitely watch out. Y'all watch out there in Buckland, Kansas for potential. First of all, you're going to get the winds and the hail. Like, it's going to be a nasty storm. All right, you got to get indoors no matter what. But get ready to potentially take shelter if this thing decides to plant a big tornado here on Highway 54 south and west of Mullinville. And yeah, that's not the only one. That's not the only one that we have that is significant. So we have that risk a little bit further east on Thursday. Let me tell you about some of the other risks that we have. And then I promise we will focus on the radar coverage and talking to our chasers. So today we have a moderate risk. We have a moderate risk of severe weather in portions of Oklahoma. That is a 4 out of 5. That's almost as high as it gets. And then tomorrow we have a slight risk of severe weather over here in Kentucky, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. This is a not a moderate risk. This is a slight risk. This is a 2 out of 5. So not necessarily as significant of a deal tomorrow, but still some strong winds, some hail, maybe a tornado threat. What is the tornado? Yeah, 2% probability of tornadoes in the green there for tomorrow. That likely will not warrant live coverage on this channel unless the probabilities are increased. Because we don't like to. So if we get a bunch of garden variety storms and it's just lightning and thunder and that's it, like a lot of times the less people will tune into those streams and it boggles down the algorithm and it keeps us from being able to help people in these really big severe weather events. So it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing. It's really a tough decision to make. I'd like to be live during every single thunderstorm, but we have to pick and choose which ones we go live for, because if we go live for the wrong one and nothing happens, then the next time when something does happen, YouTube doesn't get us out to as many people. It's just the way the algorithm works. We got an enhanced risk of severe weather. Now, this is for Thursday, Wednesday into Thursday. We probably will be live for this. This looks like another very bad day for severe weather. There's 30% significant probabilities there. Day 4, look at that, 30%. It's going to be a bad severe weather day from Little Rock to Memphis. What about day 5? Day 6. Okay, so day 5, 6, 7, 8 don't have anything right now, but I bet my bottom dollar they will as we go forward. And we're just going to continue to see stuff pop up over here and then move east. Popping up over here and then moving east. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Brian, we're pretty concerned with the storm southeast of Dodge City. It looks like it's exhibiting tight rotation just over Buckland, Kansas now. All right.
Tight rotation over Buckland, Kansas. Let's see if I can't get an updated view of that. Let's come over here. And once again, you guys can track these storms with me via the Radar Omega app. We have links in the description. On top of that, you can actually see one of our Storm Chasers live feed too. But first, oh boy. Yeah. Where in the world is the tornado warning? You kidding me? Buckland, Kansas, if you are not in your safe spot yet, hopefully you got in there several minutes ago when we first called you out. You got to go. You got to get there. This is quickly developing a tornado, I think. Let me zoom in here. Actually, let's take Radar Omega over there. Let's see here. Is this not updating right now? Let me come down just a little bit on this side, and then I'll come back up here. Try to get that to refresh. Okay, let's come back over here. Let me dive into the mesoscale. Buckland, Kansas. Buckland, Kansas. Get ready. Y'all watch out. Also, areas just to the north and east. Buckland, Kansas. Okay, so if there's a tornado right now, which we don't know that. We don't know that there is. So the National Weather Service, these guys are not, like, they see this, okay? The people at the National Weather Service, they see the same thing that we're seeing. We don't have any advantage over the National Weather Service at all. But let's see here. Man, I got old. What the heck is going on, man? I have old information again. But anyways, they see this, and they also see a reason not to issue the warning right now. Okay, so I'm not, obviously we shouldn't. If you guys are thinking about calling the National Weather Service or something, don't do that. Like they see the same thing that we're seeing, but they might have a train spotter that they have direct contact with in Buckland, looking at the storm, telling them that that they don't see anything right now. So that's what's going on there. I gotta figure out something, man. These past 2 days, I've had the hardest time ever getting updated radar feeds, like for whatever reason. I don't get it. I think, yeah, this is the most recent one. Buckland, Kansas, get to shelter. I mean, if you're watching this, your goal is to be hyper weather aware anyways. But if you're in Buckland to Mullinville, I'd get to shelter like there's a tornado coming, because even if there isn't one in there, there is certainly a very strong hail core. Very strong hail core. You're going to get, imagine baseball size hail falling, right? And then you got winds blowing at 60 miles an hour. You got, baseball pitches coming through your windows. You don't want to be around those. Go ahead and take shelter down here towards Mullinville and Buckland, Kansas. That is a pretty good couplet right there, too. Let's see here. I'm going to, so we still have a lot of problems. We still have a lot of problems with our overlay. Yeah. Guys, maybe we should delete all of the overlays and then just copy Vince's and paste them down the line, because Vince's is working perfectly fine. Oh, wow. What the heck? Are you seeing this? Buckland, Kansas, get to shelter now. But as far as I can tell, we don't have a tornado warning. Very surprisingly. Huh. If you're just now tuning in, we're zoomed in on a severe thunderstorm in Buckland, Kansas, moving over towards Mullinville. There's a pretty impressive rotation signature on it. And a little hook, but there's no tornado warning. So my guess is that there's somebody telling the National Weather Service that there's not a tornado down, and they're trying to reduce that false alarm rate. So that's the only thing that I can see. But like, if I'm you and if I'm in Buckland, I'm not gonna bet on that, and I'm gonna take shelter. If you're watching this show specifically, you want to be extra weather aware. I'm telling you to go ahead and take shelter. I'll tell you when it's time to come out. Because it's going to be a bad storm anyway, with or without a tornado. From the Frome Bernie Round Barn is in the path of this thing. Currently, if there is a tornado on the ground with that, it's south and east of Buckland, just past Highway 34. It's going to parallel Highway 54 as it approaches Mullinville, I believe. Let me put this into motion. Yeah, so if that was to continue, it would continue up towards Mullinville on the southern side of Highway 54. Eventually, it would make it to the 54 truck stop. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm seeing tight rotation on that storm through tilt 4 even, just southeast of Buckland, Kansas. And to the best of our knowledge, it is surface based. It's right next to the low pressure center, so it could be experiencing an area of increased ascent, enhanced updraft strength. And so I think that's why it's taking off as it moves to the southeast. It's quite concerning. But yeah, to the best of our abilities, we can see it appears to be surface based and therefore it has a chance of actually producing a tornado.
Yeah, this has a good chance of producing a tornado. In fact, I believe that there may have already been a tornado produced. Oh my God! Yeah. What? Okay. Okay. Am I correct with that there's no tornado warning right now, or am I just not getting that update? Is there or is there not a tornado warning?
I don't see a tornado warning, and I don't see it on our graphics page either.
Okay, all right. I don't know what's going on, guys, but this is the definition of a radar indicated signature for a potential tornado. Now, I'm not saying that there's one on the ground, okay, but we don't know. I don't know. You don't know. So hopefully we do have people, kind of heeding the warnings up here all the way up towards Mullinville. Okay. Mullinville, even Greensburg, you're in the path of this thing. And I would potentially, I can't tell you, I can't issue warnings. That's not my job. That's the National Weather Service's job. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But like, as somebody who watches this kind of stuff, I've got a lot of experience with this kind of stuff. If I lived in Greensburg, I would be considering getting ready to take shelter. Mullinsville as well. Now, if I put this into motion and really try to, it does look like it's actually got a little bit more of a south and east movement to it. But the reason I'm calling out Mullinville and Greensburg is because sometimes these can have the tendency to kind of curl up like that too. So not just in those areas, but anywhere around Buckland needs to be taking this storm extremely seriously. That is a tight rotational couplet there. Additionally, this so if it continues its south and east trajectory, the from Bernie round barn is still in the path, and then eventually it's going to get down there to Charlene's Meadow. If you guys know where Charlene's Meadow is, just east of not I-34, but Highway 34, that's where I would. That's where I would think that that's going to go next. So anywhere between Charlene's Meadow and Mullinville, points east, needs to be incredibly concerned about this storm. It does look to me that it has the ability to produce a tornado imminently. However, there is no official warning from the National Weather Service just yet. This is a y'all watch, okay? This is a y'all watch out there, okay? And just do what you need to do to protect your life and property just in case there is a tornado associated with this storm. Wow, lot of rotation with that. Lot of it. Are we getting any reports? Are we hearing anything out of this area yet? Because, it would make sense if there's just like a funnel cloud or a wall cloud and just nothing's made contact with the ground and the weather service knows that. But more than likely, it's probably a tornado. There's probably been a tornado on the ground south and east of Buckland for several minutes at this point. Just my honest opinion. That last scan looks like it might have let up a little bit, which is good news. But I would still watch that closely. I would still watch that closely if I lived over here. That is one of the strangest things I've ever seen. I've seen tornado warnings issued for a lot less. And if you guys have been watching for any amount of time, you've also seen that too. So the good news is the area where that spin happened most is pretty rural. There's not a lot of people in that area. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say anything, get me in trouble here. Yeah, right there. That last scan does look a lot better, so it could be going away at this point. Okay. But still, if I'm in Mullinville, Greensburg, this is going to be an incredibly dangerous storm with strong straight line damaging winds and large hail. Potential for a tornado is going to continue as well, so make sure you stay in your safe spots. I think the National Weather Service, what they need is the ability to issue smaller warnings. Like, obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about here. Like, I don't work there. I've never issued a warning. I don't know the process behind it. But I feel like in that case, there needs to be an ability to issue a small warning like that. I think maybe what was holding them back is the fact that they would have had to have issued this big polygon that included Greensburg or something, and they just didn't want to do that because they maybe they had an idea that this was going to kind of fizzle out and become outflow dominant. But man, that was almost certainly a tornado that was on the ground there for a moment in time. So if you're just now tuning in, we've watched a very nasty supercell along the axis of the Cape here that's kind of nosing up into the low pressure system. We just watched this thing really produce a lot of rotation and potentially a tornado, and now it's moving east towards Greensburg, and this is in Kansas. Now, this isn't the only storm that we're watching. There are multiple storms that we are actually watching right now, and this right here is what they're looking like. So from Alva down to Sealing, all the way over to Cherokee, these things are really starting to congeal together, which is a very good sign for these maybe not causing as much of a problem with tornadoes. We talked earlier about how if the storms were allowed to maintain their discreteness, they would be more inclined to produce tornadoes. But it looks to me like there's a big mess here, and that's keeping the tornadoes from happening. But look at this. That's going to be a troublemaker, and that's going to be a troublemaker. Let me put the radar into motion here. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Yeah, I would watch these very close. If I'm in Hitchcock or Watonga, watch these storms. Hopefully you have the Radar Omega app. Pull it up. You guys know what to look for at this point. We're looking for dangly bits, and we're looking for those velocity couplets with the reds and the greens right next to each other. If you've got the Radar Omega app, hit the, so if you're looking at the regular radar, what you want to do is hit down here where it says high res reflectivity. You want to go to the drop down list. It'll be the same on your phone, iOS or Android, and then hit high res velocity. And this is where you can kind of see where the rotation is, and to show you what rotation looks like and what it would actually, what would cause concern. Let me come back up here to this storm, go to the velocity. Let me put this into motion, and this, right when this storm was south and east of Buckland, that's the definition of what you look for when you're trying to detect rotation on a radar. So you've got a lot of red, and then you have green right next to it. When you have the greens and the reds next to each other, what that means is that there's stuff in the air, raindrops, hail, whatever it is, going away from the radar and towards the radar, very close together. And obviously, wherever you get that, you get counterclockwise motion, which entails potential tornadic activity. So yeah, that's what we're looking for out of these storms. As of right now, we're not seeing anything like that. This is also a little bit of a radar hole. A little bit of a radar hole, for sure. Okay. Let's see here. Oops. Let me come over and show you one more thing. My goodness, guys. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just having so many problems today. So many technical problems. We currently have no tornado warnings, though, so that's good. That is very good. Let's inspect the rotation on these. So here's something interesting. All of these storms are rotating. Every single one of these, the one approaching Orion, the ones approaching Orienta, Cleo Springs, Aline, Carmen, Lambert, every single one of these is rotating, and rotating it enough to where just a little bit more would warrant a warning more than likely. We've got some rotation on this storm. We have probably the most significant inflow on this storm that's approaching Orion. Okay, let me pull up the map. Chad said that he could fix the spacing if he saw the map, so I'm showing the Chaser map page now. So by the way, we have storm chasers out there looking at this. It looks like Vince Welty is having problems with his cello. So unfortunately, we don't have the ability to talk to him, but we do have the ability to talk to everybody else that's out there. So let's say hi to some of our chasers. Let me pull up their locations. Let's see who's closest to these storms. Let's see here. I'm not seeing Chris's location. Hey, Chris. For some reason, I'm not seeing your location on our map. Can you tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now? This is Storm Chaser Chris.
Sure, Ryan. I'm on the tail end Charlie storm. I'm on the southernmost cell down by Sealing, Oklahoma, Seiling. And this one earlier, it blew up, had it was the first one to have an orange top on Echo Tops, so it was the tallest, so I made a move south. And since then, it's gone down a little bit, but it seems to have potential to sprout back up. So I'm on that southernmost cell.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. Also, not seeing Zach's location either, man. What the heck, dude? What's going on over here? What's going on? Let me refresh it. Oh, okay. Well, that helped. Okay, so here's all of our locations for our guys. Chris FL, Florida, he's back here. It looks like Brad Arnold's right here. Brandon Kopic's here. Vince is somewhere around Brandon, and then Zach Hall's right here. So let's talk to Brad Arnold. Hey, Brad, we're live right now. We're watching your feed. We're interested in what you're seeing on that storm that's off to your west. It looks pretty interesting. What are you thinking about it? Brad Arnold is near Longdale, just to the north of Longdale.
Hey, Ryan, yeah, we are looking at that storm that's just due east. It looks like it's kind of forming a hook on it. It is still back on the dry line, so it does worry me that it's going to soon enough congeal into that line as well. Just trying to watch that one. We are actually going to be heading down to the Watonga. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's that cell down there. It's in a prime environment. And it looks like it's actually a little bit out in front of the dry line. So we've got our options. If that one gets out of control west of Fairview, we can hop over and go west. But right now we're going to head south to Watonga.
All right, thank you so much, Brad Arnold. I just saw somebody in chat ask why they can't fast forward or skip forward in the video. This is a live stream. This is live. So we can't scroll back, but we can go. We can't scroll forward, but you can go back. You can pull the little slider back and look at things that I've talked about previously.
My name is Evan Freiberger, and I am in Wichita, Kansas.
Man, I don't know what in the world is up with this, but Evan, every time you make a video, the sound just doesn't work for me. But I'm going to show it anyways. Evan Freiberger, this is a freelance journalist Okay. He's wanting to do this thing. His idea is to be like a storm chaser, an independent storm chaser. That, but he doesn't just chase storms. He's chasing news stories. I like it. I love the idea. So I said, when I heard that he was wanting to do this, I said, I want to work with you, Evan. Let's see what you got. So let's see what he's got. Evan is in Wichita, Kansas today, interviewing people about the risk zones and if they're prepared for the storm. So let's hear.
Hey, Ryan and all y'all Ryan Hall y'allers out there.
Yeah.
My name is Evan Freiberger, and I am in Wichita, Kansas, talking to people to see if they are aware of the storms coming today, if they're prepared, and how they're getting their warnings. Let's get to it. All right, have you heard about the storms coming through tonight?
No, I have not, but I was around for the hailstorm the other day, and it was crazy. Yeah. Got hit a few times. It was pretty rough.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear it? I want to play the video. I want to play the video, but I don't want to if you can't hear it. I can't hear a single thing, especially not when the guy he's interviewing is talking. Okay, great.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very aware.
Yeah. I heard something about it. Yeah. Some rain all throughout the few days.
Do you have any plan for when big storms come through?
Not necessarily. I kind of just ride it out, see what happens. Pretty much it. I don't really think too much of it unless it's like maybe a tornado. If it's a hailstorm, I pretty much just sit there, let it happen.
Well, we got everything where it needs to be, and we know where our storm cellar is. So we'll go up there when it gets closer.
Okay. Just wearing a poncho, you know.
Do you use any warning systems? Like, do you have like an app on your phone that'll warn you?
Tornado tracker and something that tells me like when there's going to be like thunderstorms, hail, things like that.
Facebook, the weather bug, TV.
Where do you go for your warnings and for your storm forecasts?
Actually, I don't really have a place that I go to. Just over at my dad's, and I mean it's not so safe, I don't guess.
Okay, so I was just looking at it on my phone to make sure you can hear it. When I watch it through my phone, I can hear it just fine. And I can hear all of the other audio on my whole computer system just fine. For some reason, these videos that Evan's sending me, I can't hear them. I just can't hear them. I don't know what's up with that. So I'm glad that you guys got to hear it. And, yeah. So that's cool. I like that. I think having Evan out there is going to be cool. We got to find some more unique ways to use him. Because I'm 100%, I'm all for it. Him wanting to be a freelance news reporter. I love it. I think it's great. I think, like, you know, it's kind of like the same thing with me, right? You know, like people say that what I'm doing might be the future of weather broadcasting. I think that's the future of news. Give somebody that just doesn't care to go spend all their money and all their time chasing stories, and they're going to be unbiased. Like, if the reason they're doing it is because they like doing it and they have passion for it, they're not necessarily making sponsorships, and like eventually it might get there for them, but if they start doing it simply because they think that it's needed and because it's nice and it's cool and they think that they could be good at it, I love that. I'm all for that. I wish that everything was more open and freelance like that. I have nothing against like your local news station and CNN and stuff, but I don't know. I think that this is cool. I think this whole internet news thing is cool. I don't necessarily want to hire a bunch of reporters of my own. So if there are freelance news journalists out there that want to work with me, hit me up. We'll have a team of y'all too. Yeah, so I think, yeah, Weather Brains is going to be postponed. Weather Brains is going to be postponed. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it for Weather Brains tonight. I'm sure that, well, I know that Mr. James Spann, I think he'll understand. We got our priorities straight here. We got to do severe weather coverage, and we'll do that interview at some other point. Let's come back up here and check on our storm south and east of Dodge City. This one had a really interesting thing that happened earlier where I believe it might have produced a tornado, or at least something very close to a tornado. But there was no warning. Now we've just got some really strong winds, very strong winds. There is an area of rotation here that we have to watch closely. But as of right now, I think we're all right. We do have a very, very strong storm coming into Greensburg with big hail, strong winds. But I would just watch this area right here for potential tight rotation that could cause tornadoes as we go forward. And we're going to continue to watch these storms down here in Oklahoma as well. Remember, the storms haven't yet entered the area where the moderate risk is yet, I don't think. So these storms are going to be entering a much more favorable environment for tornadoes as we go forward. We've got almost 70-degree dew points out here in front of these. That means that the tornadoes that do form are going to be big, soupy monsters, which means that you likely won't be able to see them. Big rain-wrapped wedges today in Oklahoma, likely. That's why it's important to have some way of getting weather warnings. I'm not 100% sure if I heard correctly because I couldn't hear, but I believe one of those guys that Evan interviewed said that he didn't have any way of getting warnings. And actually, I've been doing some interviews here recently myself. I've been talking to some of the survivors from the Andover, Kansas storm the other day. Actually been talking to a lot of them. And thanks to you guys, thanks to the Y'all Squad, we've been doing some nice things for them. But one of the things that I heard a lot from these people is that they didn't get any, like, the only reason they took shelter is because they saw the tornado. A lot of these people were like, so I talked to one group of people that was like, yeah, we went outside to go start grilling our steaks, and we happened to look up and there was a tornado. That's the only reason we knew to take shelter. And next thing you know, our house is gone. They're like literally their entire house, their refrigerator, everything. They don't know where it is. Like the whole thing's gone. And the only reason they knew to take shelter, or the only reason they did, is because they literally saw the tornado. Today, that's not going to be the case. All right? You're not going to see them coming a lot of times. Sometimes you might, but for the most part, you might not. So we got to make sure people are getting warnings. The number one way to do that is to watch somebody like me or your local news or anything like that that's guiding you through it. Another way is to get a NOAA weather radio and listen for the warnings on that. And then another way is to just kind of watch the radar on your own through an app like Radar Omega. And I'm not just saying that as another plug for our sponsor. I'm being serious. Like, that's a good way to do it. So, yeah. By the way, if you want to watch that video again from Evan, go look at that on Twitter, at Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all. I'm going to be retweeting a lot of stuff today over there that's important that we all share. Yeah, I'm watching this tail end Charlie storm very closely. This is the one that Chris FL is on. This is Chris Smith. Chris FL tornado. He's got a decent shot there of the base of the storm. Hey, it looks like there we go. Okay, thank you. Never mind. Sorry. Okay. All right. Okay, so there was one. Oh, no, not that far. Not that far. No, back up. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, the live storm chase thing there, we're trying to get that lined up back with where it's supposed to be. Just so you guys understand, this took me hours to do, and for some reason it got messed up, and that's why it's taken a little while to fix it back. But But yeah, if you guys are watching, the people working on this, that needs to go up a little bit. Anyways, what you're looking at here is a live, not a live view. It looks like it's frozen, but as a pretty much live view of the base of that storm, the tail end Charlie there moving into Fairview, Oklahoma. That is certainly surface-based. It's a very low lowering. I don't know if there's much rotation in it. From radar, it doesn't seem like that's the case, but if that starts rotating, this might be our first big tornado producer of the day. And it does look like it's going to start rotating soon. Let me, yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. Let me come over to the radar here and let me show you what I'm talking about. So Chris, the picture that you just saw just come from a storm chaser that's over here. He's looking at this part of the storm. This is the base, all right? This is like it's sucking in all the air into this part of the storm, and it's getting flung up into the atmosphere. This is where the hail falls and stuff out in front. This is what we call the forward flank downdraft. This is the rear flank downdraft. This is the inflow area. That right there is where the tornado would be. But as you saw via that live feed, we have no tornado right now. We have no tornado right now, but this storm is presenting in a way that looks like it could produce a tornado at some point very soon. So if I'm north of Orion or west of Fairview, I'd be watching this closely. Even if I'm in Fairview, I would be watching this closely, as this is going to be a dangerous situation if it decides to plant a tornado. It does look like some rotation is trying to pop up. We got a lot of inflow. We got that little bit of backing winds with the rear flank downdraft trying to come in here. If this intensifies and meets up closer with this, if these two areas kiss, we are going to see a tornado here. So just heads up. Heads up. That's a nasty looking storm. All of these are rotating, by the way. I think I already mentioned that. But the one on the south has the biggest chance of producing a tornado because all of these, the rear flank, the inflow, everything is being interrupted. There's a very delicate balance that has to happen at the base of that storm for a tornado to occur. And that delicate balance is often just screwed up by competing rain showers and storms whenever they're all stacked on top of each other like this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, there we go. Tornado warning.
Hey, Ryan. I'm also watching these severe warning storms in southwest Arkansas and also northeast Mississippi. I'll get to that tornado warning in just a second. But there's some extreme lapse rates in these areas, and the cells are in areas that are hitting their convective temperature. So just convective initiation is happening. So that's why we're seeing hail, but these are not expected to be tornadic at the moment. They're just dropping quarter-sized hail.
Okay, so we've got hail over here in Mississippi and Arkansas, and we got our first tornado warning of the day. Let me ring the siren there. The National Weather Service has issued a brand new tornado warning for, let me get you the counties on that, or the cities. That's going to be Ringwood, Cleo Springs, Oklahoma, until 4:15 p.m. Central. We do have a brand new tornado warning there, and this is on this storm that we've been watching closely. This is it, and we have a very well-defined area of rotation now. We got that rotational couplet. We've got the hook echo. We've got the whole nine. Everything's coming together to potentially produce a tornado here. So if we are in Orienta, Fairview, Ringwood, or Minnow, we got to be taking shelter now. Take shelter now. Of course, we do have storm chasers out here. Chris, FL, and Brandon Kopic are the closest to this. Let's pull up Brandon's feed. Look at that. Oh, man. Whatever that is on his windshield, I thought for sure that was a tornado. That is a crack or a bug or something on his windshield, guys. That is not a tornado, but, buddy, it looks to me like one's coming. You see the wall cloud there? I can't tell exactly what we're looking at here. Let's try to talk to him. Let's try to talk to Brandon Kopic. He's on this storm, the tornado warned storm. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's getting ready to plant a big one right there. Hey, Brandon, I'm sure you know by now, but that storm you're on is tornado warned. We're just we're watching your feed, but we're interested in what you've got to say. Do you see anything that we don't? This is a live look at the tornado warned storm coming into Fairview in Oklahoma. It does look like it's getting choked off. The inflow from this storm is going to be kind of choked off by a competing storm, but it's going to be absorbed into the forward flank pretty well, I think. I think that this has a good chance of producing a tornado. Right there where he's zoomed in.
Definitely a well-defined wall cloud. I definitely think this thing's going to tornado soon. Just continuing to watch, but I definitely think this thing will likely produce a tornado within the next half hour or so.
All right. So sorry if that was a little loud. Still adjusting some volumes. If you're just now tuning in, guys, this is a live look right now of a rotating wall cloud on that tornado warned storm that's moving into Fairview, Oklahoma. This is the only tornado warning that we have right now. So it's important that we continue to give you this imagery. So Brandon Kopic's got a very good view of the wall cloud. This is a live look. This is happening right now. And I agree with him. I think this thing is going to try to tornado. And the only thing that's stopping it, the only thing that might inhibit this is if we come back over here to the radar just briefly. Come on, guys. Let's see here. Frank, if you could put Brandon in the number 1 spot for me, that'd be great. So the thing that might stop this from going crazy, I guess, and producing a tornado is if these competing rain showers down here choke off the inflow. Remember that delicate balance. There has to be unimpeded inflow into the tornadic part of the storm for this to continue to produce a tornado for a long time. Now, it could really quickly spin one up here in the next couple minutes, but yeah. I think that this thing is going to have a little bit of a problem over the next little bit as those storms interfere with it. But we'll see how it handles it. Let's come back over here to Kopic's stream. And you can see very clearly right there in front of you a very SLC. Okay, this is a scary looking cloud. Actually, this is a legitimate scary looking cloud. This is a wall cloud. It's likely rotating, and it's likely going to produce a tornado here within the next little bit. This is a live look from Brandon Kopic near Fairview, Oklahoma, of a very intense storm that is getting ready to produce a tornado at any moment. Also, we have Chris. We have Chris FL Tornado. He's also on this storm. He's on the other side. Man, is there anywhere else? You can see both sides of the storm. We got Kopic on one side, showing us the wall cloud, showing us the rotating feature of the storm. We have Chris FL Tornado on the other side, showing us the other side of the storm. And this is what it looks like right now. A tornado warning is in effect for Fairview, Orienta, and Clio Springs. And this is what it looks like. This is what's coming towards you right now. Let's hear from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm pretty concerned about the cell that's in southwest Kansas, too, in Kiowa County and Comanche County.
All right, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill there with an update about that storm in southwestern Kansas. Let's go look at it. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty concerned about that, too, Andy. This is another instance where we've got a very strong storm up here. We don't know if it's producing a tornado. This isn't a classic radar signature for a tornado, but it certainly could be producing one here soon. All right, so there's not a warning yet over here, but I would definitely watch out if I'm south of Brenham in Kansas, as that area of rotation is quite intense right there. All right, so let's go back to Brandon's live feed. This is Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic with a very, very initial look at what could be a tornado forming here near Fairview. But remember, this storm's having a hard time. The storm is having a very hard time organizing because there are so many competing rain showers bumping into it. If that wasn't the case, if we didn't have these storms forming to the south of this and bumping into the storm, this thing would already have a huge tornado on the ground. But thankfully, the inflow is being a little bit cut off there, and we're left with some SLC. If we come back to the radar, we do have a tornado warning for Fairview and Orienta. I want you in your safe spots, but we do know, as of right now, there is not a tornado on the ground. We just think that there's going to be one imminently. Watch this, though. You see that? And you see this? Both of these storms are going to try their best to ruin the harmonic balance that is necessary for a tornado to form, and they're doing a very good job of it right now. So I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado. I don't know what's going to happen. That's why it's important that we heed the National Weather Service's warnings and we take shelter anyways, because the thing could drop at any moment. Let's come back over here. This is a view from Chris FL Tornado, who's also near Fairview, Oklahoma. He's on the back side of the storm. And then professional storm chaser Brandon Kopic, he's on the front side that's not illuminated by the sun, so it looks a little bit darker from this side. And you can see we've got rising scud, we've got a wall cloud, but I don't see a lot of rapid rotation here. It's certainly rotating, it's just not rapid, and that's more than likely because the inflow aspect of this storm is a little bit cut off right now. We'll see what happens. We'll see if that will change as we go forward. Let's come back to the full map view. Vince Welty is in a dead zone. He's not transmitting a signal right now, but everybody else is sending a pretty clear signal. We got Chris in Fairview. We've got Zach Hall in Fairview. We've got Norman, Oklahoma, a live cam from Norman, Oklahoma. We got Brad Arnold, who's actually on a different storm. Brad Arnold is, as far as I know, yeah, he's on a completely different storm down there near Watonga in Oklahoma. And then everybody else is pretty much on this same storm right now. So we're going to watch our guys very closely. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Alfalfa and major counties in Oklahoma. That's Alfalfa and major counties in Oklahoma, and we have a team of storm chasers on it right now confirming to us that this tornado is not on the ground. This is a radar-indicated tornado. My goodness, y'all. New NATOcast just dropped. You guys know how much we like NATOcast around here. This is showing a 30% risk area in northern Oklahoma. So just to give you a perspective of what this is. So if you don't know what this is a AI computer generated forecast that puts together a bunch of different models, and it spits out its own version of the SPC forecast. So this isn't made by humans. We obviously, the real SPC outlook takes precedent. But I personally like NATOcast. It's nailed some storms in the past. And that's very concerning to see that really small 30% area right there. But just to put this into perspective, this is where the storms are now. Let me zoom out. This is where the storms are now, okay? That little 30% area is right in here. So it won't be until those storms move into that part of Oklahoma that they will have the most likely, the biggest chance, I guess, to produce tornadoes. Or the conditions will be more favorable in that area. That includes Garber, Billings, Tonkawa, Ponca City, Marland, Blackwell, Lamont, all these places in Oklahoma. So that's what we're concerned about. Also note that, there's a very good chance that we don't have to worry too much about the tornado situation because this is looking like it's trying to go linear. It looks like it's just going to be a big line of storms. And even though we can still have tornadoes in the line of storms, those big monster tornadoes usually happen in supercells. And hopefully we don't see supercells whenever these storms reach over here, because I'm telling you, that's going to be a bad situation. So that's the latest NATOcast there. And it's certainly uptrending. Quite a bit, actually. All right. A lot of storm chasers have went up to this storm, the northernmost storm, but I think that this is bait, man. I think that that tornado, obviously, it didn't produce a tornado. We watched the full progression of it there with Brandon's stream. I think that these storms to the south are going to be the ones to watch. I think Brad Arnold made a good move of coming down here because these storms are going to have a really hard time competing with all the competing rain showers. These storms will still move in the general direction that will put them in the most favorable area for tornadoes, and there's not a lot of anything south of them that will stop.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so we got a new tornado warning. Let's zoom into that. Let's see where that is. And that's in Kansas. Okay, so we got our first tornado warning in Kansas today. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Barber, Kiowa, and Pratt counties in Kansas. Take shelter immediately. We've been watching this storm for a while, and we've been wondering where the warning was, and here it is. And obviously, we respect our National Weather Service members up there. They waited until this thing really started to show good signs of rotation here before they issued that warning. And it does look like Belvedere, Kansas. It looks like you might be in the path of a storm that could potentially produce a tornado here. It looks like it actually could be producing one now, but certainly over the next 10-15 minutes, it could produce another one or a bigger one as it goes towards Belvedere and Croft in Kansas. Seek shelter immediately. That's the latest tornado warning for Kansas. Once again, that's for Barber, Kiowa, and Pratt counties in Kansas. Additionally, we have another tornado warning down here in Oklahoma. This is for Alfalfa and Major counties. This is their area of rotation that we were concerned about. But man, I'm telling you, because of that competing rain shower choking off the inflow, it doesn't look very impressive anymore. It really doesn't. It doesn't look very impressive
Ryan, I'm
at all.
being told it's Kiowa County.
Kiowa County. Okay, thank you. So, I would still stay in my safe spot if I'm in Fairview, Ringwood, and Minot, and Isabella in Oklahoma. But I'm just not feeling it. I'm not feeling the urgency on this one. I could be wrong though. So take shelter anyways. Let's look at this storm down here that Brad Arnold's on. Let me show you this one storm down here. Brad Arnold, storm chaser Brad Arnold left the storm that Brandon was on that just had that really good wall cloud on it for this storm down here near Watonga. And I think that was a good move because this is the one that is unimpeded. There's nothing south of it that's going to try to screw it up. And it's still entering an area of incredible, favorability for tornadoes. So this one is probably going to tornado as well. Let's take a look at his feed. This is a live look at the storm that's getting ready to go through Watonga in Oklahoma, and oh yeah, if you watch closely there, that's certainly rotating. All right, let's get a word from old Brad there. Brad Arnold. Hey Brad, how you feeling about this one, man? Looks pretty ominous. Looks like a lot of inflows coming in as per radar. So this storm chaser, Brad Arnold, let's see if he's got a second to talk to us here about what's going on with that storm. As it certainly is pulling in a lot of air. And it is rotating. This is the base of the storm getting ready to go through Watonga. Now, if you're in Watonga or Hitchcock or any of these places or Loyal, you're not under a tornado.
Yeah, hey Ryan, we are almost directly underneath it. It's just a little bit to our west. But yeah, definitely strong inflow into it. RFD starting to come around a little bit. Definite lowering with obvious rotation, very strong rotation. It could produce any minute now.
All right, thank you, storm chaser Brad Arnold. There you go. The inflow is there. Look at this, guys. This is talk about unimpeded inflow. If we look at the velocities, we've got air screaming into the base of this storm here. What we're waiting on now, if this thing's going to produce a tornado, what we're waiting on is for the rain-cooled air from all the hail and rain back here to wrap around and interact with that inflow and come into the same areas. That's when we'll get the tornado. And my goodness, let's see here, 2041. This is old. This is old radar imagery. I don't know what I've got to do. I swear I don't know what I've got to do. If there's anybody, GR2 experts out there, somebody help me. This thing is really giving me a hard time. I have to like refresh multiple times, put it into motion just to get it to update, and it's not even doing that now. This is not Radar Omega, by the way. I should probably just switch to Radar Omega because it's actually a lot more reliable when it comes to this stuff. I like to use multiple different softwares, though, because it's easier for me to jump back and forth between different storms when I have different softwares open. So here is a look at the inflow on that storm. Still doesn't look like it has a whole lot of it doesn't look like it has a whole lot of rear flank. It certainly looks like it might try to go outflow dominant. You see how the backside is bending in like that? You obviously, we don't want a tornado, but if you did, you would want to see this kind of curl up down here. So we'll see what happens with that. Certainly a lot of inflow, though. Certainly still a very concerning storm. Yeah, now we got an update. Not on the velocity, though. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, here is a live look wow. Yeah, this is a live look at Brad Arnold's feed. You can certainly see the rotation. You can see the swirling pattern in the clouds there. It's just not, it's not producing a tornado yet. It's going to, though, isn't it? Wow. Very evident rotation there near Watonga, Oklahoma. No tornado warning just yet. There is no tornado warning just yet for Watonga or the areas near there, as obviously we don't have a tornado. It just looks like we might here before too long. It's certainly rotating. Let me come back over here to our radar. If you're just now tuning in, this is the storm that we're looking at. Brad Arnold's like right here looking up into it. And there's no obvious hook. There's really no obvious couplet either with rotation, but you can see that something is trying to happen there. Something is absolutely trying to happen there with all that rotation. So it looks like Brad's moving a little bit to get to a different position. Obviously, we can't see the tornado if it lands right on top of him. So, oh, wow, look at that. You can even see how the whole thing is becoming a little bit outflow dominant here. Wow, that's an incredible view from Brad Arnold. We'll see what happens if that can get a little bit more inflow. Well, I mean, there's enough inflow. If it can interact a little bit more with the rear flank, which might happen when that area of outflow dominant flow comes out of the storm and mixes with that, that might be the moment right there that we see a tornado form. Okay, go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, we're watching Brad's storm here. It's initiating a split, so we got a left and right split. You know that the right split is more favorable for tornadoes with increased storm relative helicity. So that is something we are monitoring at the moment.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Always love to have his input on the back end there. Keep in mind, guys, I'm just one guy. All right. And I do an all right job of watching the radar and all that stuff. But the Ryan Hall y'all team, the squad, is growing every day. We have a gang of weather analysts and passionate people who have Radar Omega or different radar stuff like that. A lot of these people are meteorology students. Some of them are meteorologists. But they're in the background watching the different instances of the radar from different angles, from different sites. And basically, we it's hard for us to miss anything because we have so many people watching the radar in the background. So super shout out to all those guys. And of course, Andy is our lead weather analyst, and he's our expert weather analyst. So keep in mind that whenever he chimes in, he's just telling me stuff that he's seen or that the team has seen that maybe I haven't pointed out yet. Yeah, the Ryan Hall y'all squad is growing every day.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning, and that was issued for our storm that we've been watching. So now the second tornado warning of the day, in Oklahoma for today, is for this storm that we've been watching. They finally issued the tornado warning there. Let's put this into motion. Let's see if we got any update on our radar. And we'll see if we can see any more signs of rotation or anything like that. But there is now a tornado warning for Blaine and Kingfisher counties. Blaine and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. Let's track this on Radar Omega. Last update, 452. It's 454. Okay. So it still looks pretty outflow dominant. But we do have that warning now, and there's a lot of there's more rotation, certainly. There's a lot more rotation showing up. Let's come back to Brad Shot. And let's see what happens here as he's continuing to track this storm. Brad Arnold's on Highway 3. He's on Highway 3, I believe, going west. No, he's not on Highway 3. He's going north towards Butcher, just off Highway 3. With a look at the base of the storm there. All right. Yeah, Vince Welty's having a real hard time with his stream today. Oh, and now we've got Tyler Kurtz. Tyler Kurtz in Wichita, Kansas. So we got Tyler out there too, up there towards Wichita. Ooh, latest scan does show a little bit more rotation down here. If we've got a tornado forming, it's happening right here along Highway 3 east of Watauga, moving towards Omega and Alpha. Take shelter now. Take shelter right now. This is a live look at the tornado warned storm near Watauga. Trying to find the best radar site to keep an eye on this. Yeah, this thing, man, if this thing can figure out how to get a little bit more rotation on it, it's going to drop a tornado. Hopefully it doesn't, because it would drop it in the general vicinity of Loyal, Oklahoma. Frank, it looks like you did an output projector instead of a source projector for Vince's new camera there. So we're trying to get Vince up now. Yeah, the updrafts are very strong in these storms. Oh, look, we got Barry Bones. Barry Bones is watching. Everybody, go to Twitter and retweet Barry Bones. Go follow Barry Bones. He's got his own Twitter account now. If you guys don't know, Barry Bones is always very attentive and paying attention to warnings every time we go live. It's the most weather-aware dog on Earth. That's on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. If you're just now tuning in, we do have 3 tornado warnings. These are all radar-indicated tornadoes. We don't have any tornadoes on the ground right now, as far as we know. But that's going to be for Let's see here. Blaine and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma, Barber, Kiowa, and Pratt counties in Kansas, and Alfalfa and Major counties in Oklahoma. If you're in any of those counties, please take shelter now. Let me come down through the radar here and show you everything that we've got. So here's that tornado warning that we're watching with Brad Arnold's feed. This is going to drop big hail in Loyal, whether it has a tornado or not. So make sure you're ready for that. Also, we got a tornado warning over here for Fairview, Ringwood, Minnow, and Ames in Oklahoma. Zach Hall and Chris are giving us live views of that, as well as Brandon Kopic. But right now, we're not seeing anything special out of that. We got a big severe thunderstorm getting ready to go through Jet, Nash, and Helena. And then back here in Kansas, all right, we do have a tornado warning and a considerable severe thunderstorm warning over here. And this is for Pratt and Kiowa and Barber counties in Kansas. So if you're in any of those places, take shelter now. The tornado watch is over here. So the storms are still coming towards Oklahoma City. Okay, the storms are still coming towards Oklahoma City. They're still coming towards Stillwater, Ponca City, Arkansas City, Belle Plaine, Bartlesville, Hominy, Tulsa, Pryor, Veneta. The further east you are, the later it'll be before they get there. But they are still coming that way. Once they get into this area right here, this is where the conditions are most favorable for tornadoes. So I'm pretty concerned about Stillwater, Enid, Perry, Fairfax, and all these places in Oklahoma along the I-35 corridor. If you live there, make sure you have your plan in place as for what you're going to do if that warning comes through, because I feel like it's going to. Good news here is that this storm still hasn't found its stride down here near Watonga. Like we have really lucked out with these scragglers over the past couple of days, is with them not producing big tornadoes for whatever reason. Yeah, we got a lot of people sending in pictures and videos. By the way, if you guys want to send in pictures and videos and reports and all that good stuff, the best place to do that's on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. We also have pics at ryanhallyall.com. We got Facebook and Instagram. My name on all of those is at Ryan Hall Y'all. It's the same everywhere. Oh, man. My wife said, supper's ready. And I said, well, there's naders. Might be eating live on stream for the next tornado warning. Just a heads up. Let's see here. Carrie Monster says, best shirts for storm chasing come from the shop, y'all. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Thank you guys for sending in your pictures of your shirts and your hats and your stickers and everything that you're getting. I love sharing them. Truck driver report, Hillsboro, Kansas. It's rain only west of I-35. Thank you so much. We're watching all of our storm chasers and all of our radars and everything over here in Oklahoma. Right now, we do have 3 tornado warnings, but nothing incredibly concerning, believe it or not. We don't have anything that is kind of urgent just yet. The most concerning looking storm is the one that Brad Arnold's on. It's certainly rotating, and we've seen that happen quite a bit here, but it's just not. It hasn't gotten its act together yet. And you know, it might just be rearing up and preparing for when it enters that more favorable area of tornadic potential. So that could be the case. Go eat. I'm fine. If I do, I will let you know, but I'm fine right now. I'm still watching this storm down here the closest. Loyal, Oklahoma, you are under a tornado warning. We don't think that there's a tornado down yet. There could be soon. Big hail, though. Huge hail is likely going to be a problem with this. Oh, look at that. Wow. You can really see the rotation there. We got some rising scud going into the clouds. Wow. Holy smokes, man. Brad's got like the best view on this. If this does end up producing a tornado, Brad is in the best position. This is a live look at the tornado-warned storm that is moving into Loyal, Oklahoma. Guys, we have literally 6 of the best storm chasers on Earth out here in Oklahoma today. If there's going to be a tornado, you're going to see it here. I don't think that there's literally don't think there's anyone else, anywhere else that you can go that has as extensive of coverage as this. We are very grateful for our storm chasers, and of course, all you guys that are becoming members and sending super chats and stuff like that. All that goes to help us pay them. We do compensate these guys for being out there and putting their lives on the line to give us these pictures and videos. Because, for example, if a tornado popped out of this cloud right here, it would being able to see where it is and be able to communicate with him on what road is he on, which direction is he looking. I can't imagine the amount of life-saving information that would come from that in a situation like this. So it's very important that we have these guys. Here's an incredible picture from Brandon Lane. Rapidly organizing mesocyclone. This certainly looks like a baby tornado waiting to happen. I don't know if this is the Watauga storm. I don't know what storm this is. He didn't post a location. But if that is the Watauga storm, that's certainly concerning. You see, Brad's got a great view from right underneath it. But being able to see it zoomed out too also helps you understand just how much it's rotating and where that wall cloud is. So let's come back to Brad's view. Yeah, wow, and that is really rotating now. If you're just now tuning in, Brad Arnold's in Watauga, Oklahoma. Watching a rotating wall cloud. That could produce a tornado near Loyal here with, in not very long from now. Wow, the rotation is very intense. Look at the radar. This thing is going to drop a tornado very soon, guys. If you're in Loyal, Oklahoma, take shelter now if you haven't already. That's a dangerous storm. Here's a live view. Let's go back to Brad's view. Brandon Lane, by the way, is on the Watauga storm. We've got a rapidly rotating wall cloud. Here's another picture from a different vantage point. This is from Brandon Lane. So that big zoomed out picture that I just showed you of the rotating mesocyclone, now this is what he's seeing. I don't see that. This is a live view from Brad right here, so I don't know if that's still something that we're seeing as a feature on this storm, or if it's just out of view on the current camera angle. But this is coming together fast. Here's another look at the radar. Very tight rotation popping up right here, south and west of Loyal, Oklahoma. Let's put this into motion. Let's try to track where it's going to go. Yeah, if this was to continue and to produce a tornado, it would go through Loyal. So we want everybody to really be taking shelter there in Loyal, Oklahoma. This is a dangerous situation. It does look like out of all of the storms that are out there right now, this one has the biggest potential to maybe produce a tornado here within the next little bit. Let's go back to Brad's feed. He's got some really interesting footage here. This is a live look at of what that storm looks like in real life. It's not producing a tornado yet, but it could. It could at any moment. Hey, Brad, just looking at the past this most recent radar scan, it looks like there's two areas of potential rotation that you could be looking at. Are you looking at the one that's on the more southern side of the storm, or are you on the back, further back on the storm, closer to Hitchcock? Our map is having a hard time updating today.
Hey Ryan, I'm on the back side of the storm that's near Hitchcock. Trying to find a decent road. A lot of the roads covered in mud, and traction's a little bit dicey.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. So you're looking at a live view of a tornado forming, I believe, here in Oklahoma. This is what it looked like just moments ago. This is what it looked like just moments ago. This thing is trying very hard to produce a tornado. It just hasn't yet. But if I'm in Loyal, Oklahoma, I am taking shelter. Here's another view of that from the, I guess this is the Sky 9 News helicopter. Wow. Why don't, so like, I've noticed that pretty much every time that there's severe weather coverage in the Midwest over here with, especially in Oklahoma and Kansas, it seems like there is multiple helicopters involved. But that's almost never the case anywhere else. I wonder why that's not more common, because that's obviously very useful. We need a helicopter. We need a Ryan Hall y'all helicopter. Guys, go to shopryanhall.com right now and buy a shirt so we can get so we can have our own helicopter. I'm sure Vince is so technical. Like he used to be a mechanic. He's like an EMT. He drove an ambulance. Pretty sure he was a surgeon in the war. He probably has his pilot's license. We can stick him in a helicopter. Let's come back over here to the radar. Yeah, this is so quickly producing a tornado. It's not even funny. You see, the drone is nice. The drone is nice, but it's not, it doesn't work as well in high winds, obviously. Let's come back to our all view here. Let's zoom in on Brad. Our overlay has come undone again somehow. Let's go back into Brad. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at the tornado-warned storm near Loyal, Oklahoma. It does look like it's trying to produce a tornado. It's looked like it's been trying to produce a tornado for a while.
10-4, Ryan. We'll work on it.
But it's getting, it feels like it's getting closer and closer every time I look. Let's come back over here to the radar. That is the area that I'm concerned about with the rotation.
Hey Ron, we had a brief rope tornado on the southern side of the cell. Very brief. We're trying to get east on it to see if it's still doing anything.
Okay, I'm sure you're looking at this on radar, but it's pretty odd the way that it's coming together. There's a very obvious hook on the backside, like closer to where you are. But all of that inflow is meeting up with something in the forward flank there to your south. And it seems like that's where a lot of the rotation is. It'll be interesting to see how this forms as it continues to grow. Call it the yawl copter. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, we're going to have our own yawl copter. Yeah, here we go. Here's the brief rope tornado that I guess this was broadcasted on the News 9 not too long ago. That is not there anymore from what I understand. Let's keep Brad up. I think this is going to be our best way to keep up with this is by watching Brad Arnold stream here, because he's pointed us in the perfect direction to get the tornado. There it is. There you go. We got a tornado forming right here. That is obviously we can't tell for sure, but it does look like a tornado is forming there to the south and west of Loyal, Oklahoma. And we actually just had one on the ground momentarily, but now it looks like the real one, the big one, is forming here as we are looking at a live feed from one of our storm chasers in Watonga, Oklahoma. This means if this continues to grow, if this plants a tornado right here, this means that it's likely going to go right through Loyal, Oklahoma. I don't know how big of a city or a town that is, but it looks like it's more than the rural area that Brad is in right now. So if I'm in Loyal or Oneida in Oklahoma, along the highway there, I am taking shelter hopefully immediately, and we're not playing around with this. This is a dangerous storm. It could produce not only a tornado, but a large one. Hey, Brad, is that down? All right. So this is a live look at what I believe could be a tornado. It's hard to tell.
If it's not down, it's damn close.
Okay. All right, so this is a tornado. We've got a tornado on the ground right now coming into Loyal, Oklahoma. This is a live look at it on Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's camera here. Let me take you to the radar real quick. This area right here is where the tornado is, and that is going up to the north and east towards Loyal. So this will come right close to the Loyal area here within the next little bit. If you're in Loyal, this will be deceiving, okay? This will be deceiving. If you're watching in Oneida or Loyal, you're probably thinking, it's raining hard, and right here in a couple minutes, it's going to stop. The rain's going to come to an end. That does not mean that the storm is over. That does not mean that you're not going to get a tornado. That means that you're entering the clear slot. right? So this big mess here is going to move out of Loyal. The sun's going to come out. You're going to feel like everything's all right, but the tornado is going to then come through. So make sure you are taking shelter now and not coming out, even when the rain stops here in just a few moments. This is also going to affect areas a little bit further downstream, possibly Hennessy and Jax and Dover in Oklahoma. So please take this seriously as we continue to watch this thing. Man, it looks like the whole circulation area is getting quite a bit bigger. Yeah, that's not a good look. We're gonna hope to goodness that doesn't produce a big tornado, but it looks like it could at any moment. In fact, it could still be on the ground right now. It doesn't always have to be a condensed funnel all the way to the ground. Sometimes you get the tornado circulation on the ground first, and then only then do you see the funnel go up to the rest of the cloud. So let's just go ahead and get into our safe spots. Let's hunker down and let's brace for impact in Loyal, Oklahoma, as a very dangerous storm is coming through right now. A lot of rotation still evident with this storm. The hook, this whole area here is where the tornado could possibly be, and that's also what we're looking at on Brad Arnold's stream there, which we've been watching this tornado develop for a while here. So take shelter immediately. And we're going to keep checking back in with Brad, but as of right now, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. There's certainly a lowering, and there certainly has been a tornado. It's just hard to tell if it's still on the ground right now. It doesn't matter, because everybody in these counties, especially Blaine and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma, needs to be hunkered down and in their safe spot. This is a dangerous situation. This is the kind of storm. Okay, this is the kind of storm that could produce a very significant tornado. We talked about this a lot today before we got into the coverage. The conditions are favorable for it's very likely that a lot of the storms today will be
hey, Ryan.
Tornadic in nature, not only just with regular tornadoes, but potentially EF2 or greater in significance or in their damage that they produce. That's going to be likely today, so you definitely don't want to. You want to ride those out. You don't want to ride those out.
I've got a good view from my perspective. It's backlit from my area. It's like clear of a shot.
Storm Chaser Brad or Brandon Kopic.
Ryan, I might have a tornado shortly.
Let me see here. What's going on? Oh, here we go. So this is Brandon Kopic and Chris FL Tornado. Let me see what's going on with them real quick before we dive back into. Okay. So Brandon Kopic is on the same storm now as Brad Arnold, and so is Chris. Okay, so here we go. That right there is the tornado that's forming near Loyal, Oklahoma. So now we have multiple angles. Right there is one angle from Brandon Kopic. We also have Chris FL Tornado, who is approaching from the north, and you can see there that we've got a very good view of that wall cloud that's rotating. And then of course Brad Arnold still, he's the closest. He's literally almost right underneath the thing, giving us a view here. So as of this moment, it doesn't look to me like it's down, but it was just moments ago. Here's a look at the radar. You're under you see the big flashing purple box there. That's an observed tornado. That's a confirmed tornado, that warning there. And that's for Loyal, Dover, and Hennessy in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. This is the only tornado warning that exists right now. So that's why we're so hyper-focused on it. There are other storms, but we're focused on this one. Wow. Okay, that's all. That's down. You see the debris, you see the dust kicking up on the ground. That's down right now. We got a live view here of a tornado on the ground near Loyal, Oklahoma. All right, let's come back to Kopic. Who's got the best feed? Who's got the best feed right now? There we go. Chris FL Tornado's also got it. Right now, this tornado is forming rapidly, and it is near Loyal, Oklahoma.
Ryan, Vince says he has a tornado on Radar Omega.
Also,
Ryan, we got a fully condensed tornado right now on the screen.
Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, this is live footage of a tornado that's coming down right now near Loyal, Oklahoma. This is going to cross the road, the road that intersects between Loyal and Oneida, Oklahoma. This is going to cross right through that area here within the next little bit. Wow. Okay, so we have multiple views of this thing. Let me come back over here to the map. You can see there on Chris's stream, we've got it. We've also can see it on Brad Arnold's, and then you can also see it on Brandon Kopic's stream right now. We have multiple views of this thing as it is producing a tornado right now. Loyal, Oklahoma, get to shelter immediately. Oneida, you've also got to get there as well. And of course, Radar Omega, if you have the Radar Omega app, Vince Welty has the tornado over there as well.
Folks, that tornado appears to be just about 5 miles to our, just a mile or two to our south. It looks like the tornado might have just dissipated.
Look at this, guys. If you've got the Radar Omega app, there's a link in the description. You can click on Vince Welty's location and pull him up. Right here within the app.
Location is not accurate.
Okay. So let's come back down here. This is what's going on right now. It looks like that tornado might have briefly lifted, but I would not be surprised if it doesn't come back here pretty soon as we continue to watch this thing dominate the atmosphere that it's in right now. Now, that big line of storms back here, once it reaches up with it, it's probably going to interrupt that harmonic flow that it's got going on. But as of right now, very strong rotation. Still has the ability to produce another tornado here within any moment as it moves into Loyal, Oklahoma. You want to get into the most interior room of your home. You want to cover your head, right? Something I always say is cover your head with something that will protect it if debris falls, right? You want to make sure that you have something like a football helmet or a baseball helmet or even like a hard hat. Something like that will work if you want to protect yourself from flying debris in a situation like this. Bring your pets with you. Put on a pair of shoes because if something happens to your house and glass breaks and everything, you're going to wish you had shoes on when it's time to evacuate your house when the tornado passes. This is going through Loyal right now. And then immediately afterwards, it's going to go up towards Oneida. And let me dig into the mesoscale a little bit more. This thing is really like trying to produce a big one here. Let me see here. Loyal, Oklahoma. Small town, very small town, but still, as this continues to go up to the north and east towards Dover and Hennessy, I do think the tornado right now, what you're seeing live on the stream, this is getting ready to cross over the Cimarron River, okay, in Oklahoma, right next to E0690 Road. All right, so it's going to go across the Cimarron River right here imminently, and then it's going to go towards Harmony Church. Okay, Harmony Church, and then also the 2380. These are all very rural areas. These are farmer roads and routes. But I'm concerned about if this does make it to Highway 81. If this does make it to Highway 81 between Dover and Hennessy, there's some stuff over here. So we got the Taggart's Garden Center. We've got Roosters, the restaurant there. Let me see what's going on there. It's got 299 5-star reviews on Google. It looks like it's open. It's open right now. It doesn't close till 8 p.m. If you're planning on going out to eat there in Roosters, don't do that. That's literally, I think, in the direct path of this tornado if it continues to produce. Also, we've got B&R's Auto Sales and 81 Nutrition Lounge up here on Highway 81 south of Hennessy. So please take this seriously, guys. This is a very dangerous storm. It's a lot of rotation with this. We got a tornado on the ground right now. Look at that. Holy smokes. Incredible footage coming from Brad Arnold here. This is a live look from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Wow. Unbelievable. Start clip now. This is a live look at the tornado that's ongoing right now near Loyal, Oklahoma. It is moving up towards the area between Hennessy and Dover, Oklahoma. Even though it doesn't look like it's fully condensed into the ground right now, it probably will be very soon, and the winds are still very strong on the surface, causing damage. So take shelter immediately if you are in Kingfisher County in Oklahoma. End clip. Somebody put that on Twitter for me, please. Wow. Okay, so that's one view of it. We also still have Chris's view, which this is amazing that all of our storm chasers are doing a great job today, coordinating to make sure that we have incredible coverage of this. We're looking at the tornado from the left. We're looking at the tornado from the right, and we're looking at it from in front of it and behind it. I mean, we know what's going on with this thing. And remember, this is live. It does look like it's trying to ramp back up. It looks like it's trying to ramp back up and potentially produce another cone that goes all the way to the ground. So we're going to watch Brad's feed very closely here as this continues to go off to the north and east. Latest radar updates. Let's see here. Okay, so we're pretty updated on our radar. This thing, honestly, if it doesn't, so this only has until it gets to Hennessy and Dover to produce a tornado, because if I come back over here to this radar view, look what's happening. This big line of storms, once this interrupts that delicate flow here near Loyal, the possibility of a tornado drastically goes down. Okay, so it still has a little bit left before that storm gets eaten by the line, but once it does, I think the tornado threat goes down a lot. But I'm still worried about this for Hennessy and Dover and everywhere in between, especially the general vicinity where Rooster's restaurant is. I don't know if it'll make it that far. I'm not saying that for sure that place is going to get hit. I'm just saying that it looks very possible at this moment. Now, it does kind of look to me like the rotation on this storm is letting up just a little bit, which is good news. Hopefully that continues to happen until it completely goes away there near Loyal and Dover. Brad Arnold's on the move again. Brad Arnold is on the move again, so he's pointed away from the tornado now. I believe the only one that we've got with eyes on it is Chris FL Tornado up there in the top corner. Keep an eye on him. Also, Vince Welty in the Radar Omega app also has the ability to show us where that tornado is as well. Looks like there's 70 of you guys in the Radar Omega app right now watching Vince's stream with me.
Are you kidding me? For the Warren area, tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor
So yeah.
of the building.
Hang on, folks.
The tornado warning
You can also see the temperature of the dew point. Look at that, 67-degree dew point. That is ripe. Ripe for tornadoes. All right, let's come back over here to the all view. And wow, okay, so it does look like the big tornado circulation that we had has calmed down a little bit. I'm still hoping that you guys between Hennessy and Dover are in your safe spots, because this could ramp back up at any time here in the near future. But hopefully what's going to happen is that line of storms comes in and disrupts that flow, and we don't have to worry about a tornado anymore. Wow, that was intense, y'all. That was crazy having 3 chasers on it, though. That's once again, every time we do this, we learn just a little bit more about how valuable these chasers are. Yeah, there's still rapid rotation up there. You can see it, man. But the tornado is just not as evident, I guess. And I believe that that's because that competing rain shower, the storm that's going to try to disrupt the flow here, is getting into the area now, which is very good news. Very good news. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning. A confirmed tornado was on the ground just moments ago. We had a picture of it here on the stream near Kingfisher.
Tornado isn't currently on the ground, but about 2 minutes ago it lofted some hay bales about 50 yards from me.
Tornado warning for Kingfisher County in Oklahoma. It's not on the ground anymore. It has lifted, but we're concerned that it could produce a new one at any moment. Still want everybody in Roosters and the areas between Dover and Hennessy to stay sheltered, just in case. Just in case. Thank you, Binks. Yeah, here's what that tornado looked like just a moment ago. Wow. That tornado warning is still in effect. So, yeah. And here's a view of it from the chopper cam there. Wow. Unbelievable how quickly... It's crazy how quickly things can change. Certainly still a lot of rotation. Certainly still a whole lot of rotation with this storm. Look at this. You see the whole thing twisting and turning up there above Chris FL. But it does look like that competing storm that's back here is going to try to impede with it. Or stop it from having that harmonious flow. So now, okay, so we called that pretty good early on. We talked about how these storms here near Watonga were going to move up into that favorable atmosphere for tornadoes and likely cause a problem. Now I'm worried about these. So we have some storms forming up here in southwestern Oklahoma near Lawton and let's see here. Chickasha, Anadarko. These storms will now move into that more favorable air mass for tornadoes and probably end up doing the same thing that storm just did. So we got to watch these closely now as they move up towards Oklahoma City. Now, if we come back up here and look at these storms closely, this one, the one moving towards Hennessy and Dover, still has the it still could produce a tornado. But once it gets sucked into that big line, the tornado threat goes down. And this is great news for Pond Creek, Enid. You're getting ready to get a big storm, but the tornado threat's low. And remember, if you remember looking at the NATO cast earlier, the area where most of the tornadic activity is likely is right in through here. So if this line of storms comes through, it's going to eat up all that energy, and we're not going to have as many tornadoes as what could happen if we had supercells come through. Now, the problem is if new storms start to form down here and work their way into that ahead of the line, that will be bad news. That will be bad news. And that could happen. Little outflow boundaries coming out of storms like this will try to produce new storms all up and down through here. And I'm telling you, the worst case scenario is in the next hour or two, if a storm pops up near El Reno or Oklahoma City and moves in this direction with nothing south of it within 30 or 40 miles, that's a worst case scenario. So we're going to watch for that to happen. It does look like the Hennessy storm is getting absorbed into the line, and the tornado threat with it is going down significantly. However, you are still under a tornado warning in Hennessy and Dover. Can we get a Roosters update? Yeah, so more than likely, we've got people watching now in Roosters, the restaurant. Let me give you guys an update. So the storm is still on the way to you. We have literally a bunch of storm chasers out there. The tornado is not on the ground anymore. But here in the next couple minutes, if it hasn't already, you're going to get a huge blast of rain and wind and hail, okay? And then things are going to let up. That'll last about 15 minutes or so. Things are going to let up, and the sun might even come out for a little bit. But there's a very good chance that the rotating portion of the storm will go over that area. I don't think that it'll still have a tornado with it at this point, but I want you to take shelter anyways, just to be safe. You guys over here were really, the Roosters restaurant's about right there. You guys were really lucky that this line of storms back here was going a lot faster than I originally thought it was, and is now eating up the tornadic portion of the storm that's getting ready to go through. But still, large hail damaging winds getting ready to come through your area. If you're just now tuning in, this is live coverage of a severe weather outbreak. We've seen now one tornado, at least one tornado, on the ground here in Oklahoma, and we're going to continue to see stuff like this happen as these storms approach Oklahoma City, Stillwater, Blackwell, Bartlesville, and Tulsa as we go later on into the evening. It's currently 5:38 p.m. Eastern time and 4:30 and 9 Central. We will continue this all the way out until probably 10 p.m. or so. So sit tight, and if you're way out here to the east, I know we're not talking about you much right now, which is good. You don't want us to talk about you. That's not the goal of this channel. You watching this channel is for us to talk about your town. The goal is for us to never talk about you, but we will be talking about you here as we go into the future, especially if these storms continue to cause problems with potential tornadoes and such. So, Andy, you got me for like 5 minutes? Probably going to take a real quick break here to go get that food that my wife delivered, what was it, an hour ago?
Can do, Ryan.
And we'll let Andy talk to you while we show the map. Put it into motion there for you. And I will be... Oh, by the way, we're working on making it to where when I do take a quick break, we're working on an... Why can't I talk today? We're working on making it to where you can see Andy's face when he talks. But for now, you can't. I'll BRB.
Okay, howdy friends watching. Tell me, I'm monitoring the chat right now, so tell me what you're feeling especially if you're in the risk area in Oklahoma. Looks like it's hot and windy out there in the 80s and upper 70s Fahrenheit, and surface winds around 20 miles per hour sustained in many places, gusting to 30 miles per hour. Looks from the south-southeast. So we have backed surface winds, which means we have favorable cyclonic vorticity for our storms headed into this moderate risk and the enhanced risk areas too. We're watching a few things currently. We have one active tornado warning, which is just north of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Of course, our storm chasers are on that. Take a look at Ryan's food. Dang, that looks good. Additionally, we have some cells popping in southwest Oklahoma. Those will head towards Oklahoma City if they are able to sustain themselves, which could happen as long as surface heating is intense enough to keep them alive. One of the main things we're looking at today, besides our tornadic risk, is the threat of damaging winds. And we already have what looks to be a developing bow echo in north central Oklahoma, and that's north of Enid, headed towards Ponca City. That sort of wind risk will carry through a quasi-linear convective system, so our broken linear band of storms, a tornadic risk with that, as well as 70 mile per hour wind gusts, if not 75 mile per hour wind gusts, as the storms move east towards Tulsa, Oklahoma, and that area. And that's why you're seeing those considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are 70 mile per hour wind gust warned storms. And just like I was mentioning, that will affect the Enid area north there, as well as where these storms develop. So Stillwater, Oklahoma, I see you. we will keep a close eye out for you. Those storms will probably be there within an hour to an hour and a half, possibly 2 hours if there's multiple rounds. We have a renegade supercell develop and move out in front, then get swallowed up. All right, I'm getting word that there is a tornado on the ground near Pond Creek, Oklahoma. So if you're near Pond Creek, please take shelter. That is in, I believe that is in our active tornado warning. Give me 1 second. Yes, so that should be in Kingfisher County, Oklahoma. I have visual on it from Corey Inman near Pond Creek in our tornado warning in Kingfisher County to north of Kingfisher, northwest of Dover, Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's our new tornado warning in Garfield County in Oklahoma. That's just south of Enid, and we do have tight rotation wrapping up there. That's to the north of our current tornado warning. So our new one is just north of Wacomis and west of Fairmont and south of Enid. So south parts of Enid, you're right near this tornado that's potentially wrapping up and going on the ground. Okay. So tight rotation there. And that will head along Highway 64 to the east of Enid, headed towards Garber and north of Covington, Oklahoma. All right. Man, I had like 5 seconds to tell you guys there would be QLCS tornadoes, and there we go. QLCS tornado probably about to drop in Garfield County, southeast of Enid. All right, and then we've got that bow echo. I'm seeing up to 65-mile-per-hour winds on radar presentation, just to the southeast of Pond Creek. Oh, Pond Creek was the tornado, actually. So that's outside of all of our tornado warnings at the moment. If that is true, a tornado on the ground near Pond Creek would be outside of our tornado warnings. So that's something to monitor. But yes, Enid, you're in Garfield County. You're right next to, if not in, a tornado warning, especially the Fairmont area and Garber along Highway 64. And that will head to the north of Perry and south of Tonkawa towards I-35. That is where that storm is headed. It is likely to be a quick spin-up QLCS tornado, so our little spin-up mesovortex will probably last for a few velocity scans, but it's still a very dangerous storm. And if it does persist, then you need to be in your safe spots regardless of if it persists or not. All right, in Kingfisher County, as our supercell merges with the line, it does look like there's still a worrisome area of rotation. And depending on if this merge of the supercell and the linear storm mode is favorable, we could get yet another QLCS tornado, or just a tornado associated with this merge and system and favorable rotation. So we will be monitoring that closely. Again, we have our storm chasers on there, Brandon, Brad, and Chris FL Tornado, and even Zach Hall now are all near that rotation, just to the northwest of Dover, Oklahoma, headed towards Highway 81 north of Kingfisher. So if you know someone in that area, please make sure that they know that they are in a tornado warning. I do not see a CC drop or any tornado debris signature with any current storm at the moment. So no tornado debris signatures from what I can tell. The rotation in Garfield County may have lightened up slightly. All right. If you're wondering where Ryan is, he is currently eating his dinner as fast as possible. Please give him a little bit of time. I'm here to help. Okay, so if that tornado report near Pond Creek, Oklahoma is true, that would be heading along Highway 60. And that is going to be impacting the Lamont and Salt Fork areas headed towards I-35 and Highway 60 intersection. Regardless of if there is a tornado or not, that's still a dangerous storm. The location of a current bow echo in progress, so possible 65 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts associated with that, and that will likely persist through the night. As it moves east towards the Tulsa area, we're still going to see powerful wind gusts for quite some time.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for providing the relief. I was starving to death. Usually I would just not eat and just wait, but I needed to do that. So thank you guys for bearing with me. And obviously, thank you to Andy for doing a very good job for keeping up with everything while I took a quick break there. Line of storms coming through Oklahoma, entering a very favorable environment for tornadoes. We have a tornado warning for Fairmont and Garber in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. We also got this big bad boy that all of our storm chasers are watching right now to the south. This is in Kingfisher County. This is the one that produced the tornado just moments ago, okay? This produced a tornado just moments ago, and it looks like it might be trying to, again, yeah, it looks like the rotational portion of the storm is it's still evident, and it might be trying to produce another storm, or another tornado. So if I'm between Hennessy and Dover, once again, around the Roosters restaurant, I'm hunkering down and bracing for potentially a very strong storm with maybe a tornado. Now, give it about 15 minutes after the next bout of rains goes through, and then you're good to go. But it's going to be a pretty tough storm that's getting ready to go through the area between Dover and Hennessy. Oh, wow. Yeah, coming back over here, looking at this area of rotation near Fairmont. This is certainly getting ready to drop a tornado, if it hasn't already. Yeah, that's what Andy was talking about there with that quick spin up tornadoes. Man, they're hard to really nail down where they're going, because the next scan could show that there's nothing else going on here and Fairmont's going to be fine, but the next one could also show an even higher rate of rotation. So Fairmont, get to shelter now. Same thing for Garber. You want to cover your head, get into the most interior room of your home. Hopefully you have the ability to get underground. That's going to be the number one. That's going to be the best thing that you can do. But if you can't get underground, then what you need to do is try your best to put as much stuff between you and the outside world as possible. If you're underground, that's easy, right? You got a bunch of dirt between you and the outside world as possible. But if you're in your home, you want to get into a room with no windows. You want to get into that interior bathroom that has no outside facing walls or a closet, and you want to cover your head. That's one of the most important things that people often forget. I recommend wearing a helmet. But if you don't have a helmet, get the mattress off the bed or something like that. Just cover yourself. Yeah, so we're going to continue to watch this closely. Tyler Kurtz. Where's Tyler Kurtz? I don't have his location. Let me try hollering at him. Hey, Tyler, what's your location? So if we're going to have any eyes on this storm near Enid, moving towards Garber, I think Tyler's our best shot. But I'm currently not able to get through to him. So you can see his feed right there. He's coming into the northern part of the storm on I-35 up there near Ponca City right now, and he's going south. Wow. Here's some more of the wide shots of that storm.
35
Headed towards Billings, kind of. Just past the Pocket City exit not so long ago. Headed down towards Enon and gonna get off at the Garber exit and go try and get on that tornado warning storm and get positioned for that.
All right, thank you, Tyler. So he's actually in perfect position to give us a view of that storm near Enid and Garber if it continues to produce a tornado there. So Tyler Kurtz, Storm Chaser, started out in Wichita. He's now all the way down towards Garber. So we'll keep an eye on him. Yeah, we are watching very closely these storms to the south, guys. I haven't forgot about you. I know we got a lot of people watching in Oklahoma City. So let's hear from Andy and see if he's got anything to say about that. Go ahead, Andy. Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, take a look at the velocity on the Dover, Oklahoma storm, and then also from KTLX, go down to the southwest and look at Apache, Oklahoma. That cell is starting to exhibit an upper level meso.
Yeah, so so this storm is starting to rotate. It's broad and it's upper level right now. Near Apache, Oklahoma. This storm is moving directly towards Chickasha, Oklahoma. So y'all watch out. Okay, I don't know if this is going to produce a tornado, but this is the kind of storm that could on a day like today. So you're not under a warning just yet, but y'all watch out. These storms are really starting to get their act together down here in southwestern Oklahoma. Coming back up here to these storms, looks like we're not getting an update again. Let me switch radar sites, and then let me come back to this. These things are moving fast, man. Like I feel like these started out in Dodge City like an hour ago, and now they're already getting ready to move through Wichita. Woo! 248. Oh man, I've got old data. Okay. Yeah, so Andy told us to look at the rotation or the velocity on this storm. This is now, like the rotating part of this storm is now going over the restaurant, the Roosters restaurant area. So hopefully everybody in that restaurant, I know we've singled out one restaurant in a row of restaurants. It's just what popped out to me. But yeah, if there's a tornado, it's going to be happening within moments. But I still don't think that there's one on the ground. I think that it's moved out of the way. But it could come back. Don't know what happened, but we got another big problem with our overlays. Everything's off. I've got it pulled up if you want to look at it. So take shelter in Hennessy, in Dover, and everywhere in between, and then we'll see what happens with that as we go forward. Also, continue to see a very large area of rotation near Fairmont. I'm just going to have to close out of this program and reopen it, man. Okay, so new radar scan shows decreased velocity rotation near Fairmont, decreased near Dover as well. I think our main concern is going to become these storms down here. Remember, this is a radar hole. This is kind of far away from the radar. Oh, let me actually go to KFDR. I think that might be better. Oh, yeah. Still pretty far away from the radar beam, but you can see that up in the upper levels, actually the higher up you go, if we switch back to KTLX, this is the Oklahoma City radar, the higher up you go, the more rotation there is. Wow. So what's happening is this thing is really starting to interact with more than likely whatever kind of lower level jet is kicking up those southerlies there, and it's really starting to rotate. So I would not be surprised if we didn't see a radar indicated tornado warning pretty soon for this storm. So y'all watch out in Cement, Verdon, and all the way over to Chickasha, Oklahoma, because this storm is coming together in this area right here in Oklahoma. No tornado warning yet, but we could be getting one soon. Also, continue to have a tornado warning up here near Fairmont and Garber. Take shelter now. We've got that tornado warning in, what is that area? Hennessy and Dover. But that rotation really has weakened a lot. If we've got anybody watching from Roosters, let us know what just happened there, because if it wasn't a tornado, I think you were fine with that storm. Hey, Frank. Looks like the most consistent one is Zach and Frankie right now, so maybe we should put them in the number 1 spot, or Brad.
Hey Ryan, Vince is actually back up. You want him in number 1?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. So we've had some problems with Vince's feed, but now I think those problems have been solved. Yeah, huge shout out to the weather wife, Miss Hall, y'all. This who really hooked it up with some amazing supper. You guys got a brief glimpse of it there. Here's another look at that tornado earlier near Loyal, Oklahoma. Man. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I have some observations in the field on that Apache cell. Seems like there's an overshooting top on it, which means it's reached the tropopause, and its echo top is 61,000 feet. So the storm is 61,000 feet tall right now. From what I can tell, it's not in an area of favorable rotational ability right now. The storm relative velocity in both the low and mid levels is not very high, but it's quickly moving into that environment as it goes to the northeast.
All right. Thank you, Andy, for that. Thank you so much, Andy. So this is a very tall storm. This is a very tall storm down here near Apache. Am I saying that right? In Oklahoma. And in the mid-levels or closer to the top of it, there's quite a bit of rotation, but apparently on the mid-levels or points down, it's not very favorable for rotation right now. But remember, the further north and east these go, the more favorable conditions get for tornadoes. We also got to watch this little dangly bit right here. You know, if you're watching the radar, just keep an eye on them dangly bits. Sounds ridiculous, but you see something dangling off a storm, off this big line here, that's something you got to watch closely. If you are just now tuning in, this is our tornado watch. Oklahoma City still under the watch. Stillwater, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Independence, Winfield. Now, here's the good news, by the way. I know I got a lot of people watching in Wichita, Kansas, and Andover, this area. We were with you guys a lot in the past storm. But the good news is right now, it looks like all the strongest storms are going to go off to your south. You are going to get some wind, lightning, thunder, potentially some tornadic activity later, but right now it really looks minimal. So definitely don't let your guard down, but just to kind of make you feel better, doesn't look like this area is going to see a repeat of just the other day. The strongest storms and the biggest tornadic activity is expected down here in Oklahoma. Speaking of Andover and Wichita, the Y'all Squad has helped a lot of people down here. We just went and bought a bunch of chainsaws. Tyler, Kurtz, and Evan actually went and, on behalf of the Y'all Squad, bought a bunch of chainsaws and delivered them to people who needed them. Because obviously there's a lot of trees down in people's properties and stuff. People need chainsaws. We got a lot of chainsaws from Lowe's, as many as would fit in whatever kind of vehicle Tyler has. That's all because of you guys and you guys getting stuff on shopryanhall.com. We've also helped people out with hotels who lost their houses. We helped one couple with their deductible on their home insurance, literally because you guys are buying t-shirts and stuff off shopryanhall.com. Like, that's how cool this is. You'll hear this story later, but there was also a young couple who lost their house completely, just lost their house. Their story was so compelling. And they just got married. They had just got married. They just bought their first house. They just got married. So the Y'all Squad is going to cover their deductible for their home insurance, and then also maybe send them on a really brief trip, a second honeymoon is what I'm calling it, to get their mind off of things, so that they can come back and start new, because they've lost literally everything. And that's all thanks to you guys getting stuff on shopryanhall.com. Literally, the vision is coming to life. Here's a closer look at the tornado warning up here for Fairmont and Garber. You see Tyler Kurtz, our storm chaser's getting awfully daggone close to that. Let's pull him up full. And right now we can't see anything, but pretty soon we should start to see something as we go forward. Okay, we've got a very, very good view of the forward, like the outflow from this storm. But in a situation like this, it's going to be hard to see a tornado because those are certainly going to be rain wrapped if they're associated with a quasi-linear convective system like that. Yeah, so I mean that's the goal here, guys. With this channel, we want to go full circle. We forecast the weather, right? We forecast the weather. I post videos almost every day with weather forecast. We do live streams on the weather, relaying warnings and getting that important information out to people. We cover the news on the weather. If a town gets hit, we'll let you know all about it. But what's different with what we're doing versus anybody else, I think, is we don't stop there. I think that we have a unique ability because there's so many of us, and like, it's Ryan Hall, y'all. I have a team. I have people I have to pay, but it's not like the Weather Channel where they're, you know, like there's like probably like 1,000 people that work there, and every single cent that they have has to be distributed amongst that machine that they have. Any sort of extra revenue that we get here, I personally think it's very cool, just fun. Like I love my position that I'm in. I love the fact that we're able to help. I just think it's a good idea to put it back into the communities that are impacted. So that's what we're doing, and this was the first instance of us really being able to utilize it. So hopefully we don't have to utilize it much more anytime soon, but just know it's always going to be there. It's always going to keep piling up until we do need it again. If you are just now tuning in, we got one tornado warning now. It's for Garfield, Oklahoma. Please take shelter if you're in Garber or Covington, all the way over there till you get close to I-35. Billings is not included in this, but Billings, you're still going to get a very strong storm here as this tornado comes through, or this tornado-warned storm comes through, I should say. It's not necessarily a tornado just yet. Mid-level rotation still pretty nuts on this storm over here, moving into Chickasha, but still not producing enough of a signal that makes us believe that there could be a tornado. This is a very, very damaging line of storms, by the way. This is going to cause 2-3-inch hail, straight line damaging winds in excess of 70 miles an hour as it goes through Marshall, Lovell, Crescent, and Cashin. Yeah. Yeah, that website, Shop Ryan Hall, y'all. shopryanhall.com. I'm trying not to talk about that too much because, you know, I don't want people to think I'm just trying to plug my merch. I really do believe in what we're doing here, and to the people who also think that's a good idea. I just want to make sure you know what it's for. Also, there's just not a lot to talk about right now. We've got the big severe thunderstorm line coming through. We got the one tornado warning. That I'm not convinced that there's a tornado down, but we still want you in your safe spots. By the way, Hennessy, Dover, you guys, that warning's been allowed to expire. Rooster Restaurant, you're allowed to come out. It's all good. So we're just waiting really to see what happens with that storm a little bit further to the south and to the west of Oklahoma City, as it is rotating. But it is just not, it's not doing anything incredible just yet. This is the one that we're keeping a close eye on Radar Omega right now as it approaches Chickasha. But as of right now, it doesn't look very concerning as far as tornadic activity goes, which is good news. Very good news. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just east of KVNX radar, near the Oklahoma-Kansas border, west of Tonkawa, and west of I-35 there could be a bookend vortex wrapping up there. Well, just as I say that on the latest velocity scan, it weakened, but we've got those quick spin-ups happening on the northern end of this QLCS already.
All right, thank you, Andy. This is going to be the story of today, I think. This happens a lot. But the story of the day is that this big line of storms, thankfully, has decreased the tornado potential, I believe, drastically in this area. But there are still going to be several tornadoes. And they are going to be hidden inside of this line in areas like this. Tonkawa, Blackwell, just watch out. You're not under a tornado warning, but this whole line is going to have the potential to produce tornadoes as it goes forward. So I would take even a severe thunderstorm warning today. I would just take shelter. Just take shelter. These things are going to have huge hail, lots of damaging winds. You might as well take shelter because the embedded tornado threat is going to be huge as this goes forward. We're going to watch this area very closely for a more prolonged supercell tornado threat. And then, of course, we're going to continue to watch that storm down there near Chickasha as it currently looks like it might be trying to organize as well. But thankfully, nothing too concerning just yet. Let's look at the KDFR version of this. Yeah, nothing too crazy right now, but I just don't trust that storm. I don't trust it. Yes, and of course, we will briefly look at the map here. This is shopryanhall.com. Everybody that is going to the website, you'll show up as a blue dot here. And then whenever somebody purchases something, it'll go boop, boop, boop. It'll send it from our warehouse to you in a little animation there. We'll go back to that periodically. We currently have no tornado warnings, by the way. This is kind of why we're relaxing a little bit. Getting ready for the next round of tornado warnings. It is coming. Oh, this night is certainly not over. Let's go to Twitter. Let's see what we got going on Twitter. We got some t-shirt ideas here. This is from Gettysburg. Time to eat, but there's naders. I like it. That's the story of mine and my wife. That's the story of our life. Supper's ready. Well, there's naders. Sorry. Naders before taters. I like that. That's Gettysburg. You are so talented. I'm so happy that we have you making memes. Like, who thought that would be a part of severe weather coverage? I think it's a great way to lighten the mood a little bit. especially when things are calm like right now. I do want to express that we don't expect them to be calm for very long. We do expect the tornado threat to ramp right back up, but we are enjoying the break here. Remember, this is a great time for me to go ahead and plug Radar Omega as well. Please download that. Links in the description, and our mods will post links as well. This is the one. You can get it for iOS or Android, tablet, whatever you want to do. Phone. It is the best radar app that you can get. There is nothing even close. And I've said that even before we were sponsored by them. So make sure you go grab that. We do have a new mesoscale discussion for Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma, actually. Storm may interact favorably with the north lifting warm front, and the tornado potential may increase down here in southeastern Oklahoma. Let's check that out. Wow. So we got a big supercell down here near Heavener, and Poteau and Hartford. And the tornado threat might actually increase down here according to the Storm Prediction Center. So we'll have to watch those very closely as well. Fort Smith, we got to watch out for that area. Huh. Let's go check on that storm a little bit closer. Let's go away from our main line. Let's look at these. Yeah, that's rotating. That is rotating. Absolutely, it is. So we'll have to watch that close too. Dang. That's really far away from our main focus area. Poto. Gotcha. Gotcha. I got you. Straight up bean shape. Yeah, that was a big bean. We're going to watch that bean closely too. Because we don't want anybody to be surprised by that storm. Because a lot of times when you got something like this and, everybody's focused on the one area of the storm, like the moderate risk, people down here in Fort Smith and those areas probably aren't paying much attention to the weather. So if that storm starts to look any more significant than what it is right now, we will certainly start telling you guys to share this with your people down here. Right now, I don't think we need to scare anybody, but certainly let them know that this one right here might be a little bit concerning as it approaches Monroe and Hartford.
Hey Ron, hey, this is Brad. I wanted to let you know I'm going to cut my stream for about 5 minutes, uploading a video right now, and then I will cut it on, so give me about 5 minutes and I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Oh, we got Andy. How long have we had Andy waiting on me? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Just west of Okarche and a little bit northwest of El Reno, there may be a quick spin-up tornado happening, the inflow sneaking in there.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, so this is another example of those quick spin-up tornadoes along this monster line of storms here. Watch out. Y'all watch out in Okarche and Calumet. This little sneaky area might try to do something, a little bit of a dangly bit there. But especially right here, the inflow is sneaking in. allowing for some rotation. That's going to be a strong storm coming through Okarche no matter what. So get away from windows and doors and all that. Get away from doors, yeah. Get away from them doors, especially if it's a glass door. Oh, my God. Now, if it's your closet door or your bathroom door, I mean, that's better. You think I've said that so many times. I've said my thing about take shelter. I say it a lot. You'd think I'd have it down by now, but I always tend to mess it up at least once per stream. Here is Kara's daughter watching the stream on her iPad. Look at that. Now that right there is what I call a future meteorologist. If you can get them to watch the Ryan Hall y'all thing like on purpose, like if they want to watch it over Puppy Dog Pals or whatever else is on YouTube, there's a passion there. Here is a video of that tornado earlier from Chris FL Tornado. I'm retweeting this. This was earlier today near Loyal, Oklahoma. We were live streaming this. But this is the first tornado we saw today. Hopefully it'll end up being the only one. Just hit some hay bales out there. But unfortunately, I do believe there will be more tornadoes today. Wow. Some incredible structure photos of this. This is the wider shot of the overall storm that produced the tornado. Right down there. If you ever see a cloud like this, look at this part. That's where you would sometimes see the tornado. Imagine a horseshoe down here, right in there. Oop, right in there. That's where a tornado would be. Yeah, Chris Smith. I call him Chris FL Tornado, like because for the longest time I didn't know his last name. I just knew him by his Twitter handle. I call him Chris FL Tornado. His name's Chris Smith. He is good. He is good at this. He is a good storm chaser. I mean, obviously all these guys are, but he surprises me a lot of times because I hadn't really heard of him before. Like a couple months ago, honestly. I don't know if I was just under a rock or what, but he is very, very good. Yep. Let's go check on the Apache storm. Oh, come on now. Lots of inflow. Lots of inflow. I'm still watching this closely, but I still don't see anything crazy. If that inflow comes into the storm a little bit more, meets up with some more of that rear flank, they will issue a tornado warning. But, oh, wow. But I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. This is still a pretty unorganized storm on the surface. A lot of this is happening up higher in the atmosphere, but that's not a good look. And like the bad news is that there's not a lot of storms forming under it, right? There's not a lot of storms that are going to, like this one's obviously going to get absorbed in. But it doesn't look like this is going to try to go linear. So this might end up being the supercell of the day. If it continues to stay unimpeded, if it continues to stay discrete and it goes up to the north and east, it will at some point produce a tornado. And it will likely continue to produce a tornado all the way up into the area to the north and east where it's going, unless something stops it. Because remember, the further north and east it goes, the more favorable the atmosphere is for tornadoes. Where is Miss Carly? Carly's here. Carly's in the background, waiting for news. There's no news right now, which is good. It's a good thing. Who's the best storm chaser of all time? In my opinion, of all time, I don't know. I can't answer that question. But the best storm chasers right now probably be Melody Metz, Vince Welty, Reed Timmer, and the rest of our storm chasers. I don't want to single anybody out. Melody Metz is not on our team, but she's a great storm chaser. She's always there when there's tornadoes. And Reed Timmer obviously is he's got the shot of the year with this video right here. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but he honestly, this is probably the best footage ever recorded of a tornado. This will be studied for a long time. This was in Andover, Kansas just the other day. So it's pretty remarkable that he was able to get that.
A new tornado warning has
he
been
got
issued.
handheld footage. He got dash cam footage. He was live streaming. It's crazy. That takes a lot. Pecos Hank, yeah, he's good too. He's really good. He's the best at making videos about storms. That's for sure.
Hey Ryan, that new tornado warning's got a big CC drop with it just southwest of Monroe, Oklahoma,
there we go.
headed into Arkansas.
That's the one that we were looking at, guys. That's the one that we were looking at earlier. Hopefully, we've got people paying attention now near Monroe, Arkansas. We got a new tornado warning. This is for Sebastian and LaFleur counties. One's in Oklahoma, one's in Arkansas. Let's start. Let's get back on track here. We saw this one coming. We talked about this moments ago, and now we have a debris ball. We have an actual debris ball. So all of a sudden, this is happening very fast. We have a tornado on the ground, probably a large tornado on the ground, down here south and west of Monroe, Oklahoma. You see the blue area there? That is a large tornado moving into Monroe, Oklahoma. If anybody knows anybody in that area right next to Arkansas, you got to call them now. You have to call them now. Tell them it is an emergency. It's a life or death situation, and they have to run, not walk to shelter. All right, let me dive into the mesoscale here. Wow. Yeah, that's a correlation coefficient drop there. That's a huge tornado, probably on the ground right here near Monroe, moving up towards Trestle Ford. I don't know how long this is going to last. The overall structure, the overall look of the storm isn't great, right? So the inflow isn't open and all that stuff, but who knows how long this is going to last, but it'll almost certainly make it into Monroe. Monroe. Oh, come on. Oklahoma. Tornado is currently, if my information is current, the tornado is currently just to the south of Highway 83, near the, let's see here, the old Monroe Highway. It's going to cross Highway 83 right there on the western side of Monroe, near the PJ's Country Store. All right, it'll continue to go up to the north and to the east. It might go right through Monroe. I want everybody in Monroe to stay sheltered, but a more likely path is that it goes between PJ's Country Store, Monroe Church of Christ, and then up there towards Sugarloaf Creek.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Sugarloaf Creek, and then eventually on up to the north and east towards Sugarloaf Mountain. This is happening right along the border between Arkansas and Oklahoma. Sugarloaf Mountain is a very rural area, so hopefully this skips the town of Monroe, because if this goes up towards the Monroe Mountain area, I don't know what's there, but it doesn't look like much of anything. And then if this thing keeps going, we do have to kind of be concerned about Hartford in Arkansas. We got another tornado warning.
New information. This
Okay.
tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, so they've upgraded this to confirmed.
Hey Ryan, Tyler has an update for you.
We've updated this to confirmed. This is a tornado on the ground in Oklahoma coming into Monroe right now. You have to run, not walk to shelter. Go ahead, Tyler.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I was just kind of looking at a interesting area northwest of Perry, Oklahoma. Looked like there could have been some rotation happening in that leading edge of this squall line,
A
but
new
it looks like
tornado
it's
watch has been issued.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. He's up there in northern Oklahoma, intercepting that line. It looks like there might be something interesting going on there. My goodness, guys. Look at this. Large tornado on the ground. Holy smokes, it's going right through Monroe. Monroe, Oklahoma is not the biggest place. It's not extremely populated, but buddy, there is some houses there. There's the PJ's Country Store, the Monroe Church of Christ. It's going right through that area. Remember, next it's going to go through Sugarloaf Creek. If you know anybody that lives, I mean, there's houses along these roads, right? It's so sparsely populated, though, that there's not even community names. It's just a house here, a house there. And then it's going to parallel Sugarloaf Mountain towards the Oklahoma and Arkansas border there. Dang, man. I hope these people were prepared. This is why it's really important to not pay too much attention to the exact area of, like, you know, if you're under a slight risk or at a moderate risk or a enhanced risk, whatever it is. Anytime the atmosphere is as volatile as it is today, everybody that gets a thunderstorm should be concerned, especially the closer you are to the main feature. Now, if you're getting a thunderstorm way over there in Mississippi or Tennessee, it's not the same. Hopefully this lets up soon. The rotation definitely increased a lot right there, but it looks like it's kind of letting go. But, man, look at this. There's nothing south of it. There's nothing south of it. So it could, if it absorbs this part of the storm, it could produce a new tornado that goes all the way up towards Huntington and Abbott and Washburn in Arkansas. This is we're currently looking at Sebastian County, Arkansas, and Monroe, Oklahoma. We likely just had a tornado go through the town of Monroe. I haven't heard anything yet. We do have Carly listening in. Carly, if there's any radio feeds or anything that are active in this area, please let me know.
Yeah, I'll drop you one right now.
So we're going to listen into some of the emergency management stuff. That's really unfortunate. Haven't heard anything, obviously it's confirmed, but I haven't heard anything from Carly yet, so I don't know if they're saying anything. Sorry for the loud noises.
Attention Poda Fire. 1019 to Long Lake Resort. We've had a vehicle hydroplane and it's in the water. Unknown if anyone's in the vehicle.
Okay, so we're going to listen in on that and see if we can hear anything about damage in the Monroe area. And just know that this tornado it does look to me like it might be weakening. However, the whole storm as a whole is not, and it will continue to have the potential to produce a tornado for a long time as it goes off to the north and east. It's just going to take a while. We'll see if it recycles. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but it could. So we now have a tornado warning for Sebastian and LaFleur counties in Arkansas and Oklahoma. Also, we have a tornado warning in Caddo and Grady counties, Oklahoma. Let's go check that out. Okay, so that's down here for our Chickasha storm. Let's go zoom in on it now. We've been talking about Chickasha for a long time, too. Hopefully you guys are prepared for this. Of course, we don't have an update on our radar. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, we're watching a recycle take place aloft in that confirmed tornado supercell. As the other circulation dies off, we're watching to the south and east of that one, a new one that may concern the Hartford, Arkansas area in the future, near future.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. We do have an area of rotation. This is a radar-indicated tornado near Cement in Oklahoma. This is coming for Chickasha. It's Chickasha, Oklahoma. You are under a tornado warning. We don't know for sure if there is a tornado on the ground, but there very well could be soon. So make sure you're taking shelter and taking your tornado precautions right now as well. We have a line of storm chasers coming down into this area. Union City right now, that's where Brad Arnold is. He's going south towards this storm. Okay, so we'll see what happens there. That's, as of right now, that's the most interesting area for a potential tornado that I see. Is right here near Chickasha. So take shelter. This is also, this cell, it's going to continue. It's going to continue to go get lofted north, and it's going to continue to try to produce a tornado. This is going to go through some of the areas that were hit by that tornado warned storm not too long ago. When I was out there chasing, you know, you might feel the impacts of this near Tuttle and Mustang. And then, of course, we also have to be concerned about Newcastle, Norman, Moore, Valley Brook, and all these places as this storm goes off to the north. This is the same deal, though. When this line of storms back here catches up with this, once they clash together, the tornado threat goes down drastically. But the longer that this thing is allowed to stay all by itself, the more concerning it is that a tornado will happen there. Let's come back over to the storm in Oklahoma and Arkansas. This is a little bit further to the east. Let's see here. What were they talking about with a different storm? I guess it's this one over here near Booth. That one might become concerning in the near future. This one is the one that produced the confirmed tornado not too long ago. But I don't think it's producing a tornado right now. It could be, though. It certainly could be. Okay, so we just got an interesting picture in here. This is south of Chickasha. I can't confirm this. I can't confirm this 100%. I don't know. I just got this photo in, but this is some tornado on the ground on the Chickasha cell. This is from Marcy Gray. Who is this? Who's Marcy Gray? This is a storm chaser. So she's been on this storm for a while. There was a funnel cloud on it 6 minutes ago, and then she posted this. So the National Weather Service has not upgraded this storm to a confirmed tornado warning. That's the only reason why I'm not sounding the alarm and everything. Once again, it's not my job to issue warnings. If that's a real photo, though, Chickasha, get to shelter now. Let's go ahead and assume that it is. Okay, let's go ahead and assume that it is, and let's take shelter now in Chickasha. We could have a tornado on the ground coming right for the town of Chickasha, Norge, and maybe Tabler there. Wow. I guess it would actually be this backside rotation here near Verdon. A lot of stuff going on here. But yeah, that if that's a real photo, we got a dangerous situation unfolding here between Verdon and Chickasha. Take shelter now. You are under a tornado warning. You are under a tornado warning. Now, the tornado warning over here in Arkansas, it's looking less impressive. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore. Stay in your safe spots in Midland and Huntington in Arkansas, but I think that the tornado threats went down drastically. We'll come back to this storm if we need to. I am going to come over here towards Chickasha and just keep an eye on this one too, as we could have a tornado down with it right now. I just don't know exactly which part of the storm that it's in. Once again, here's a picture of that tornado on the ground near Chickasha, Oklahoma.
Okay, good deal. All units in 22. 124 dispatch is okay on 10.2. We return to station. 114 is okay on as well. 31 copy.
Yeah, you think there would be a lot more pictures coming out of that storm because there's obviously a lot of people down here that are storm chasing. That's just the only picture that I've seen of it. If you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado warning for Sebastian and LaFleur counties and Oklahoma and Arkansas. We also have a tornado warning for Caddo and Grady counties in Oklahoma. That's the one that we're kind of focused on right now because we got a picture of what we believe is a tornado on the ground with that specific storm. So we're trying to get some more details on this, but it's pretty simple. If you live in Chickasha or anywhere around there, you need to be getting into your safe spots now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just watching that Oklahoma-Arkansas border storm as well. I also just got back from my PC crashing, so that was an accident. But there is a low-level hook trying to form on that recycle headed towards Hartford, Arkansas, probably just to the south of it.
I hate it when these things are hundreds of miles away from each other. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just to give you an update, we are listening to multiple counties across that Oklahoma-Arkansas storm, and so far the only reports we're getting right now are of hail up to golf ball size in West Hartford and Arkansas, but outside of that, we have no other news for you at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Carly, with the news, and Andy with the weather. Meteorologist Andy Hill. So, yeah, this thing is forming a new dangly bit over here. We're starting to see a little bit of new rotation. This is in Arkansas now. We have to keep an eye on this. This is a Renegade supercell. It's all by itself. It has the ability to produce a new tornado now. Get ready. In Hartford and Patterson and Huntington and Mansfield, Arkansas. This is a dangerous situation. If this continues to produce this feature, it could produce a new tornado and come right up towards that area. So please get to shelter now. You're already under a tornado warning, but the tornado that was issued for is gone now. A new tornado is likely forming. So make sure you're getting into your safe spot immediately. Now, let's come back to the storm back here towards Chickasha. You can see that there's a pretty tight area of rotation right there, south and west of Chickasha, near Norge, and we do have that picture of a potential tornado. So I hope everybody in the town of Chickasha is sheltered right now. I don't have any more information for you other than that. Let's see. We got 12 inches of standing water at the intersection of Highway 81 and Jackson Avenue, preventing small cars from passing. That's in Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Yeah, this looks... Man, this thing has been so close to producing a tornado so many times today. And now it's as close as it's ever been, and it's getting dangerously close to Chickasha.
4 miles west of Hartford, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, EM 107.3.
All right, here's a picture. Here's a picture of it. This is the tornado that went through Monroe, Oklahoma, or just next to Monroe, Oklahoma, not too long ago. Look at that. Right there. On the line of Oklahoma and Arkansas, headed east. This is no longer on the ground, I don't think. But a new one could be forming over here, south of Hartford. I don't like the way that looks. When that dangly bit starts curling in like that, not good. And we're starting to see a little bit more rotation here. Please be extra weather aware. Go ahead and get in your safe spot in Patterson, Hartford, Liberty, Mansfield, and Huntington in Arkansas. It's a dangerous situation unfolding there. Also back here towards Chickasha in Oklahoma. You guys also need to get to your safe spot. El Reno, Oklahoma. You're getting ready to get hit by a storm. It doesn't look incredibly tornadic to me right now, but there's going to be a lot of strong winds. And the risk for embedded tornado.
We're dropping down into Chickasha right now. It looks like this thing is, I think it's already on the ground. I thought I saw a picture already that it's on the ground, but it's about to do big things. Very, very concerned. I should have visual in the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you so much, Storm Chaser Brad. To finish what I was saying there about El Reno, a quick spin-up tornado could happen here, so don't let your guard down if you're in El Reno. Brad Arnold just said he's very concerned about this storm because it looks like it... once again, this is a very dangerous-looking storm. This is certainly going to cause problems. Just when and where, I can't tell you yet. I think there's going to be a tornado go through Chickasha. So I'm hoping people are getting into their safe spots. Is it Chickasha? So the first time I said Chickasha live on air, I was berated and said that it was Chickasha. So I don't know. That's just the way that I've been saying it here recently. I don't live over here, guys. I'm from Kentucky. I just love weather. I don't know how to pronounce all the town names. You guys know this by now. Here's a picture of some tennis ball size hail in Okarche, Oklahoma, a short time ago. Chickasha? Okay, cool. I figured I got it. Oh man. Oh, that's good. Somebody's like in their safe spot, I guess, watching me through the Frady hole. Oh man, that's, you can it's YouTube, man. You can put me on your phone, take me into your safe spot with you. I mean, but you do what you got to do. Stay with me. You're gonna be all right. Stay in your safe spot.
Ryan, I've got visual of the storm we're on the back side of it. This thing looks like an absolute nuclear bomb just went off. It's about 55,000 feet tall. This storm is mean.
Whoa, look at that thing, man. You see the top of it? You see the flat disc like the top of the cloud there? The thing has literally hit the top of the atmosphere. And imagine you have a cup of water and you pour it on the ground and it goes whoop. Same thing's happening but up in the sky. Whoop. That is a big storm, and it's got a massive amount of energy for it to produce such a big disc like that. It does look like a nuclear bomb. And this is the storm now. This is the tornado warned storm that's moving into Chickasha. about 55,000 feet tall. I bet if there's anybody watching right now in Oklahoma City, if you look to your south and west, I bet you can see that thing. So the best view you're going to have if you're in Lawton, Oklahoma, or Fletcher, or Elgin, or Marlow, look to your north and east, and send me a picture of that thing, man. Holy smokes. I bet you could see that thing from Texas. You could probably see it from Dallas if you tried hard enough. That's a tall storm. And all of our storm chasers are approaching it. They're getting ever so close. Brad Arnold is leading the pack. Zach Hall's right behind him with Vortex chasing. And then also we have Brandon Kopic out there too, and Vince Welty, all in a line after this storm right now. A literal nuclear bomb has went off in the atmosphere. Well, not literal, a hypothetical one. And that huge updraft, if that huge updraft is allowed to continue, what's going to happen is once it gets up here closer to Oklahoma City, unfortunately, it's going to, updraft is going to rotate more, allowing it to potentially produce a tornado. So if you're in Chickasha, please take shelter. And now we really have to start being concerned about areas north of that. Middleburg, Blanchard, Norman, you guys are all in the path of this thing. And here's the thing that really sucks. Our saving grace here, the thing that's going to stop this from producing a tornado, is this big line of storms right here, okay? If this can sweep through that, it's going to kill this storm. Don't matter how much of a nuclear bomb it is, it can't handle that. But look, it's not convecting this far south. So these storms right here could go north and allow for this to continue to wreak havoc all the way up until it meets with that. So the good news is I think downtown Oklahoma City, I think that this line's going to protect you from this, but areas just to the south and east of that, we have to watch incredibly close for this thing to go nuts over the next little bit. Oklahoma City, you're going to get hit by a big storm no matter what. We're just hoping that it's the big line of storms. Oh, yeah. I like this edit. Whoever made this, Joey, I like this. This is my new profile picture. This is me storm chasing in Kansas the other day, and he's photoshopped a storm seeker cape on me. I like that. Guys, if you want to send in pictures or videos of this storm, if you want to send stuff to me, please do so through Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all.
Number 4 is responding 1500 Boston. 10-4, we have officers on scene and need to make entrance into apartment number 14.
Here is an update from Andy, meteorologist Andy Hill. He sent me a very interesting image. This is an observed photograph coming from the area where this storm is. So the photograph is taking the shape of the storm. You see how the bean is kind of the top of the storm is pointing to the south and east. This shows the wind direction, wind speed and direction with height. And you can see we've got some very strong winds, especially the higher up we go, pointing towards the south and east here. So that's why the storm looks like it does. You can literally see that motion right here on the radar. The further north and east this storm goes, though, the broader that photograph becomes. The less of a south and east motion that the anvil top will have, and the more of a southeasternly inflow motion that storm will have on the southern side. So this is just turning into a worst case scenario for this storm. I think this is going to be a bad one. I really do. Oh boy, this is once again, we don't want to scare anybody, but this is what we were hoping wouldn't happen today. Let's just hope something for whatever reason this storm decides to Poop out. If you are just now tuning in, we got that tornado warning over here in Sebastian County, Arkansas. What does it look like now? It still looks pretty concerning. There's still a dangly bit down here, still a hook echo near Patterson, moving up towards Liberty and Abbott, but I'm still not convinced, I guess, that this is producing a tornado yet. It might here soon, though. So, you know, this is in Arkansas. Prepare for that. Over here in Oklahoma, near Chickasha, we've got a very dangerous storm with a potential tornado going through Chickasha now, and then it's going to go up towards Blanchard, and we're really going to be concerned with it as it approaches Newcastle, Norman, and more. Here's a viewer-submitted photo from Elgin, Oklahoma, headed towards Chickasha about 15 minutes ago. That could be the funnel cloud there. It also could be some rising scud or an SLC. The video, in situations like that, a video works a lot better so I can see if there's rotation. But certainly, it's something. It's something. We also got this picture in near Chickasha. I haven't heard any more reports. If there was a tornado like this going through Chickasha right now, I think we'd hear about it. But I haven't heard anything. So I think that this might have been on the ground for a brief period of time. But here, let's just go ahead and act like it's still on the ground if you're in Chickasha, Oklahoma, because the rotating part of the storm is going to go right through you. Mama Parker Jenny is ready. She's got the helmet. She's west of Oklahoma City. She's got the helmet on. She's got the Weather Y'all shirt on from shopryanhall.com. I don't know how you can be any more prepared for a tornado than that. We have six of the We have 6 of the best storm chasers on Earth right now approaching this storm. From all angles. So if anything happens with it, I promise we will be the one to show you. Latest radar update here for the Chickasha storm looks less impressive than it was just moments ago. So that little area of rotation near Chickasha has died off as it moves towards Tabler. So I'm not sure what's happening here. I don't know exactly what to expect, but as soon as this part of the storm actualizes itself, there will be
a new tornado
if it continues
warning
to be
has been issued.
unimpeded with no storms to the south and it doesn't get cut off by this line, it is almost certainly going to produce a tornado. So let's hope that it doesn't. But as of right now, we do have a tornado warning for Tabler and Middleburg. Let's get to shelter. Chickasha, the storm is past you, so I think that you guys are okay. Where was that new warning? Okay, so they just issued a new warning for this. And the warning is actually pointing towards the east. So this includes Cole, Washington, Dibble, Bradley, all the way over to Purcell and Wayne in Oklahoma. This does not include Norman or Moore. And the idea behind that is if this does decide to become a big tornado producer like we think that it might, a lot of times traditionally it will become a right move.
Just as a heads up, it appears the storm is making a right turn near Chickasha, which is only going to increase its ability to produce a tornado, especially with it keeping it even further away from the line of storms in the north.
Yeah, so like I was saying, he just mentioned that it looks like it's becoming a right mover. So if this does turn right, like we think that it might here, a tornado is likely going to happen imminently, and then it'll go towards Dibble and Washington. I don't want you to let your guard down if you're up there towards Norman, though, okay? You're in a better position here, especially because it looks like it's going to take a right turn. But if I'm in Norman, Noble, Goldsby, any of these places that are north of the warning right now, I'm not letting my guard down because we're not 100% certain as to what's going to happen with this storm. We don't know if it's going to turn hard right. We don't know. We don't know that. However, if it does, the tornado threat goes up there for Washington towards Purcell and Dibble and potentially Slaughterville, Oklahoma. So that's what we're looking at right now. We got a big storm coming through. We have a huge line of storms with big hail, damaging winds, and of course, potentially a very dangerous situation with flash flooding. That's what's moving into the El Reno and Yukon and Bethany area right now. If you're in Oklahoma City, you see that big giant line of storms approaching you from the west and northwest. That's going to cause some problems. Embedded tornadoes, big hail, and some strong straight line damaging winds are going to be possible with that. The closer that line gets to this cell, the better, because that means that we might see this weaken a little bit. Like if this thing, remember, if this line of storms meets up with this is done. So we want to see that happen before it gets over there towards Slaughterville and Noble. Latest update on the reflectivity is absolutely nuts. Yeah. I'm not seeing that on this one yet. Hold on. Give me just a second. I will reload everything. Let's come back over to the map view. If I'm in Mansfield, in Arkansas, I'm also taking shelter. Yeah, so we've been watching this storm over here in Arkansas too. It's produced a tornado earlier. And, you know, the radar presentation, the reflectivity looks pretty concerning, but we still don't have enough rotation to say that there's a new tornado approaching Mansfield right now. But I would certainly take shelter in Mansfield, Arkansas. In Oklahoma, let's come back up here to the Oklahoma City radar and look at the storm that's approaching Tabler and Dibble. And it still looks like it's having a hard time getting its act together, but it is certainly doing something. And we've got Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, don't know if you saw, but that newest considerable severe thunderstorm warning was for Idaho, headed towards southeast Idaho. There's a squall line there with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible and penny-sized hail. Eventually, it'll reach the area of Pocatello and Idaho Falls.
What? Idaho? All right, what are the odds we have somebody in Idaho watching right now? I'll be very surprised if we have any Idahoans watching, but if we do, or if we don't, send them a message. Tell them they got a big storm coming over there in, let's see here, Blaine, Butte, Power, Bingham, and Minidoka County in Idaho.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, now we have a confirmed tornado in Osage and Pawnee County, Oklahoma. All right, a confirmed tornado warning now for Osage and Pawnee counties in Oklahoma. This is confirmed. Oh, this is on the northern side of the line, too. Where is Tyler? I don't think he's near that now. Okay, let me come over here. It's for over here near Pawnee, Ralston, and Skidee and Blackburn. You're under a confirmed tornado warning. I don't know how that was confirmed, probably via a report. It doesn't look like anything on radar, but if I'm in Pawnee or Skidee in Oklahoma, I'm taking shelter immediately. That's a confirmed tornado warning there for Pawnee and Osage County in Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, take a look at that observed tornado warning from KVNX, and you'll see it there. I don't see a CC drop with it, maybe, but that's where you're seeing the tight rotation.
KINX. Let me switch.
They're not sparking. The grounding cables.
Oh, I see. Right in there.
KVNX.
KVNX. Gotcha. You can see it from KINX too. But yeah, you can see it right there near Summer. And north of Morrison, moving east towards Pawnee. So that's confirmed tornado. Don't see much of a correlation coefficient drop unless that's the first sign of it. But yeah, that's a very dangerous situation there for Pawnee, Skiddy, Blackburn, and Cleveland in Oklahoma. Take shelter immediately. This is going to be one of those tornadoes that you cannot see coming. Okay? It's going to be wrapped in rain. You can't look out your window and see it coming. You got to take shelter now to try to avoid getting hit by this thing. All right? You can be outside looking. It looks like there's just a bunch of rain coming, dark cloud, lightning. But little do you know, inside of the rain, there is a big tornado. That's how a lot of people get hurt in these situations. So you want to go ahead and get in into the most interior room of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Get into an interior bathroom. Put the bath, get in the bathtub. Put something over your head, helmet, or a mattress or something. Just something to protect your head from flying debris. That's how a lot of people get hurt in situations like this. As for Pawnee, Blackburn, and Cleveland in Oklahoma, looks like there's sirens going off in Chickasha. Tornado sirens going off in the Chickasha area, and that's because we have a tornado warning down there as well. All of our storm chasers are actually on this one. Down here, we do have a confirmed tornado up there near Pawnee. Let me go back up there. Yeah, so there is a tornado on the ground here near Pawnee, Oklahoma. This is a look at it. This is a look at it right now. This is on that 5, or is that News 9? I don't know. But somebody's got a video of that thing right now up here in Oklahoma, and that's the one that's north of Morrison going into Pawnee right now. So there is a tornado on the ground over there. Make sure you take shelter immediately.
I'll get with Sugarloaf, see what they got, or what we got.
I'll go ahead and dispatch them out. They got on our file channel and asked us to if you guys needed it.
I'm going to take
I'm out by myself. I'll get
Radar Omega over here.
We'll give my hand if we need to.
And we're going to continue to watch this as it moves up towards Norman. Still not a lot of rotation with it, thank goodness. And it hasn't really started to move right like we originally thought that it would, but we'll see what happens as we go forward. It looks like the biggest tornado threat right now in Oklahoma is for Pawnee, Skiddy, and Blackburn. Take shelter now. Trying to just look at this from all angles. Yeah, no correlation coefficient drop on that one, guys. Not yet. There is certainly a tornado down, though. A tornado is on the ground in Osage and Pawnee counties in Oklahoma. If you live there, you need to be taking shelter right now. Here's a picture of some of the hail coming down in El Reno. Very strong storm. This is what's coming into the Oklahoma City area. large hail, damaging winds, strong rainfall that will lead to flash flooding. So make sure you're prepared for that. We do have a tornado on the ground over here near Pawnee, Oklahoma. We've saw picture and video evidence of this, and it's very hard to see. It's rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it as it comes in. So please just take shelter. We don't have any chasers on that one, no. Oh, we do have somebody watching in Idaho. Thunderstorm in Idaho. Wow. Thanks for sending that in. This is headed towards Pawnee. Tornado on the ground headed towards Pawnee. I'm just waiting for the next radar scan update to give you a better idea of exactly where it is. But we do have a tornado heading right towards Pawnee.
10-4 Sebastian County, 124. I'm sorry, 142. 142.
Here's another look at that. 5:58 p.m. So this was about 10 minutes ago. We had a tornado near Red Rock, near Highway 412. That's the one that's moving towards Pawnee right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, something to take a quick look at. We've got two interesting cells in Kansas, one headed towards Wichita and one to the south of it. The southern one's warned for golf ball size hail at the moment and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll take a brief look at that.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, so, man, what did he say?
Hey Ryan, something to take a quick look at. We've got two interesting cells in Kansas.
Gotcha. We have, oh, okay, yeah, okay, wow. So let me come up there real quick. Pawnee, take shelter now. Let me take a brief look at these two cells because I'm interested in this. I know we have a lot of people watching over here. Wichita, Kansas. A very large storm is coming right now towards Wichita. Looks like there's going to be some really strong winds, some hail, but there is a little bit of a concerning area of maybe some rotation down here near Clonmel and Bainville. So we'll have to watch this part of the storm, especially as it moves off to the east-northeast. So Wichita, you're not under a tornado warning, but especially on the southern side, y'all watch out, as we might be talking about this one a little bit more as we go forward. If not, it'll just be some hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And not anything, incredible that we have to talk about. Also, this one looks pretty concerning too, moving into Wellington. Large hail with that. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado on the ground right now in the northern Oklahoma area near Pawnee. So if you're in Pawnee, you got to take shelter, and also Ralston and Skidee. We also just got a new tornado warning. We now have 4. We just got a brand new tornado warning in Arkansas. Let's go look at it. And that's going to be a continuation of the warning that we were looking at not too long ago. Let's zoom out. Let's come over here to Fort Smith radar on Radar Omega, and let's go look at that area of new rotation that we're warned for. This is odd. Let me load this up here. Yeah, so the new warning hasn't loaded up yet, but it's from areas just south of Mansfield, points east. Is this it? There's so many dangly bits hanging off this storm, I don't know which one's which. Very concerning storm, though, moving into Mansfield. Or it's just moved past. It's moving through Mansfield right now. Abbott, and then Lewis, and then Lucas. You're in the direct path of a potentially dangerous tornadic thunderstorm. Take shelter now. Also, Echo, Arkansas, Barber, Lone, Carolyn, Booneville. Boonville, Arkansas, you're included in this, all the way over towards Magazine and Grayson. Take shelter now. This is a very dangerous supercell. It's already produced one big tornado. It could be going towards producing another one here within the next little bit. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And then we're also going to go back to Pawnee, where we have a tornado on the ground approaching the town. Take shelter in Skidee, Ralston, Blackburn as well. Wow, a lot of stuff going on right now, y'all. We additionally have a tornado warning down here for Dibble, Washington, Cole, and Purcell. That's associated with the supercell that we were really worried about not too long ago, with the potential for a tornado to form here south of Oklahoma City. Since then, I don't know what else has happened. I don't know how much new information we have. I have very old radar data for whatever reason. I think it's loading up for me now. But it does look like a lot of the rotation it's not picking up. It's not doing what we originally thought it was going to do, which is very good news. But this storm is still moving up towards Norman, Noble, and Slaughterville. So make sure that if they issue a new warning for that, you got to take shelter. And then we got to think about Pink, Etowah, Brooksville, Tecumseh, Shawnee. I was just in this area the other day chasing storms. So you guys are no stranger to tornado warnings. You could be under a new one here before too long. If you are just now tuning in, we're tracking a severe weather outbreak with multiple tornado warnings right now in the Midwest. This is, it's spring. It's May. It's May in Tornado Alley. This is what happens. Today, the atmosphere is a little bit more primed than usual for tornadoes, so we are a little bit more concerned than usual about these supercells. But thankfully, so far, nothing terrible has happened. Thankfully. But we certainly don't want to get too comfortable because things can change in an instant. If you guys have ever watched one of these streams before, you know how we can go from nothing to everything in a very short period of time. We currently have those 3 tornado warnings in effect. The ones right here in from Dibble to Slaughterville in Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, you're about to take a direct hit from this big storm that's coming through. No tornado in it right now, but 70 miles per hour wind and possibly 2-inch in diameter hail. This is going to cause damage in Oklahoma City. Make sure you're indoors. Trying your best to protect yourself and your property from this. Same thing for Edmond, Arcadia, Luther, Wellston. You guys are going to get it, man. It's going to be a bad one. And, of course, we have that confirmed tornado up here near Pawnee that we've been watching closely. Man, what's going on over here? This is such a weird storm, man. This is over here in Arkansas. We've been watching this closely, and it looks nasty. It looks bad on composite reflectivity, but when you go to velocity, it don't look that bad. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. We're watching multiple notches in this QLCS. One near Perkins, Oklahoma, one further south towards Meridian, Oklahoma. These notches are definitely areas of interest for QLCS tours to pop up quickly before you even know they're going to exist. So that's what we're watching for you.
Yeah, when he says notches, those little areas of rotation all up and down this line are going to continue to cause problems with those QLCS tornadoes, just like the one we're seeing approach Pawnee right now. That could happen in moments for Ripley and Cushing, Oklahoma. It could happen here in the next little bit for Kearney and Tyrone, Luther, Wellston. It could even happen, on the eastern side of Oklahoma City as it comes through. But as of right now, no additional tornado warnings for that. Man. Okay, so our storm chasers are getting awfully close now to this storm. Here's Zach Hall and Freddie from Vortex Chasing. Still not able to see a whole lot from it just yet. But Vince Welty's also on that very same storm. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, last two scans of velocity just west of Mustang, Oklahoma, so west of OKC. There might have been a very brief intrusion of inflow and a possible very brief meso forming there on the line.
Okay, so this is a good example of maybe these quick spin-up tornadoes are going to be happening in the Oklahoma City metro area. Looks like something might be going on here just west of Mustang. So we don't know for sure. It's impossible to warn too far ahead of time on this kind of stuff. So just everybody in the Oklahoma City area needs to be preparing for this is going to be a strong storm, y'all, whether we get a tornado or not. But those quick spin-up tornadoes can cause significant damage. So just make sure you're ready for that. Let's see here. Frankie. I always call Frankie Freddy. I don't know why. We got some low-hanging rotation near Abbott, Arkansas. This is a video from Abbott, Arkansas, not too long ago. So that's why we have that new tornado warning, more than likely.
71 north of Mansfield. 71 north of Mansfield. Actual address number.
And then
22 100.
I have another one. This is from Radar Omega. He has a Vince Welty stream inside the app. There's a time lapse of the tornado earlier near Loyal, Oklahoma. Wow. Here's a wonderful view of the base of that storm from one of our viewers. Zach, thank you for sending this in. Looking west in Dibble, Oklahoma. That's the base of the storm. That's where we're concerned about a potential tornado forming. Right now, it doesn't look too surface-based, which is good news. Thank you so much for sending that in.
22 gallons of diesel. Mileage is 147,846.
Here's a video from Oklahoma City. Ooh. That's a loud bang. Y'all stay indoors. No need to go outside. That's a big storm going through Oklahoma City right now, though. Get indoors. You don't necessarily have to get underground for that one, but you definitely want to be inside. Lightning, big hail, damaging winds are going to be a possibility as we go forward. We do have a new report in. Let's see here. 61 mile an hour wind gust in the northwestern side of Oklahoma City. That was just not too long ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a brand new tornado warning now for Payne County, Oklahoma. Payne County, Oklahoma. Let's zoom in on it there. That is going to be south and east of Stillwater. This includes Cushing. That was what we just talked about. Ripley and Cushing and Drumright. Take shelter now. Just like I said earlier, we were going to see these things pop up over and over again. And now we've got that one over here near Cushing. So, wow. Yeah, there's likely a tornado down right now just to the south and west of Ripley. If you're in Ripley, take shelter now. Also Cushing. Yeah. So there you go. Right there it is. Ripley, take shelter immediately.
between the mid-arms.
All right, Zach Hall from Vortex Chasing is looks like he's got a wall cloud now on this storm down to the south near well, it's not near Chickasha anymore. It's now near Cole and Blanchard in Oklahoma. This is a live look at the base of the storm for the tornado warned storm near Cole and Oklahoma. This is the one that's going towards Slaughterville. So we just saw a pretty good look at the base and the wall cloud there. And we will likely continue to see those views from our storm chasers as we go forward. Nothing new for Oklahoma City. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be considerable. So just make sure you're indoors. It'll be really interesting to see what happens with this little supercell as it goes more north and east. Thank you guys for sharing me on social media. I'm seeing you guys all over Facebook and Twitter sharing me. Here's a video from southwestern Oklahoma City looking northwest. That's when you know you got a nasty looking storm coming towards you. When you see a big shelf cloud like that, big winds, lots of lightning. Yeah, that's what a lot of you guys in Oklahoma City and areas pointing south and east, that's what the view is going to look like over the next little bit. I am the great and powerful y'all. What is that in reference to? That Wizard of Oz? Yeah, it's like I'm the Oz. It's been a while since I've watched that. But I do remember like there was people or somebody like controlling the thing, right? That's me. I'm the big green face, and Andy and Carly and everybody in the background, they're pushing all the buttons, and I'm actually a robot. I'm actually artificial intelligence developed by the National Weather Service to try to, get more people interested in weather and take warnings seriously. I'm sorry, I was trying to hold that back, but that's why you've never seen my legs. That's why you've only seen me from up here. They've only rendered me this far up. Thank you so much, Sassy, for sitting in that picture. Love the shirt. Thank you for supporting us. If you're just now tuning in, we do have multiple tornado warnings in effect. We got Osage and Pawnee counties under a tornado warning. Let's go check in on them. It does look like the rotation up there is let off a little bit, but certainly enough to continue to be concerned about it. Wichita, Kansas, I think that those storms are really starting to let up as well. There's no tornado warnings up there. Certainly don't let your guard down until the storm's passed, but I think that we're going to be all right up there. The most concerning ones now are going to be up here near Ripley and Cushing. It does look like I'm not updating correctly, so let's come back over here to the map view while I reload that. We're going to come back over here to this radar to look at our storms over here, and give me just a moment. Wizard of Oz. Yeah, I'm the great and powerful y'all. Yeah, it makes sense now. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, still not a lot of rotation in this storm approaching Slaughterville, and the one that all of our chasers are on. At least not on radar. I mean, if we zoom into Brad's speed here, I mean, that's rotating. No doubt about it. It just doesn't look incredibly impressive on radar. But there you go. That's a live look at the wall cloud that's forming here near Dibble, Washington, Slaughterville. Still looking at old radar data. This is ridiculous. Nobody else is having problems with it. I don't know if it's my computer. I just don't know, man. But there's the latest look at the radar over here. We do have a little bit of a hook near Cole, but the hail core is getting ready to go through Slaughterville, Goldsby, and Noble. Big storm going through Oklahoma City right now. Lots of wind, rain, hail. It's going to be a good one in Oklahoma City, especially if you're on the southern side. If we come over here to the high-res velocity, not a lot of spin-up tornado potential, at least not on the northern side. Way down here near Amber, maybe. But just mainly a big, severe thunderstorm.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so we got an upgraded tornado warning to confirmed. We got a confirmed tornado warning for Payne County, Oklahoma. And that is confirmed now. And yeah, that's up here near Cushing. So that's a confirmed tornado is on the ground. It just went to the east of Ripley, and now it's moving towards Cushing and Oilton, right there. So this is the one that we've been tracking for a while up here, the QLCS tornado. The one that it's not the one that went through Pawnee, but the one just south of that. Now this is confirmed. Now we 100% know for sure that there is a tornado on the ground here approaching Ripley and Cushing. Well, it's already went through Ripley, or it's past Ripley now. You got to take shelter now if you are in Ripley and Cushing. A damaging tornado is likely coming through now. Go ahead, Carly.
Just a quick update. We are getting reports now of trees down and some damage that are coming in association with the Payne County storm in Oklahoma.
All right. So hopefully when we first called out that warning, hopefully people were getting into shelter. Obviously, that was a tornado down at that moment. Now that they've issued the confirmed tornado warning, it doesn't look as impressive. But still, if you're in Cushing, we need you to be in your safe spot. And also anywhere in between Cushing and Yale. This road here is going to take a direct hit from this tornado if it's still down. We've got damage about one south of Ripley. Tornado damage 1 mile south of Ripley there, according to emergency manager. Carly, if you could throw me that radio feed that you're listening to, we'll pull it up here. Also, we are still watching our storm chasers watch a wall cloud that's forming on this storm down there near Dibble in Oklahoma. It's been trying hard to produce a tornado, but it looks like it's just not right now. It looks like we got a little bit of a storm chaser meetup over here with Zach from Vortex Chasing, as they are watching that storm near Dibble, west of Slaughterville, form a potential tornado. Let me dive into the mesoscale here. Let's see where that tornado is. Near Ripley, Oklahoma. Ripley's a pretty big town. Hopefully we don't hear anything too bad coming out of there. Let's listen in. It's not a huge town, but compared to some of the smaller ones we've been looking at today, it's certainly bigger. Okay, so if this thing is still on the ground, which we do believe it very well could be, it is somewhere just to the north of Cushing. Man, this thing's in such a radar hole. Okay. It's somewhere just to the north of Cushing, moving over towards Gano and Cartico. A tornado is on the ground over here, and we got to take shelter immediately. This thing is kind of, so it went through Ripley or just south of Ripley. Now it's going across the Cushing Lake, right next Stewart Stone. And then I do think that once it gets to Highway 18 here near Cushing, it'll go right there near the Fairlawn Cemetery, Redmont Sales, and then you'll see it come right into the Skull Creek Sporting Clays, and then probably continue to parallel Highway 18 up there near the Tank Farm Services and the Skull Creek Sporting Clays, right, and everywhere in between. Which this is not a, I mean, it's not a populated area, but it's also not sparse. We got houses. We have houses all up and down this area that the tornado's coming through right now. I think that it will, if it's still on the ground, it's going to kind of take this motion right here. So stuff like this is what we're concerned about with homes. I don't see a lot of mobile homes, thank goodness. But if you are in a mobile home, you probably want to try to get to some more sturdy shelter, especially if you're a little bit further downstream. Also, if you're outside working in a big metal building like this, you got to go over here to a house or something, because it's not very safe to be outside, even in a metal building like that during a tornado. Latest scan does show increased rotation right here near Gano, north of Cushing. That's around where the tornado is right now. And if it is actually that close to Cushing,
tornado warning has been issued.
Then we are going to have to become a little bit more concerned about it hitting the Skull Creek plant there, the Redmount Sales, and you guys know what I'm talking about here on the northern side of town, north of the RV park and the propane bottle filling area. That's kind of where the tornado is right now. Wichita, Kansas is getting heavy rain right now. There's no tornado warnings in Kansas at all at this very moment. That's the only reason why we're not talking about the rain in Wichita. We do have a tornado warning on this storm down here, though, that's moving into Washington, Oklahoma, and Slaughterville. And the image that you're seeing above my head, that's a look at that storm. There is a wall cloud on it. It is
a new
rotating.
Tornado warning has been issued.
But it's not necessarily producing a tornado yet. And they have extended that warning to go all the way out towards Noble, Etowah, and Tribby. So this is moving past Norman and Moore, okay? That right movement on it has increased. Norman, it's going to go just to your south. Moore, it's going to go just to your south. But now you guys have to worry about this big line of storms coming through within the next little bit. We also have a new tornado warning.
Hey Ryan, looks like Vince might have had a slight funnel there on his stream in the top left of your screen there.
Huh. Yeah, so let's look at all of our chasers here. Does look like that storm, specifically the one down there near Washington, Oklahoma, looks like it might be trying to rotate on a very, very mesoscale level, because I can't see anything on radar. Like, all you can see on radar is this tiny little dangly bit. Now that's even gone. So I don't know what's going on there, but there could be a brief funnel forming. Yeah, look at that. We got a lowering on that wall.
Ryan, Vince says tornado imminent.
I've got a little lowering on that wall there south of Goldsby, so this could drop a tornado. The oddest looking storm structure I've ever seen. If that does end up producing a tornado, it's just a weird, because there's not like a big rotating mesocyclone. That's kind of like on an outflow boundary is what that looks like. But anyways, we're going to watch that closely. This is a live look at Vince Welty. He's got a funnel cloud now. This may produce a tornado here as it moves into the southern Goldsby area and then eventually into Noble, Oklahoma. So we've also got other chasers that are looking at this. Zach Hall and from Vortex Chasing. He's got this up. We're watching a live view of them getting in their storm chasing vehicle now. And they're going to continue to chase it down. They're going to track it down as it goes off towards Noble. These guys right now, they're on that road that connects Cole and Goldsby, or the area just south of Goldsby. And I think their plan is just to continue going down that road, or maybe go up and get on I-35 for a little bit and then go towards Slaughterville. So we're going to keep a close eye on them. That's what we've got going on with our storm chasers, guys. Let's go back to Vince real quick. Yeah, that's a wall cloud for sure. We just I don't see any signs of an imminent tornado now. There was earlier, but not now. Very strange storm structure. Very strange storm structure. Let's go check out our warned storms up here to the north a little bit again. Now that one that was producing a tornado near Ripley, Oklahoma, it has since moved off a little bit to the north of Cushing, and I'm not sure if it's producing a tornado still, but it very well could be. And then the tornado over here, the tornado warning in Arkansas. Let's go check on it real quick. I know it's been a second since we've talked about it, but there is a tornado warning for Boonville and Magazine, Arkansas, and there's actually quite a bit of rotation here. And there's a hook. There's still a hook on this storm. It's such an odd storm, man. All of these have been so out of the ordinary today. But yeah, no imminent signs of tornado here, but there could be. If this area of rotation tightens up a little bit, Boonville, Magazine, you might get hit by a tornado. So you are under a warning. Therefore, get to shelter now. Get to shelter now. Yeah, latest view from Radar Omega doesn't show anything too... it really doesn't show anything too impressive. But, the cool thing about Radar Omega is you can click on Vince's icon here, and you can see his stream, and dew point's still incredibly high, 68-degree dew point, man. 72-degree outdoor temperature.
We are the Sunday driver today. So
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Next to it, but it doesn't look like much
a new tornado warning for Payne County, Oklahoma, and we got to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but there is some broad rotation north of Andover, Kansas. Yeah, you heard that right.
Okay. Man, what in the world is wrong? GR2 analyst. Oh, this is not good. Let's take Radar Omega. You know what? Let's open multiple daggone windows of Radar Omega, since it's so it is our most reliable radar software. Let's come over here towards Andover and let's take a look at that. Andover, Kansas. I think we do have a lot of people watching from this area, so I want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence here to let you know what's going on now. You're getting ready to get hit by a big storm, but let's listen to what Andy said again.
Hey, Ryan. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but there is some broad rotation north of Andover.
Okay, so there's some broad rotation north of Andover, Kansas. It does look like, yeah, there is some rotation up here. There's also some on the southern side. If you're looking at this, south of Andover. Let me come back over here. You can see there's two inflow notches. There's one right there. There's one right here. This is kind of concerning to me, as those could potentially produce tornadoes here imminently. as they, oh yeah, especially down here towards Rose Hill. If you're in Kansas and you are near Rose Hill, y'all watch out. You're not under a tornado warning, but watch out. This right here is textbook QLCS quick spin up tornado inside of the line. Now, if you're in Andover, if you're actually in the town of Andover, I don't think there's a tornado imminent for you. You've got some really strong wind, probably some hail right now, but I think that the rotation, the biggest parts of the rotation are north and south of you, but still Rose Hill, Salter, Gordon, all you guys need to watch out for this potential tornadic storm to come through here within the next little bit. No tornado warnings up here just as of right now, though. The most expensive radar software, GR2 is. Also the one that I've found myself having the most problems with. I don't know what I've done to it. I have certainly broken it. I have broken my radar. I don't mind using Radar Omega for everything. Don't get me wrong. It's just, I like to have different instances of different programs up just in case. And this is the one that I usually fall back on. And it's just been incredibly unreliable here recently. So we're Team Radar Omega all the way. Now, if I'm out in the field or something, I'm using my iPhone or iPad, Radar Omega is all that I use. But here on the PC, I have the same software that the National Weather Service does. I have the same broadcast software that your local TV station does, probably. I like to use a little bit of everything, and I'm trying to make sure everything works. But right now, this is what it looks like through Radar Omega. Still not very impressive, the storm. Thank goodness. I am honestly blown away that this hasn't produced a big tornado. It's been in the most impressive and favorable air mass for tornadoes that it could have possibly been in. Obviously, if this would have happened further north in Oklahoma, we would have been talking about something different. But even down here, there should have been something else happen on the surface. So the further east it goes, once again, I'm going to keep mentioning this, the further north and east it's allowed to go, the better chance it is that there's a tornado that is dropped by this thing. But eventually that big line of storms is going to catch up with it. Big tornado warning up here for Oilton, Markham, Lawrence Creek, Silverton, Westport in Oklahoma. Big area of rotation is going to try to push that tornado through right between Markham and Drumright. So if I'm in Silver City or Lawrence Creek, I'm obviously taking shelter immediately. Currently, there's multiple tornado warnings in Oklahoma. We got Payne County, Cleveland, McLean, Pottawatomie Creek, and Pawnee counties under tornado warnings. And then in Arkansas, we have Logan County under a tornado warning. And that's it. That's all the tornado warnings we have at this very moment. We do have that new tornado watch down here, by the way. That they issued after the warning. Here's a video probably of that storm near Washington. Sirens are apparently going off in Norman, Oklahoma, but I don't think Norman is under a tornado warning. Here is a video from Nader Navigators near Noble, Oklahoma. This was sent to me 8 minutes ago. So that's going to be our storm that we're watching through all of our Storm Chaser feeds. But Nader Navigators. Sorry, I mean, I actually really like the name. It's just, it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of comedic to me. That's the rotating portion of the storm that we're watching. Then it's going to And here's an update from Barry Bones. Barry Bones is continuing to watch very closely the stream. Now he's got a pair of sunglasses on. Thank you all for sending this stuff in. It really lightens the mood when we're talking about sad stuff like nadir warnings. Here is another picture that we've gotten in from somebody. This is Tsura. Looks like SLC there, moving into probably the Oklahoma City region as a big storm's coming through. Yeah, brief funnel. Here's a look at that brief funnel we saw, or I think Vince saw earlier, near Cole, Oklahoma, and it's since lifted. This is the odd area of rotation that we've been watching on this storm for a while. That's been producing a wall cloud, and then for a brief period we saw the funnel cloud drop. A little bit of a danger noodle trying to come down there, and now it's since lifted. And if you look at this thing on radar, it just doesn't look. It doesn't look very impressive at all. And it's getting ready to be eaten up by this line of storms coming in. SLC, yeah, that was an SLC and a half. Scary looking cloud right there. Oh man, that's a good one. That's a good one right there. Post that in our Reddit, reddit.com/Ryan Hall. We do have 4 tornado warnings right now. I just I don't think we have any on the ground. Well, this one right here is still pretty concerning. This is also, well, no, it's not confirmed anymore, but this might be recycling here to where we have to worry about a new tornado forming near Markham. Now, Oilton, Silver City, and Lawrence Creek, you're under a tornado warning. You've been under a tornado warning. But what's going to happen here is this is going to, I think this is going to try to intensify and drop an actual new tornado. So the original tornado that produced the tornado warning that you're under has lifted, but a new one could be forming here, moving into Silver City and Lawrence Creek. So I want you to take shelter immediately. Storm chasers are all on this storm over here near Noble, and you can see all those SLCs on your screen there. We got the whole family. We got the whole squad. The whole squad watching in Arkansas. Thanks for sending this in. We got the doggos. We got the baby. Getting them started young. Don't be scared. Be
prepared. A new
tornado
warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning. Let's go check it out. This is a little bit further north now. This includes Cleveland, Hominy, and Hallett in Arkansas. Hallett. You're under a tornado warning, and let me see why. Let me inspect why here. Wonder if we can see that better on the Tulsa radar. There's a little bit of broad rotation here near Hallett and Cleveland that might produce a tornado as it moves off towards Hominy and Morgan's Corner. So take shelter, but I don't see any reason to hyper zoom on that storm just yet. Certainly take shelter, though. I'm more concerned about this one near Markham right now. Also, if you want to communicate with me, send pictures, send reports, anything like that, go to twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all. we're on a mission to try to get Ryan Hall y'all verified on Twitter. Don't know why that hasn't happened yet. We got 83.7 thousand followers. I heard that once we get to 90, they might consider it. So go on over there and hit that follow button. That's also where I post most often if I'm not live. So if you want weather updates from me and stuff, that's the best place to get them. Okay, let's go. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just next to the KTLX radar, south and east of Moore, Oklahoma, there's a pocket of 75-mile-per-hour winds showing up on radar only 400 feet above the surface. So I'm worried that's going to mix down and cause some damaging wind gusts in a localized area that it kind of looks like a hook as it's wrapping up. But that's on my latest scan as of 51 minutes on the hour.
It must be nice to have a latest scan. But yeah, we do have that a big burst of wind coming through Moore right now. It might try to interact with this little notch that's forming on the storm here and maybe produce a quick spin up tornado. But even if it doesn't, we could certainly have big problems with just the winds coming through right around the KTLX, the weather station there. Yeah, I'm just continuing to look through some reports here, y'all. Currently, there are 5 tornado warnings. But no confirmed tornadoes. Nothing on the ground as far as we know right now. Which is great news. All of our spotters pretty much are down here. You can see Zach and Brandon are down here near Slaughterville. Pretty sure that's where Chris and Brad Arnold are too. I don't think that there's anybody that's off trail here other than Tyler. Tyler Kurtz is near Perry, Oklahoma. No, he's not. That's what the thing says, but no, he's not. He's actually probably closer to Yale. Let me get an update from him. Hey, Tyler, can we get an update on your location? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, the area just west of Tulsa, so Cushing, that tornado warning that was confirmed earlier, it's still got some pretty intense circulation, though it's broad. I'm seeing 90-mile-per-hour winds on one side and into the opposite wind direction on the other. So there's some large rotation going on, and I do want to make sure the people of Tulsa, the Tulsa Metro, are making sure they're ready for this storm in their safe spots. So y'all watch out preemptively for very strong winds and possibility of a QLCS tour as that heads toward you.
Yep. Thank you, Andy. Tulsa, you're not under a tornado warning. You're not even under a severe thunderstorm warning yet. But this thing is approaching you, and it will make it to you. This big area of broad rotation is what we're concerned about, because a lot of times, you know, especially because of the atmosphere is so favorable for rotation today, a lot of times this will continue to tighten up the further north and east that it goes until it kind of, you know, fans out. So I just don't know if that's going to happen before it gets to Tulsa or if it'll happen as it enters Tulsa or after. I just don't know. So we want y'all to watch out in Tulsa for the potential for a potentially tornadic storm to come through. Now, tornado or not, it's going to be a bad storm. Big hail, strong winds, maybe 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's a weak tornado in itself. So make sure you're ready for that in Sand Springs and Tulsa and everywhere in between. Lawrence Creek, Lotsie, all these places. This thing is coming right for you. So make sure you are weather aware and you are ready to take your tornado precautions. Tyler, testing 1, 2, 3. Just asking for your location. I feel like Tyler would be the closest person that we have to that storm, so. I still can't get over this picture. This is crazy. Zach took this earlier near Dover, Oklahoma, and that is just insane. That is what you call a mesocyclone. Another view of that. Oh, what a beautiful storm, man. This is the one that did produce a tornado there briefly. Wow. Andy sent me this. This is from Alex Span on Twitter. And he said this is not an SLC, this is a BLC. It's a beautiful looking cloud. Whew, that is going to be one heck of a windstorm coming into Tulsa, guys. Once again, tornado or not, I don't like the way that looks. Still watching this storm down here near Slaughterville. Or, I'm sorry, it's near Etowah now. And still just not seeing much in the way of rotation. All of our storm chasers are still on it, though. I am very thankful that we're not talking about a big tornado with that storm. I really thought we were going to. I'm not kidding, guys. Looks like Brandon Kopic's going through that severe thunderstorm that's going through Norman, Oklahoma right now. See, we got some very strong winds. I don't see any hail, but I'm sure there's some small hail mixed in there. Guys, don't worry. Anytime I start showing memes, it's a good sign overall. I am pretty concerned about this storm over here near Silver Creek and Lawrence Creek, but we've been hollering Silver Creek and Lawrence Creek for the past hour. Hopefully everybody in that town knows that they need to be in their safe spot. I'm mostly like just waiting, I guess, to see what's going to happen next with this. If this continues to show a big area of rotation as it goes into the Tulsa area, we are obviously going to really focus on it. Here's that rotation that was near Chickasha earlier. Wow. Oh, man. Oh, he's right underneath it. What a view. Andy's on a roll today. He says it's not a bird's eye view, that's a worm's eye view. Yeah. Right up into the circulation. How neat is that? If you guys are seeing something like that, though, I'd never recommend that you go outside and take pictures of it, especially if it's right on top of you. Don't do that. Also, here's something else y'all shouldn't do. Don't do this. Come on, guys. Wasn't it in like 1999 when we figured out that this was a terrible idea? Or it might have even been sooner than that. I don't know. But man, this is like a 30-year-old like busted myth. Like getting under an overpass during a tornado warning doesn't help you. It only hurts you. There's a tornado that decides to go through your area and you're in an overpass like that, the wind effect is only going to be worse. Especially if you got out of your vehicle and tried to get on the side of that concrete thing, you're done for. Don't take shelter in an overpass. Also, don't block traffic. It's just a terrible thing to do. Don't do it. And I know some people will say, well, they're trying to protect themselves from hail. It doesn't matter. Don't do it. You are the worst if you do that. Especially if you block traffic. Get some dents. Obviously, I can't tell people what to do. But if I could, that's what I would say. Get some dents, all right? You live in Oklahoma. You knew this was going to happen. Still watching this storm very closely as it approaches the Tulsa metro. We're not going to leave this one. We do have a tornado warning that goes all the way out to Lawrence Creek. We have another tornado warning up here for Morgan's Corner. I'll be interested to see if they issue a new tornado warning that includes Sand Springs and Tulsa. If they do, I will let you know. Looks like Chris FL tornadoes on the bottom of that storm down there towards, what is it? He's not in Dover. He hasn't been in Dover for a while, I don't think. I'd say he's closer to Purcell and Etowah right now. And he's still got an eye on that wall cloud on our storm that we've been tracking forever. Norman, Oklahoma, are you in the clear now? Yes. Yeah, Norman, you're fine. The biggest part of the storm is coming through right now. After that's done, you're in the clear. We're mostly concerned about Tulsa right now as there are 2 tornadic circulations approaching the metro area. No report of a tornado down, though. Mossy sent in this. Is that a good representation, guys? Is that? I think it looks all right. I think it looks good. Thank you, Mossy. Yeah, these storms have a lot of lightning today, too. The QLCS line that's approaching Tulsa, Oklahoma right now is really ramping up. Winds 70 to 80 miles an hour and gusts and brief tornadoes. Potentially a significant tornado or two could be possible with this QLCS line as it approaches Tulsa. 70-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Tulsa, Oklahoma. National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Rogers, Osage, Creek, Tulsa, and Pawnee counties in Oklahoma. That is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And once again, that's for 1 inch in diameter hail and considerable 70-mile-an-hour winds, possibly wind gusts higher than that, maybe close to hurricane force. We learned the don'ts of parking under an overpass back in Wichita Falls, violent tornado in 1979. So it's an even older, myth. I just don't understand why people still do that. I think it's probably solely because of the hail. Bring Shop Ryan Hall to the UK. We're working on it. I don't know why you can't buy stuff right now. It's set up to work. It just doesn't work. I don't know. Canada doesn't work. A lot of the... Basically, if you're in the US, that's the only place you can... That's the only place it'll let you buy stuff right now. We just got to work on it. So there might be one last breath here in this storm that's approaching Etowah and Tribby and Macomb down here in south of Oklahoma City. It looks like it might. So it is going to eventually get caught up by this straight line of storms, and eventually that will cause the tornado threat to drastically decrease.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm northeast of Udall, Kansas, heading north towards Bloomington, Kansas for kind of that tail end part of that squall line up there.
All right, thank you, Tyler. But that looks like it's trying to curl up a little bit, doesn't it? And look at Vince's stream. You can see it on the left side. So Vince is near Spring Hill. And he's moving east. So when you look on the left side of his screen, what you're seeing is to his north. Let's come back over here to the Radar Omega app, and you can see Vince's location right there. If you have the app too, you'll see his little icon. And what we're seeing, I think, is this. So we could have one last breath here with a tornado trying to form on this storm that we've been tracking, I feel like, all day. We started looking at this one way down there towards Lawton. And it's honestly kind of still in a decent spot. We'll see what happens with it, man. Let's come back to our chasers. This is the storm that all of them are on right here, pretty much. Except for Tyler and I think Brandon. Yeah, big spaceship on the side of Vince's stream there. That's crazy. Oh wow, Chris FL Tornado has a very unique vantage point. Wow. So this is the same storm too. This is the storm that we're watching over here towards Etowah and Tribby, Oklahoma. You can see that there is certainly a lowering on it. And if we come back to the radar, it does look pretty suspicious there. Especially on that very last scan. So if I'm in Burnett or Macomb or Chisney, I am taking shelter. Yes, of course, we will come over here and look at Tulsa. We're going to continue to keep an eye on Tulsa. It looks like the Weather Service has decided not to continue that tornado warning into Tulsa. But and for good reason. It looks like a lot of the rotation went away, but we still have this big wall of wind approaching. I think Sand Springs and Tulsa, you're going to get a very, very impressive windstorm here within the next little bit. This whole thing is ramping up significantly, and I'd still watch out for the tornado potential right here in this little elbow. The elbows of these lines of storms, they're the worst. That's where you get the naders. What? Okay. Thank you, Charlemagne, for becoming a Slight Risk member. Thanks to all the new members today. I feel like we're getting a lot more members than usual because you can finally join on an Apple phone. Just hit the join button. Not required. I promise you, for as long as I do this, I'll probably do this for like the rest of my life. Honestly, if you guys continue to want to watch, this will be what I do forever. It'll always be 100% free. I will never charge a single dime ever for anything that I do that's weather coverage related. But we do support, or we appreciate the support. We got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Caddo, Comanche, and Grady County, Oklahoma. Let's take a look at Chris's live view. Man, that's a nasty looking storm. This is from Jacqueline. This is looking south earlier from Norman at the rotation near Goldsby and Norman. This is the storm that we've been watching forever. It's now near Burnett, Morven, and Brooksville. The Weather Service has allowed that tornado warning to expire. In fact, we have no nadir warnings right now. Absolutely no nadir warnings. Hey, thank you, William, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. I think that might change. Though I'm just not 100% sure. This storm looks a lot worse on Chris's feed than it does on radar, if you ask me. A whole lot worse. By the way, guys, the Las Vegas, New Mexico fire is still ongoing. This is an extremely eerie view of the plaza in Las Vegas, New Mexico. This is part of Las Vegas is under the ready evacuation status. It appears like the plaza has been shut down. The wildfire situation over there has been incredible. Oh, we got somebody out on their balcony, I guess, in Tulsa watching the stream, watching the storm come in. Constant rumble in Tulsa currently. Tulsa, you are going to get a big storm. It's coming. And look at that. That's nasty. And honestly, Tulsa, so the downtown Tulsa area, honestly, I'm most concerned about a potential tornadic rotation. Just being honest with you, I don't think that there's an imminent tornado threat. Don't get me. There's not a big tornado coming for Tulsa. That's not what I'm saying. It's just up here in this elbow. All right, up here in this little kink of the storm. That's what a lot of times where we see the rotation, and that will come right through the Tulsa area. Hopefully nothing comes of it, and more than likely nothing will come of it. But buddy, I am telling you, areas just south of Tulsa, and probably even in Tulsa along this bow echo. There's going to be some nasty winds with this. Wind damage is imminent in Kellyville, Sepulpa, Glenpool, Mounds, Jenks, all of these areas south of Tulsa. Brace for some of the strongest winds you've seen in a while, I think. That's a nasty looking bow echo if I've ever seen one. Come back over here and look at our storm near Burnett and Macomb. Still looks mighty interesting, but not necessarily incredibly tornadic. It does look very interesting on Chris's feed, though. Hey, is there a live cam of downtown Tulsa? If somebody could tweet that to me or put it in the Discord, that'd be great. A live cam of downtown Tulsa. Man, you guys are just going crazy with the memes. Like, this is... like, half of my mentions right now on Twitter are just memes that you guys are making of me. Hey, thank you, Jamie, for becoming a high-risk member. That's super awesome. Very appreciated. You guys are being super generous. Here's a look at the satellite. Look at this. Infrared satellite. Just a zipper explosion of clouds coming up into the air in Oklahoma tonight. Here's one of those memes. Oops, never mind. Whoa, what just happened there? I thought I had one for you, but something happened with my net. How long have them lights been orange? Go ahead, Carly.
Yes, we are getting some reports coming from Butler County in Kansas, where that severe thunderstorm warning just went through. Notably, that is also where Andover is, and there are some limbs down there so far. So we'll keep listening, give you any updates, but just so far, a couple limbs are down.
Yeah, so thank you, Carly, for that. Sounds like there was a severe thunderstorm that came through Andover in the Wichita, Kansas area. Some tree limbs down, but thankfully no tornado damage as of right now. Yeah, we've got hurricane force winds coming towards Tulsa, especially areas just south of Tulsa. Don't do this. I don't know. Somebody found a picture of me with my legs showing. So there, you know, I was trying to conceal the leg reveal until, or the, you know, another leg reveal until 1 million subscribers. But I guess that's busted now. So currently there are no tornado warnings, y'all. No tornado warnings at all. We are just watching this very, very dangerous storm coming into Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then also through our storm chasers, we are watching this one last potential supercell that could cause problems here near Macomb and Tecumseh in Oklahoma. Jess Pine says this is the best way to spend Monday after work, watching from Southern California. Look, she's got the weather weenie shirt. Woo woo. Love it. Ooh. This is somewhere near ORU. We have lots of rumbles and lightning right now. I saw this. I thought that was a tree down. I thought that was a tree laying across the road, but I guess that's just like a tree sticking out of your house. That's pretty cool. Do you live in a tree house? But yeah, lots of rumbling coming into Tulsa. I'm not kidding, guys. If you're in Tulsa, this is going to be a big storm. I don't think that we have a tornado threat imminently, but certainly a very strong storm's getting ready to come through Tulsa. And I want to make it clear that if you're on the southern side, specifically, that's going to be where some of the strongest winds occur, I think. Let's Roberts University. Okay. Roberts University. Yeah, very strong storm coming into Tulsa. Very strong winds, very high winds with that. If we come back, you see the line there, the backward C line? That's the gate of winds that are coming through. I can't tell you exactly how strong those winds are, and it doesn't look like we've gotten very many reports, honestly, so far, but it's certainly, I would be very surprised if there's not some 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts that are getting ready to come through the southern part of Tulsa and Sapulpa, Jenks, Glenpool, Kiefer. These are the areas that will get hit hardest by the winds, but it will certainly be a very strong storm that goes through Tulsa as well. The difference between a special weather statement and a severe thunderstorm warning is special weather statement is just kind of like a heads up, and like there might be a little storm, but it's not really severe. I mean, that's it. Like thunder, lightning, all that good stuff. Douglas, thank you for becoming a high risk member. And y'all are also blowing up the site right now. I appreciate all the support. Whenever we switch to a chaser feed, you can see the y'all fund or the y'all wallet, the y'allet. A portion of every purchase from shopryanhall.com goes towards helping tornado victims. And y'all are really making it happen. Again, I'm just super grateful for y'all. No tornado warnings right now. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. Very nice setup. Very nice. This is in West Tulsa. West Tulsa right now. Big storm coming in to Tulsa. Guys, it's getting ready to hit. You're going to get some hail. You're going to get some wind. I can't tell you exactly how fast that wind's going to be, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't, you know, at least a little bit above 60 miles an hour. Let me know. Let me know what it looks like as it comes through. If you can do so safely, don't go out there and take pictures and stuff. Just because. Hey, there's Pico. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I can't show that. Yo, this looks like some flat hail. There's your DVD hail. Now, it's not as big as a DVD, but it's kind of like a mini DVD. Mini DVD hail. What in the world's that? If you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't even know if I have the time to explain it. You just got to be here. You guys got to watch these more often. Even if it doesn't affect your area, you got to watch the streams. It's like the memes. It's like a show. You have to keep up. If you miss one episode, you're going to be lost the next time that we do severe weather coverage. By the way, it does look like we'll have another live stream on Wednesday and Thursday, as we're going to have big time severe probabilities on Wednesday in Oklahoma again. And then on Thursday, the risk moves east, where we have a 30% chance of significant damaging severe weather in Memphis down into Mississippi, portions of Arkansas on Thursday. So you guys are going to be seeing a lot of me over the next little bit. All right, that big storm is moving into Tulsa now. Did we ever get a live camera? I guess Tulsa just doesn't have any live feeds. There we go. Somebody's got the Nader Juice coffee mug. Love it. ShopRyanHall.com. This is our best-selling item. Hydrate, yeah. Hydrate for sure. Everybody hydrate. Got a new mesoscale, convective outlook. Storm coverage may increase with the increase in the low-level jet. So we're talking about Fort Smith again. That area. Where these storms could increase in intensity and in their coverage over the next little bit. I don't know how many more tornado warnings we're going to get. Can you switch over to Zach or Brad or just somebody else for number one spot? It's been a while since we had Vance. Yeah, so this thing is pretty much completely linear now. We've got one last shot here, I reckon, of this this storm south of Tecumseh to produce a tornado before it gets eaten by the line. But from this point on, like, honestly, we're just talking about potential, I guess, QLCS straight line tornadoes. So I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully this is hopefully this is it. Hopefully this is a bust. Sometimes we do these streams expecting, tornadoes, and they happen, and it's busy, and it's sad sometimes. Sometimes we end up getting a couple tornadoes, but maybe they happen in fields and they don't affect anybody. These are my favorite streams. I know this isn't over. If you're still in the tornado watch, I'm not saying this is over and it's time to let our guards down. But it's looking better than when the stream started. I think that the threat is winding down a little bit. Thankfully, like I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, if this went linear, we wouldn't have nearly as much of a tornado problem. Thankfully, that's what happened. Here's downtown Tulsa. Downtown Tulsa getting hit by a big old storm. How is Tulsa, y'all? I was thinking about moving. I don't know. I've been thinking about moving for like a year. I don't know if I'm ever going to do it, but Tulsa is one of the places we considered. Oklahoma City, Dallas. It's hard for me to get to the storms over here. Man, Gettysburg is just killing it. Haldrate, I mean, come on. What is this? Genius. Just sitting here watching the stream, making these all day long. I got to put you, we got to put her, like, actually on the team. Like, just producing these shirts. It's like, you like that one? All right, go. ShopRyanHall.com. Let's help out tornado victims. Go. Let's Haldrate, guys. Zach has a good view of our storm as it is getting eaten by the outflow from our line of storms that's now went through Oklahoma City. And look at those mammatus clouds. Beautiful. Beautiful. Tulsa is full of crime and the drivers suck. That was the one comment that I saw about Tulsa. I don't know if that's true or not, but if you guys didn't know, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. So I love it here. Don't get me wrong. I really do love it here. But, you know, that's one of the reasons why we haven't moved. We love it so much here. Like, this is home. My family's been here since like the 1700s. I'm Eastern Kentucky and born and bred, son. So you can't, how's the saying go? You can't take the mountains out of a man, but man, you can take the man out of the mountain or something. I don't know. Something like that. If you are just now tuning in, we don't have any tornado warnings. We're watching a pretty strong storm go through Tulsa. Once again, I do want to reiterate that I think the strongest winds are happening south of the Tulsa metro near Glenpool. But still, very strong storm coming through here. We're watching new storms form over here around Fort Smith. That'll come up towards Fort Smith over the next little bit and increase in intensity in their coverage. But overall, things are, for the most part, winding down. We're going to see a lot of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff like that. But the tornado threat's winding down significantly, I think. This is a live view of storm chaser Zach Hall, who's in Oklahoma. Look at that shelf cloud. Zach is always giving us the most photogenic shots. Dang. Wow. Oh, what the heck's going on? What the heck is going on? Getting all switched around here. Gotcha. All right, that's beautiful. Yeah, so this is a live look at a shelf cloud coming in towards Wanette and Asher in Oklahoma. Whenever you see something like this coming towards y'all, usually it means there's some pretty strong winds. What causes this is where Zach is standing right now, the air is very warm and moist. There's a lot of water in the atmosphere. The dew point's high. It's almost at capacity for the amount of moisture that it could possibly hold. But right behind it, back there where you see the rain and the lightning and stuff, there's a lot of cooler. There's much cooler air. Okay, the cool air hits the ground and it kind of fans out. It goes forward. It comes out from underneath the storm, meets up with the warm air, and warm air rises, obviously, especially when there's a cooler air for it to rise into, and it creates this shelf effect on the front end of the storm. You can see the updraft. Sometimes the shelf clouds are a little bit more prominent, and they look better whenever they're actually associated with an outflow boundary in front of the storm. But this one looks like we're actually looking at updraft on the front side of the storm. So it's rapidly approaching him. You can see that the storm's going really fast. And what we'll likely be able to see is once he gets under that, he can point the camera up, and we'll see the whale's mouth is what we call it, right underneath the combination of the updraft on the front of the storm and also the outflow that's coming out from underneath the storm. So this is a live view of a very strong storm coming out there towards what is that? Wanette and Asher, Oklahoma. Now, Brad Arnold is still on that storm that looked a little tornadic earlier. It still hasn't been completely, I guess, overtaken by the line yet, and you can see there's still a little bit of a rotational dangly bit there in this portion of the world. This is near Brooksville. Oklahoma. No tornado warning associated with this right now. No tornado warning with this, but that's something that we've got to watch. That might continue to be a problem as it approaches Seminole. You see here, if I look at the radar, watch how that supercell has kind of attached itself to the line, and there might be one last shot here of tornadic activity south of Harjo, moving towards Pleasant Grove and Mound, Oklahoma. So that's very interesting to see. We got Brad Arnold on it. The storm is moving through Tulsa now. The threat is almost over in Tulsa. As soon as the rain stops, you should be good to go.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy? Hey, Ryan, do you...
Yes, sir. What's up? That's Brad Arnold.
Hey, not sure if you're still streaming or not, but this storm that we've been tracking for what appears to be hours is finally looking like it's wrapping up when it's joining up with the main squall line. We got several CGs coming right from it. We got a funnel coming down right now if you want to take the stream.
All right, that's a professional storm chaser. Brad Arnold says there's a funnel cloud coming down right now. This is near, once again, Mound Mod and Harjo in Oklahoma. A very strong area of rotation showing up here on radar, as well as a little bit more of a defined hook showing up there, as well as the supercell that we have been tracking forever is getting kind of scraped on against the with that MLQCS thing that's coming around the backside. So it looks like Chris FL Tornado is also in this thing. He is where is he? He's a little bit further to the south and west. He's actually inside of the storm. You can see the winds are getting pretty strong there, closer to Etowah, Oklahoma. So we're going to keep up with Brad, Arnold, and all the storm chasers, as it does look like one last shot here of a tornado is possible. That's Brad's feed right there. No tornado warning for Earlsboro, Harjo, or Seminole, Oklahoma. However, y'all watch out, man. Yeah, y'all watch out. Yeah, that is not looking good. Look at that. It took it this long. You see what I'm saying? Like, thankfully this didn't happen, but if this storm, if that supercell was all by itself here and it wasn't getting crashed against by this big line of storms, we would be having big problems all up and down Oklahoma with a long track violent tornado. I think that if this one produces a tornado, which I still believe it's going to, it'll be brief. It'll be brief, hopefully. Looks like Brad Arnold's also
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Rain. So let's ring the alarm again. Let's wake everybody up. It's time to pay attention. We got a tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning, our first tornado warning in a while. But here it is. We got a warning that includes Seminole and Wewoka in Oklahoma. All right, that's going to be for Seminole and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. Take shelter now. This is going to be a strong storm, and we did just see a funnel. We saw a funnel live on the camera there from Brad, and it looks like Vince Welty's also kind of close to this. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But anyways, Brad Arnold's very close. And let's take a look at it on radar. Once again, the rotation's right here south of Harjo, moving towards Pleasant Grove and Seminole, directly towards y'all. So I would be taking shelter immediately if I lived in those areas, because that's where a lot of the rotation is. Obviously, you can see the inflow coming in here. There's plenty of rear flank coming around this side. The tornado is going to be somewhere right in there. And the motion of this supercell has been kind of to the north and east, but it might actually be pushed a little bit further to the right because of the forcing from the line of storms that's coming in on the backside. So we're going to see what happens here. We do have a live view of it. Let me go back to Brad. We got it from Chris, Brad, and I think, yeah, those are the only two. Ugh. Trying to see if we can still see that wall cloud from Brad's feed, but he's somewhere. I don't know where he is, but he is somewhere that if it rains too hard, I think he's in a Tahoe. I think he's got 4-wheel drive, so he should be all right. But that looks like the kind of road you don't want to be on in the middle of a very severe thunderstorm in the middle of the night, especially as it's starting to get dark. But yeah, Brad's trying to track down that nadir. He had us a good view of it just a moment ago with the rotating wall cloud. But I think that radar has given us a good view of what's going on near south of Harjo, as a new tornado could be forming right around there. Sorry for yawning, y'all. I had to wake up extremely early this morning. Carly just told me that there are no communications There's no emergency communications available to her at this time in the area of this warning. So we don't have any access to fire departments or anybody out here that could be reporting a tornado. All we've got is a radar and a Brad. That's all you need. If you got you a good Brad and a good radar, if you got you a Brad Arnold and a radar Omega, that's all you need to sniff out a nadir. Still a very impressive area of rotation down there. But it does look like that maybe that southern side of the storm's going to go outflow dominant here. So we're going to keep Brad up. We're going to keep watching him. As he's at least made it to a gravel road now. Wow. Was this was earlier today in Chickasha? That is a large hailstone right there. Holy smokes. Yeah, the hook on radar continues to look more and more impressive. The velocity also looks more impressive. However, Brad, so like the further east you go in Oklahoma over here, the harder it is to see stuff because you get into like this hilly, forested area. You're really in the middle of nowhere, and it's a wonder that we're getting as good a service from Brad as we are right now. He's on a back road of the back road, and he's trying to find a clearing so we can see the base of this storm. It looks to me like if he can find it, if he can find a way to let us see it, we're going to see something very interesting here as that is starting to wrap up. It certainly looks like. Whoa. Whoa, man, this thing's raring up. We got a live view from Tyler Kurtz of up there in Kansas. I think he's in the Andover, Kansas area. Just, I guess, showing us some of the damage from the storms the other day. You can see there's still a lot of cleanup to be done. Once again, thanks to you guys getting stuff on shopryanhall.com. We were able to supply the people of Andover, Kansas with chainsaws and a lot of different stuff. We helped a couple pay their home insurance deductible. We're sending them on a trip to kind of get their mind off of losing their entire house and everything they own. All that is because of you. So thank you so much. I still don't have anything from Brad. This is the last frame that I got from Brad. So we're gonna come back to him whenever I see something there. Also, Philip, thank you for becoming a moderate risk member. Here's a video from Brandy. This is a storm rolling into Broken Arrow, Oklahoma tonight. That's a mean one. That's a mean one for sure. Go up. Thank you so much for becoming a high risker. Dragon says, what's heading towards Warren County, Tennessee? I don't know. I don't think that it's anything significant. Yeah, there's no warnings. There's a couple garden variety thunderstorms out here in Tennessee right now. Nothing at all to be concerned about. All the naders and straight line damaging winds are happening over here in Oklahoma and portions of Arkansas. We got one tornado warning in the world. Actually, I don't know. I think there's actually some naders going on right now in Spain, or at least there was earlier today. But in the U.S., we got one tornado warning. Right yonder it is. It's for Bowlegs, Seminole, and Wewoka. And we've got a storm chaser. We got a team of storm chasers on it. But they are entering a very, very big-time dead zone. Meaning that we can't see their stuff. Yeah. Viewer submissions. We have viewer submissions. Holy smokes, man. Wait. Before we do that. Okay, there's a tornado. That's got to be a tornado, like, down. Where's Brad? Brad. Okay, we got Brad back. Man, the radar looks absolutely nuts. Are you seeing anything? I know it's hard for him to see anything at all, but, like, daggone. That is a hook and a half right there. We might even have a CC drop. Obviously, if you're in Seminole.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, radar looks incredible on it. We had a view of it for just briefly. Service is pretty bad out here, so I hope my stream's doing okay. But yeah, it is really ramping up, gate-to-gate shear. I can't see if there's a CC or not. We're about to turn north. We're being blocked by the rain right now, so we're actually going to have to hook slice this to be able to get a good view of it. But it may be almost completely rain wrapped. But we're going to give a shot and go north on it.
There you go, guys. So I think we have a big rain wrapped tornado on the ground right now, moving towards Seminole, Oklahoma. Take shelter immediately. You can't see it. You look outside, you'll see this. There's a tornado in there somewhere. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just was going to tell you that we are noting the possible
New
CC
information.
drop on it.
This
Doesn't look
tornado
like it's
warning has been
contaminated, as
upgraded.
It's not associated with a reflectivity gradient, and it does match up with the velocity 17-second offset. And there's your confirmed tornado for it.
All right, so now that they have upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning, guys. National Weather Service has issued a confirmed tornado warning. A tornado is certainly down on the ground right now with this storm moving into Seminole, Arkansas. Look at that nasty hook. This thing has been raring up for 5 hours, and finally, here it is. It's putting down a tornado right next to Seminole, Oklahoma. I don't know if it'll make it all the way to you, but you gotta run. You gotta run to shelter because it very well could. And if it does, we want you to make sure that you are protecting yourself. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Preferably get into shelter. And yeah, that last scan, man, that's gotta be a CC drop right there. This thing is lofting debris into the air. This tornado is throwing debris thousands of feet into the air. That means that it's probably a pretty big tornado moving into the Seminole area. Let me dive into the mesoscale, Seminole, Oklahoma. I'll show you. I think the most impressive imagery right here is the composite reflectivity with that huge hook. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. We've got a tornado. Here we go. This has now been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning. So now we know for sure that a large, violent tornado is on the ground. Large, violent tornado on the ground moving into Seminole, Oklahoma. Right now, this tornado is going to be just south of Pleasant Grove. Let's see here. It's going to be near the free online repair warehouse. And then also the Ironhead Saloon. Guys, this might go right towards downtown Seminole, Oklahoma. And this is not a small place. We got a Walmart over here. We got multiple hotels. Everybody in the town of Seminole, Oklahoma needs to be running, not walking to shelter.
Ron, you got a copy? Hey, Ron, we are looking due north into that power flash right there. Tornado on the ground.
All right, we've got power flashes coming through from Brad Arnold, who's looking towards this tornado. We got power flashes, which means that there's a tornado on the ground, ripping apart power lines. Likely moving into the more populated areas near Seminole, Oklahoma. You need to get underground, okay? You need to get underground. You are not going to fare well if you try to stay above ground, especially if you're in a mobile home. You need to get to a more sturdy shelter, and you need to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Preferably, we want you to get underground. But if you can't do that, then we need you to get put as much stuff between you and the outside world as possible. Let me see if I go ahead. Is this storm? Is this Zach's got a view of this storm? Is that right now? Oh, where's Zach at?
Ron, I believe we got a confirmed tornado just to my near Seminole, Oklahoma. We're approaching it from the south.
Okay.
Just wanted to give you a heads up. We're trying to get caught up with it.
All right, so that's professional storm chaser Zach Hall with Vortex Chasing. Holy smokes. Yeah, there you go. This is a PDS tornado warning for Seminole. We're approaching it. We've got storm chasers on the ground approaching it. And also we've got radar imagery. I think you can see it right there. You can see it right there. If not, he might need to get a little bit closer because I'm telling you, the biggest part of this storm, the part that's producing the tornado, is likely inside the rain base. So we certainly see the big rotating mesocyclone, but the part that's doing damage, that's lofting debris up into the air, is probably shielded behind some of the rain bands. Okay, so keep that in mind. If you're looking outside and you see this, this is not it. Okay, there is likely still a big tornado embedded inside of there, coming into the Seminole area right now. We got this big tornado is heading towards a Seminole right now. I think that it's near the Seminole Nation tag agency, and then we're going to see this come through the area of Seminole near Wewoka Creek. All right, you know where Don Circos is. You know where the Seminole Housing Authority is. West Bravo Avenue, point south. That is the prime time danger zone right now for a tornado. You got to get to shelter. Don't walk, run to shelter right now, as this storm is really causing a lot of feedback on radar. It looks like we might have had a correlation coefficient drop. We've got a very tight area of rotation just to the west of Seminole here, and it is wrapping up. It's tightening up as it gets closer to the city. So we want everybody to take shelter now. If you know anybody out here, if you happen to know anybody in this part of the world, please let them know what's happening. A PDS tornado warning is not a normal tornado warning. It's a higher level warning, and we only issue that whenever we know that there is a large, dangerous, deadly, life-threatening tornado on the ground getting ready to affect an area with some population, which is exactly what's happening here near Seminole. We've got a live view from Zach and Vortex Chasing. of the storm. We can't see the tornado from this specific angle, but we can certainly see that this is a storm that's continuing to increase in strength. Okay, Vince Welty is also on this storm. If you actually come into the Radar Omega app, you can see where he's located exactly. He's right here. So he's not necessarily close enough to see it yet, but if we pull up his stream, you can see that we are seeing a pretty similar view as to what we were seeing on Zach's not too long ago. So Vince Welty is on his way to try to intercept this storm as well. I think the closest person that we have is Brad Arnold, but he has lost service. So we've got Zach from Vortex Chasing. This is kind of the best shot we have right now of seeing this thing. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter if we see it or not, because this is a very dangerous situation for Seminole. Please take shelter now. This is also eventually affect Lima, in Dogco and Nobletown, Oklahoma. You got to run, don't walk. To shelter. Look at that swirl, man. Holy smokes. Let's put this into motion. Yeah, this is a very large rain-wrapped tornado moving into Seminole. I promise you guys, no matter how close Vince, Brad, or Zach get to this, we're probably not going to be able to see it. It is wrapped in layers of heavy rain right now as it moves into the southern portion of Seminole. Latest correlation coefficient, it does not look like I don't know, I can't really tell. You can see that we definitely had that correlation coefficient drop back here south of Pleasant Grove, but I don't know if it's continued. Maybe the tornado has lifted. I don't know. I don't want to make too many assumptions. I just want everybody in Seminole to take shelter now. We have this huge rotating storm the size of the entire city coming through, and right in here is where that tornado is going to be. I've lost feeds from Brad, Vince, and Zach. Let me see if I can't get up with them on Zello. Hey Zach, we've lost everybody's feed. I know that the cell service is pretty bad down there, but just let us know. Have you been able to see anything yet? So that was me trying to reach out to Zach. The last frame that we got from him looked like this, which obviously is very ominous, but we never
Ryan, there's so much precip to our northeast where the circulation is embedded. We also have other areas of circulation that's near this thing. There's just a lot going on. It's getting dark on us as well.
Okay, so our storm chasers, our professional storm chasers can't see it. You're not going to be able to see it either. We've got Brad Arnold back. Brad Arnold is not in mod.
Ron, we're going to try to get a stream up as soon as we can, buddy. We're just in a bad spot. It's pretty rural out here.
He is approaching Seminole, though, and you can see that he's in a big storm. He's in a very high precip storm, but I don't see any sign of a tornado just yet. I'm sure he'll come through and tell us if there is one that he sees. Now, if you get close enough to one of these things, if you get right up next to it in a rain-wrapped tornado, it's not rain-wrapped anymore. You can see it. But if you get that close in a storm with this much precipitation, you're too close. So let's hope we don't get that close. But still, this thing is crazy, man. This is one of the wildest-looking storms on radar you'll ever see, with that crazy curling hook right up into the middle of the storm. It's kind of all culminating right on Seminole, too. This is still a lot of rotation, but maybe I'm hoping what's happened here is the tornado's actually lifted, because you see the debris signature back here south of Pleasant Grove, but since then it's kind of let up in its intensity. So I'm hoping that the tornado has lifted, but I don't know that for sure. So I'm also hoping that everybody in Seminole, Oklahoma, has gotten in their shelters just in case there is still a big tornado on the ground going through the town right now. Brad Arnold said just moments ago that he saw power flashes. There was of course a big tornado on the ground. I don't know if there still is, but Brad is getting very close to helping us find out, I reckon. Let me go into Windows. I guess he'll also come across tornado damage here soon if there was a tornado. You see Brad Arnold's location here. He's just south of Seminole. So he's not necessarily in the area where the tornado would be. That the tornado would have went north of him. So I'm interested to see if he'll go north and try to see if there was any damage over here. Here's a picture from Zach Hall of that tornado-warned storm. I'm retweeting this on Twitter right now. But holy smokes. This is right when it went PDS warned.
You bet.
Okay, I'll slow it down a little bit then. I appreciate that. Yeah, I can tell by radar that it looks like it's going to be a little bit obscured.
Yeah, I'm in the notch. I'm in the notch. I saw it for about 10 seconds. I saw the right edge of it.
Do you think that it's going to impact Seminole, or do you think it's going to stay away from there?
If I had to guess, I would say that it's going to stay just to the south of Seminole, but it's a close call. And like I said, it could occlude to the north at any time. So I mean, it's going to be really, really close. We're hopping on what highway is this? We're hopping on U.S. Highway 377, going north into it. I can see it as clear as day on radar. We're going to try to intercept it on this highway.
Okay, I'll slow it down a little bit then. I appreciate that.
You bet.
It's been data whole hell out here.
What was that?
So
nothing, Vince. Talking to Frank.
This is a live look. This is a live look at a very strong storm coming into Seminole,
Okay, Brandon, I lost my GPS.
Arkansas. Brad, what you're hearing is a conversation between our storm chasers. Just wanted to listen in and see what they were saying. But we've got a very strong area of inflow coming into the storm. The way that the winds are blowing right now tells me that there's still rotation in this storm that would suggest that maybe there's a tornado near Seminole. Brad's location is, he's pointed to the south, I think. So all of this is going up into the storm, I believe. Yeah, very shocking to see how quickly things ramped up there too with this very strong storm moving through Seminole. So we could still have a big rain-wrapped tornado moving through Seminole or just to the south, and then it's going to continue to go to the south.
Hey Ryan, definitely
the
looks
east.
like it's on the ground again with a CC on the latest scan as of 9 minutes on the hour.
All right, so it does look like it is on the ground again. Guys, we're doing the best we can. You can't see this. You just can't see it. But it is on the ground somewhere very close to Brad right now. We're going to listen into their communications again.
10-4, watch the Sunday drivers.
Should be pretty much the next intersection coming up.
Yeah, copy that.
All right, let me come in here to the correlation coefficient. All right, I'm not seeing that. If you're just now tuning in,
I don't know what's going on up here, but something's, I don't know if we got an accident or just cops watching, but careful.
Vince has got
0 meters. Hey guys, it made a shift to the southeast to nearly zero.
Yeah, Brad, I was going to say that just that last scan, a huge increase in rotation, very tight couplet right over your location. I think you were literally in the inflow, like right there. It was right in front of you.
It was literally pushing our car off the side of the road. Yeah.
Okay, so that's Brad was saying that the tornado was pushing their car off of the road just moments ago when we were watching there. Once again, this is not over.
Brandon, if you've got GPS, do you want to go in front of me? You're welcome to. I'm just going off of Radar Omega, but I don't have turn by turn. Something's wrong with Google Maps.
Seminole, this is just to the south of Seminole. We got a big tornado still on the ground. This is a PDS warning. Nobletown and Lima and Butner, Oklahoma are next in line here for potentially getting the worst of this storm, where we do think a tornado is still on the ground right now. What you want to do is you want to get underground if you have a basement. If you don't have a basement, if you don't have a storm cellar, what you want to do
you're good to pass
is
the car I just
get
passed.
in the
No
most
traffic
interior room of
coming.
your
I
home.
repeat, no traffic coming.
Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible.
No, he's going to keep up with you. I think we're good.
All right. So here is...
The highway patrolmen behind us are going to... I think they finally got the hint, so it looks like the whole cavalry is coming. They shut their lights off, though, so just keep going.
You're hearing live communications between our storm chasers once again. We also got a 4-inch hail report in Seminole. Hey, guys, there was just a 4-inch hail report from emergency management or broadcast media. 4-inch hail report in downtown Seminole.
Copy that, Ryan. We are, Brandon and I are still heading just into Seminole right now, backside of it.
What was that? What's going on with Seminole? I missed Ryan's message.
4-inch hail report. All right, so we just moments ago we think that this tornado was still down.
Did you say 4 inches?
Yep, 4 inches. It just popped up on Radar Omega and GR2. Yeah, that's almost DVD size hail. Yeah.
Vince 59 is going to run into 177. That takes us straight into Seminole.
So if you're just now tuning in,
I
we've got a
put my lights back on
PDS.
so you can keep track of me. I got held up by a car.
A PDS tornado warning.
If you don't learn, or if you, I think we're about to make a mistake again, but we're going after it again. I'm dropping southeast towards Wawoka.
We got a PDS tornado warning for Seminole County in Oklahoma. We had a big tornado on the ground there for a little while. I don't know if that's still the case. It's so hard to keep up with it because you know it's been wrapped in rain for a long time. But yeah, we still have that PDS warning for Nobletown and Bunter and Wewoka. So please stay in your safe spots. We can't see the tornado. We're trying our best. And what you're listening to, what you're hearing in the background is actually communications between our storm chasers. I usually leave this muted so they can talk to each other. But I think during an event, during something like this, it's kind of valuable to hear what they're saying. So.
We drove through the damage path. There was no damage, but I think the place that it crossed was actually relatively clear. There were trees just to the north of us, but there weren't any trees down. I think it passed just to the south. Vince, if you can pull up where I was when that crossed, I mean, that's exactly where it was.
Yeah, Vince, when you get to the intersection of 377 and 59, just like maybe 2 miles to the north of that on 377 is where Brad was, and just a little bit to the north of him is where the tornado actually hit, I believe. We haven't heard anything on this side though of official reports.
Copy that. I had a Google Map issue, so I've got Brandon right in front of me kind of guiding us, but I got my eyes peeled back here.
So another thing that is good about having the chasers out there, especially Vince and Brandon and our official y'all squad, is if something did happen out here in Seminole, if we've got people that need help, they are there to offer that help. So not only are we trying to get you pictures and videos of the storm, we're also trying to see if there's people that need help out here, and we're going to try to offer that to them. Hopefully there's not. Hopefully this missed all the houses and we just got some trees down and stuff. So we'll continue to monitor it. And yeah, the 4-inch hail, that's going to cause problems despite a tornado. I mean, 4-inch hail, I just don't understand how that doesn't put a hole in your roof. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, look just south of the PDS tornado warning, and there's an area of rotation trying to wrap up in the line just south of that cell.
All right, just south of this cell, we do have another area of rotation trying to form up here, heading towards Holdenville, Oklahoma. So get ready. We might see a new tornado warning here soon. Y'all watch out. This one over here looks a lot less concerning now. It does look like it's... Now, don't get me wrong. It's still a supercell. It's still an embedded supercell. It still has a big rotating dangly bit on it. But it doesn't look as bad as it did earlier. So hopefully the worst is over. Waiting to hear if there's any official reports coming in. We got trees, 2-inch branches down. Oh, we got a picture. Oh. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's any more reports or anything like that. There is some damage reports coming in from Payne County. This is from Payne County earlier. Carly just told me that there's no news in the entire area. They're working hard to find emergency management feeds and stuff, but they're just not finding anything just yet. So we don't have any word on what's going on the ground out there. So bear with us. Yeah, so this is a picture of the tornado before it got to Seminole. This is a picture of the tornado before it got to Seminole. This is before it was rain wrapped. This was near Earlsboro when it first started exhibiting that big hook appearance. Now, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's what we have now. I don't think that's what we're dealing with right now. We're getting reports now that there are leaning and snapped power poles in Seminole, Oklahoma. Vince is getting into Seminole now, so we should see if there's any damage through his feed. Let's listen into the chaser comms.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear you guys.
That's cops just driving, don't worry about them. A lot of flooding on the right side of the road, be careful. First light coming into town, make a right.
Zach and Frankie, that's me behind you.
Okay, so you're listening to communications between our storm chasers. Here is, I think this is down towards Payne County, a mobile home that's been overturned by the severe storms today. I don't know if that's tornado damage or straight line winds. Another example of why you can't be in a mobile home in a tornado.
Zach and Frankie is... Okay, you got it.
Wow. Some big hail near Pockeset earlier.
Hey, who all was actually on that storm? Is everybody accounted for?
Yeah, we're all here.
Yeah, that was pretty nuts.
Brad, are you still driving? Because your icon hasn't moved.
Here's a picture from Wichita Falls, Texas. And he says that, man, this cloud looks like it's getting closer. Yeah, if you're in Wichita Falls, Texas, the tail end of this line is actually forming new storms, and they might affect Wichita Falls later tonight. We do still have a tornado warning for Seminole County. I don't think it still is a PDS warning. I don't know if there's still enough rotation there to warrant that. I don't know if there's still a tornado down. But if I'm in Butner or Nobletown or Dixon, I am taking shelter. I'm getting in my safe spot. Also, Wewoka, I'm getting in my safe spot just in case.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got a new tornado warning for Seminole and Hughes County in Oklahoma. That's a continuation of this storm, and it is not PDS warned anymore. So this is Randy looking towards Seminole. Thank you for sending that in. Additionally, here's some of that damage on EW 124 Road southwest of Seminole. Let me see what road that is. Man, I can't even find that road. What? Yeah, that's a small road, but that's some of the damage there. Those power poles turned over. I think that was close to where Brad was. All right, let's listen in on our chasers again.
Just a heads up, it looks like the circulation may be cycling to the south of the highway now.
I see two distinct areas of rotation, pretty much right on the Highway 270 west of Wewoka, and then almost southwest of Wewoka.
Yeah, I think the new circulation's the one that's starting to poke out. It's just due west of Holdenville. Due west of Holdenville.
Okay, so I agree with them. So they are noting that there's two areas of rotation down within the storm. One's over here, just to the west of Wewoka. That one is probably the original circulation, but a new one is forming down here just due west of Holdenville. And that's, Holdenville, you are under a tornado warning now. And it does look like a new hook is trying to form there. Let's watch the progression here. Yeah, it certainly looks pretty concerning. So we're going to watch out in Holdenville for a potential tornado. Obviously, you need to be getting in your safe spot because you're under a warning. But this might do what it did up there just moments ago near Bowlegs in Seminole. So let's talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Sorry, Ryan. I was just going to tell you that new tornado warning was for the southern part of the line that I told you about, not the original circulation, but you've been covering it quite well. So Holdenville and north of Spalding are the areas in the path that should be in their safe spots. Interior-most room of the house, helmet if you got it, mattress put over top of you, or a basement or storm shelter.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Andy, meteorologist. Andy Hill. Holdenville, hold on. Get to shelter. That doesn't look good. I don't know if that's going to result in anything very serious. But we do have a line of storm chasers here. We got Brandon, Zach, Vince, and Brad all heading down towards this area to go inspect what's going on there. Because I expect that it's pretty serious. I think a new tornado is forming here. Now, I don't know how long it's going to last because, you know, this is technically a QLCS tornado now, and we know how quickly they go. So we'll just watch it, and we'll continue to listen in on our chasers.
Yeah, I think the news.
Back in the car and I'm mobile again.
Okay. So if you're in Holdenville in Oklahoma, you got to take shelter now. We have a line of storm chasers on their way down to Holdenville to try to see if this is producing a tornado, but they're pretty far away right now, so we don't have any clear pictures of exactly what's going on. So we'll just keep you updated audibly. Got a couple more pictures of tree damage coming in from Seminole. Yeah, lots of tree damage in Seminole. So thankfully we haven't heard of anything terribly significant yet. Here is the satellite loop of the line of storms that's been forming today in Oklahoma. Just absolutely incredible imagery. That's May. It's May in Oklahoma, y'all. Power lines down in Seminole. So we're getting a lot of reports now of the damage in Seminole. I haven't heard anything worse than power lines down and trees down, though, so that's good. It's not looking good for Holdenville, Oklahoma. The Seminole, Oklahoma storm appears to have evolved from a separate supercell, and now there's some circulation into one big supercell here just to the west of Holdenville. So if you're in Holdenville, please run to shelter. This is going to be a dangerous situation if this ends up tightening up anymore with the rotation. I will check on Idaho at some point, but there is currently no warnings in Idaho. I think a lot of people in Idaho actually did tune in after that one warning came through, but there's been nothing since then. A lot of people are sending in incredible pictures of mammatus clouds. This is a very common sight right now in Oklahoma. It is beautiful. Man, I'm seeing a ton of this. Look at this. Wow, that is crazy. I'm retweeting that one. It's very common, though. Very common to see these clouds after a severe weather event or right before. Sometimes they don't look that good, though, because you know, this is happening at sunset. Holdenville, Oklahoma, brace for impact. It does seem like a very strong storm capable of producing a significant tornado is getting ready to come through. We don't know for sure. We don't know for sure if that's what's going to happen. We don't know if there's a tornado on the ground, but we do know that the National Weather Service has put you under a tornado warning, so you need to take that seriously and get to shelter. You want to get underground, preferably in a basement or in a storm cellar. If you can't do that, you want to get into a sturdy shelter and get into the most interior room with no outside-facing walls and no windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Cover your head. Put something over your daggone head. Mattress, helmet, preferably. And then bring me with you. Take your iPad, take your phone in there with you, and I'll let you know when it's time to come out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning for Cherokee and Wagner County, Oklahoma. Cherokee and Wagner, Oklahoma. That's a little bit further north. Let's go check it out. So this is up here in north, I guess north central eastern Oklahoma. We got a tornado warning over here. This is radar indicated, and this includes Tallahassee, Wagner, and Hulbert. Also, Zach Halls with Vortex Chasing is in an incredibly strong thunderstorm right now. This is the tornado warned storm down here near that's coming into Holdenville. And yeah, so Zach and Brandon and Vince and all these guys are really close to each other, and they're in the middle of the storm. They're in like the hail core here. Look at this. You see that's Brandon and Zach, and that's Vince right there. They're all in the most intense part of the storm right now. So that's why his camera looks so intense up there. They're trying to see if there's still a tornado heading towards Holdenville right now. Over here we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Smith. Fort Smith, Arkansas. You got 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving in. Very dangerous storm over there. And that's pretty much it. That's all that's going on right now. We additionally have these big lines of storms that are coming through Walters, Comanche, Velma, Pauls Valley, also Allen, Ada, and Wetumpka, Oklahoma. But this is mostly just a big wind event with some small hail embedded in. Wow. That is one heck of a storm. I don't know how he's seeing to drive, but yeah, that's an intense storm. This is what's coming for you, whether you got a tornado or not, in Holdenville, sorry. But the tornado, the probability of there being a tornado is actually increasing. We have a very strong area of rotation here. This is concerning. This is extremely concerning. Let's listen in to the chasers.
Sorry, dude, we're getting pounded with hail in here. Are you in Holdenville? Are you east of the circulation?
No, I'm west. I came back to see if there was any damage in Seminole, which I wasn't able to find any. But Holdenville is about to be impacted big time. Like I said, if you are on Highway 270, stop or get the hell off. This is the best rotation signature I've seen all day long.
My radar data is old. Brad, that is just off of the side of the road still, correct?
Vince, I'm looking at your location right now, and Brad, you can come through too, but I just want to say that this is still just a little bit off to your south and east, but I agree with Brad. This is not looking good ahead of you on 270.
Right. I'm going to have to do some maneuvers here. I'm going to get in front of these people so that if something does happen, I can put the brakes on. There's a line of like 20 cars that's going right into this on 59 or whatever road. Yeah, 270, whatever it is.
All right. Well, what you're listening to is communication between our storm chasers.
We are headed to Holdenville. It looks imminent that they're about to take a direct hit from a tornado. So
this
we're going to go help
is a
assist
dangerous
if they need
situation
anything.
for Holdenville. Holdenville, Oklahoma. Look at this. This is a huge area of rotation coming together here for Holdenville. A potential rain-wrapped, devastating tornado is likely going to come through portions of Holdenville here. Everybody needs to be running, not walking to shelter if you're not there already. We're going to continue to help our storm chasers and try to guide them towards the storm here and make sure nobody gets hurt. But in doing that, we're also going to start listing off locations and exact places as to where we think this tornado is going to go. As of right now, I think that it's paralleling Highway 270 as it comes into the northern portion of Holdenville. We don't have any confirmed reports yet of a tornado down, but this is, like Brad said, the most impressive radar signature that we've seen today. It's absolutely capable of producing a big tornado at any moment. And even without a tornado, you can see right in front of you, the storm is incredible. Strong winds, huge hail. This is something you need to get to shelter. You got to go underground or get into the most sturdy shelter with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. This is what the radar looks like.
Sorry if this is redundant, but we're coming in on the west side here. Is there a large tornado on the ground with this? Do we have confirmation on that?
Zach, is from what I can tell so far, we haven't had an official confirmation. No, it's just the radar signature would suggest that it is imminent.
Break. Brandon just called me. He's unable to key up. Power flashes at Brandon's location.
All right. Okay, so we've got Brandon Kopic calling in with potential power flashes in his
Getting
location.
third-hand reports that Val and Amy Castor may also have power flashes.
And this is all coming into the Holdenville area, guys. So you're listening to live communications between our storm chasers. Zach Hall's here. Vince is here. Brandon Kopic's here. And they are all moving into the circulation.
We're right here with Brandon, like literally right next to him.
And we're continuing to watch this unfold.
A quarter mile behind you.
Please take this seriously. Please get to shelter, y'all. We don't have any confirmed. We don't have any confirmed reports yet of a tornado down, thankfully. However, I feel like we're probably going to get that soon.
I'm not trying to conflict with Brandon at all, but I think right here by him, we haven't seen any power flashes. I was wanting to confirm.
Yeah, he just called me and said he saw one or two. Somebody in my YouTube chat said Val and Amy Castor are on it and had it too, so I don't know.
Once again, if you're in Holdenville, Oklahoma, take shelter now. You're not going to see this one coming. We have three of probably the best storm chasers in the world on this thing. They're looking for it. They can't see it. Okay, you're not going to see it either. So you just got to get to shelter, and don't try to take any pictures, and don't try to look and see if it's going to hit your house. Just assume that it is and get there now. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just real quick, wanted to let you know we do have one spotter network report coming out of Seminole of home damage, down power poles, and a shed level. They'll keep you updated on that. We still don't have any comms coming out of these counties towards the east, so we're looking as best as we can to get you any reports.
All right. Thank you so much, Carly, for the important information there. We now have some signs of home damage in Seminole, which is the PDS tornado warning that we were covering just before this Holdenville storm. So very a strong area of rotation still here in Holdenville. This is 5 minutes ago, though, so I'm waiting for the new scan to come through. Once that does come through, we'll be able to tell you if this is looking like it's going away or if it looks like it's here to stay. As of right now, though, this is all I can tell you is that Holdenville, you need to remain in your safe spot. You need to remain sheltered until the warning is allowed to expire. This is a live view of Storm Chaser Zach Hall with Vortex Chasing's camera out the front windshield there. And you can see that they're still in a very intense storm. And they are getting dangerously close to the actual circulation. They are getting extremely close to the actual circulation where we think that tornado might be. So we're going to watch them closely. We're going to see what's happening here. Brandon Kopic's actually in front of Zach now. And he said that he saw power flashes near Holdenville not too long ago. So we're going to watch this extremely closely. I don't know if there's still a tornado down, but we certainly believe that there could be. Okay, we just got a report in from Holdenville. A train spotter reports roof damage just west of Holdenville. There's a damage to roofs just west of Holdenville. Several trees down in Holdenville. That's just coming through now. And then south of Holdenville near Spalding, we do have reports of power lines down. So not sure if that is tornado damage or straight line damaging wind damage, but you can tell that this is a strong storm causing a lot of problems out here. Holdenville, Oklahoma. And areas points east now, including Horntown. You need to take cover immediately. A large tornadic circulation is approaching. We don't know if there's a tornado down. We've got our best chasers out there trying to inspect the area to see if that's what's happening. But certainly what is happening is an incredible area of strong straight line damaging winds coming through. And it's causing a lot of damage. And it's just a very scary situation for the people out here. I know if we have anybody watching, the storm's going to be loud. It's going to sound like a tornado, whether there's a tornado or not. But trust me, you just want to stay hunkered down. You want to stay sheltered in place until the warning is allowed to be expired there. Man, that is an intense storm right in front of us here. This is a live view from Holdenville, Oklahoma. Storm chaser Zach Hall is out there in the middle of it in this very intense storm right now in Holdenville. It does look like a lot of the circulation has moved off to the east of town. So if there was a tornado that went through, we should know soon. If there wasn't, then likely there probably still isn't a tornado over here, but it's still imminent. Like, this is still a very strong sign for a potential tornado. So Horntown also needs to look out for, needs to stay in their safe spot. Holdenville, you need to stay there too. We got a video of damage now from Holdenville, Oklahoma. I'm retweeting this if you want to see it. At Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. This is some of the damage just to... this is in Holdendale. Looks like some roof damage. Maybe off of... I don't know if that's off of a home or off of a shed. But that's from Tanner Charles there. So still a very strong storm moving through right now. Listening to our chasers again.
Yeah, I think that was non-tornadic outflow winds.
Coming through Holdenville right now.
Alright guys, so latest radar update just came through. Low-level rotation has drastically weakened. However, the damaging straight line wind in this, I'm looking at GR2 right now, and we're picking up almost 90 to 95 miles per hour in straight line winds.
Yeah, you see that area south of town, right? Like near Atwood or whatever that is as well. I don't think that's going to do anything, but you notice that velocity spike and where it's at, right?
Yeah, so it's not on that, it had ingested that inflow band that's southeast of Ada, but it's off that.
So once again, that's communications between our storm chasers. This is a live look at Vince Welty's camera. Brad Arnold
Drop that
lost
tornado warning. Just want to give you all a heads up. Still a very strong Boeing segment.
So Brad, I don't have his camera anymore. I've just got Vince and Zach, who are showing us the dangerous impacts here of the very strong storm coming through Holdenville right now. Another report of roof damage coming in from Holdenville. So Horntown, buckle down. It's coming for you. Dang. Yeah, the tornado warning has expired, by the way. So Holdenville, you're okay to come out from your safe spot, but stay indoors. The winds are going to be strong for a while. Same thing for Horntown. There's no tornado warning now, but I'm telling you, this is going to be just as dangerous as a tornado when it comes through. Strong straight line damaging winds. It could damage your roof. It could bust out your windows. Don't be around them. Just stay hunkered down. Looks like they might be out in front of the storm now. Yeah, they are actually. So here is a look at our line of storm chasers: Vince, Zach, Brandon Kopic. They're actually getting in front
We're
of the
about to
storm.
come up on this T intersection. I think we're going to go south over towards like Calvin and Stewart, loop over to McAllister.
So they're going to go south and then towards McAllister to try.
Brandon,
to
do you
get in front
have
of
data
this.
back?
No radar, but I can hear you guys. I'm about to come off this T intersection about a mile.
All right. So if you're just now tuning in, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but we are watching a very strong thunderstorm cause significant damage down here in Oklahoma near Horntown, and it's getting ready to come into Calvin. And that's kind of part of what you're seeing here on Vince Welty's stream as he is continuing to go down the road. Looks like our overlay hub is messed up again. Yeah. But this is Vince Welty, and he's near Horntown, and the strong line of storms is getting ready to cross the line there that separates Atwood and Lamar. So, yeah, we'll continue to watch these guys as they go south, because it looks like this might have the potential to produce another tornadic feature down here near Calvin and Atwood. But as of right now, it looks like the vast majority of the significant tornado problems have kind of calmed down a little bit. Yeah, that's a good idea. Somebody mentioned that our Nightbot command needs to be changed because it says you can't become a member on iOS, and that's not true anymore. Yeah, you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning over there in Fort Smith and Van Buren, but it's not this. It's not a tornado situation. It's hail and wind. If you're in Oklahoma City, go to sleep. You're fine. This is over for Oklahoma City. This is over for Lawton. This is over for Weatherford, Guthrie, Stillwater, Bartlesville, Pryor, Tulsa. This is over for Ponca City, Medford, Enid, Perry, Hennessy, Watonga, Fairview, Sealing, Wayonka, Helena, Alva. This is over for Wichita, Kansas. This is over for Pratt, Anthony, Arkansas City, Arkansas City, and Coffeyville in Kansas. This is over for you guys. The only places that I'm kind of concerned about right now is areas just east of this Boeing segment of storms that our storm chasers are on. So if you are in Lamar, Calvin, Stewart, McAllister, even all the way down here to Gertie, Stonewall, Roth, Sulphur, Tatum's, and now working down towards Addington and maybe getting close to the Red River there between Oklahoma and Texas. I'm kind of concerned about these storms here because they're going to continue to cause big hail and a lot of straight line damaging winds, but also we'll continue to see embedded tornadoes in there as well. Go to sleep. Let's see some go to sleep emotes from our members. We have like 2,500 members now, and I just don't see enough of our emotes in the chat. You know how hard it was for me to make those? Wow. Okay, so Zach and Brandon and everybody are literally driving through the core of this storm now. They're going to get hit by some very strong straight line damaging winds here.
It must be someone else with hello light bars. We're getting some pretty strong just general thunderstorm winds back here. It's really pushing me to the other side of the road. I'm just about half a mile back from that T intersection. They put the tornado possible tag back on it. Now I'm held up by a bunch of cops. Not stopped, just real slow. So how does Channel 9 get to run red and blue lights?
Oh man, I could just listen to that all day. Listen to the chasers talk to each other. Okay, so we only have those couple of roof damage reports in Holdendale. Nothing worse is coming out of that yet, so that's good. That's good. Yeah, so we're going to continue to see straight line damaging wind problems out of these storms, but I think that the tornado, the significant tornado like probabilities are going down a lot. Okay, so we're going to ride this storm out. We're going to see what happens here. With this storm that our chasers are on. We're going to continue to update you on warnings and stuff for the next little bit, but I do think that we will call it at some point here if there's no new tornado warnings that are issued, at least within the next hour or so. So we're going to stay with you for a little while, but if the tornado threat has gone down, we will call it a night. It does look like there's a couple more storms that we've got to watch pretty closely, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. We're not leaving right now. But we could be here before too long. Hey, thank you so much, Wildfire, for being a member for 3 months. Thank you, Marcia Thom, for being a member. I really appreciate y'all. Also, thank you to everybody that went to shopryanhall.com today and bought you something. I think we did pretty good with sales today. Yeah, Lord, yeah, we did. We added at least $1,000 to the Y'all Fund. Remember, guys, every purchase that you make on that website is going to send a portion of money to help people that are negatively impacted by severe weather. It helps, you know, like Vince here. We're buying a bunch of medical equipment, tarps, blankets, flashlights, Band-Aids. You name it. We're stocking his vehicle up with that stuff so that if he's chasing a storm and somebody needs medical help, he's trained. If somebody needs that, he's able to give that to them immediately. And we're buying like real stuff that you would have like on an ambulance. This is, you know, it's not cheap. We're also giving some of that to Brandon Kopic too. And additionally, just after this last tornado that we had in Kansas, Andover, Kansas, tornado hits the town. Y'all Squad buys a bunch of shirts and stickers and NOAA weather radios and stuff. And guess what? We were able to literally supply a bunch of people in Kansas with chainsaws to help them remove tree and debris stuff from their yards and from their properties. We were able to pay the deductibles on some people's home insurance, literally. And then also the newly married couple who just bought their house. They just got married. They lost everything in the tornado. We're covering their deductible and also sending them on a second honeymoon after the dust settles to try to kind of recuperate from that traumatic event. All of that is literally because you guys went to shopryanhall.com and bought something. Stickers, shirts, you name it. That's what it's from. Okay, so let me show you one more time, one real quick here. I haven't done a plug for this in a while. We have no tornado warnings right now, so I'm going to do this. This is what the website looks like. We got hats, shopryanhall.com. We got T-shirts for your babies, for your youngins. We've got T-shirts, weather equipment. We have flip-flops, patches, stickers, every single bit of that. Go to weather equipment. One of the things that I'd like to recommend is the Midland 500 VP radio kit. So if you're somebody who's wanting to be serious about having a safety plan and being prepared, not scared, I think this right here is pretty useful to have. You got a two-way radio that'll work up to 20 miles away from each other. Give the other one to a trusted neighbor or friend, and in a situation where you need to, you'll be able to talk to them. These radios also play NOAA weather radio, so you can listen to the warnings and stuff. You've got a lantern here. You've got a whistle, a compass, rechargeable batteries, a flashlight. All this stuff comes in this kit here. And I just, personally, I think that it's awesome to have if you are trying to build a kit for your severe weather preparedness. Also, we do have the Midland ER310 emergency crank weather radio. This is kind of like an upgrade from the 210 that we had on earlier, but we sold out of those. And this has a bigger battery. You can crank it to charge it. You don't have to have electricity. You can use solar power to charge it. It's got a big flashlight on it. You can charge your phone off of it. And of course, it's got weather radio alerts. It'll wake you up at night if you are under a tornado warning. So that's all the stuff that we have over there. And it does look like we have a lot of people going over to the site now. If you see your blue dot, that's you on the site, and I appreciate you guys. And now I'm going to stop talking about it. Thank you, Jim, for becoming a slight risker. Thank you, or high risker. Stephanie, thank you for becoming a slight risker. I appreciate you guys for all the support. If it wasn't for you, people who are able to support like that, we wouldn't be able to have our storm chasers. We wouldn't be able to pay for them to be out there. You guys know how high gas prices are and stuff. So I really do appreciate y'all. I'm not kidding. And so do they, and so does everybody else that's watching right now in this area that depends on this live coverage and our ability to get warnings out and stuff. It helps. It helps. We don't play commercials every 5 seconds. We don't have, we got Radar Omega, but we don't have, big corporate sponsors. We have you. That's how we push this thing forward. So I appreciate it. And if you can't do anything monetarily, that's no big deal. I never want anybody to think that you're obligated to do that. That's literally not the point here. Like I'm just trying to show my appreciation. If all you can do is slap the like button right now on this YouTube video, I'm equally as grateful. And hit the subscribe button. If you are just now tuning in, we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings out here. We have no tornado warnings though. The tornadic threat for tonight's storms it's decreasing. So that's good news. That's very good news. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. We got a lot of blue dots. We got people in every state on the website right now, I think, except New Mexico. Oh, did you see that? That right there was an order. Somebody placed an order over here in Fork, Utah for $46.99. I love this graphic representation here. I think that this is a very cool thing that they've done. But yeah, thank you guys for the support. And seriously, it's the vision. The vision has always been that we are the best when it comes to severe weather coverage. I don't think we're there yet. We got a lot of work to go. We're trying to tell stories about tornadoes. We're trying to relay news as well. We're working on that. But most importantly, every news media, Weather Channel, I don't care what it is, after a tornado happens, you always see the news guy getting a story from the person and explain. That's important. Hearing people's stories that were in tornadoes and stuff, that's important. That we need that. But that's all. That's it. That's all they do. We want to tell these people's stories and then also be like, hey, you lost your car? Let's get you a new one. I mean, I don't see why not. You know what I mean? We have the platform. We have this massive amount of people watching. Hey, you don't have insurance? Well, we can help a little bit. Hey, you need water, you need food, we got you. This whole town needs a bunch of chainsaws. We're going to send Vince down there and load up his entire Ford Explorer with chainsaws and distribute them to everybody who needs them. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's unique. I don't think anybody else does something like that that's involved with media. And not only is that cool to do because it's helpful, but it's more, it's more content. The more that we show that we do that, the more people that watch, the more people that are prepared for severe weather, the more people that contribute to what we're doing, and the more we help people in the future. I think it's going to be vitally important during hurricane season. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on and on about this, but I'm incredibly passionate about it if you can't tell. Also, the merch is just cool. It's just cool. Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for becoming a slight risker. We still do have that big-time severe thunderstorm coming through Lamar. It's going towards Savannah and McAllister now. All of our storm chasers are kind of, they're on it. They're currently on it, and they are approaching Stewart right now. They are approaching Stewart right now. That's a lot of blue dots. It looks like we only have Zach and Vince for live streams at the moment. Let's see. Can you put Vince back up as number one? There are currently no tornado warnings. That's why we're taking a break with the radar coverage. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Fort Smith, the storm's past you now, but we do still have severe thunderstorms up here going into Ozark and Mulberg in Arkansas. Not tornadic. Okay, we got a big area of heavy rain getting ready to come through Boynton and Muskogee, Taft and Summit. That's going to probably cause a flash flooding problem. Our strongest storms with the most severe potential are down here in Allen, Lamar, and Stewart. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning in Utah.
Utah.
Bet you couldn't guess that one. That's just west of Salt Lake City metro area. I think it's for shallow showers headed towards the Great Salt Lake. So I can't see anything on reflectivity on any of the nearby radar sites because there's some mountains in the way. But to the best of my knowledge, those are shallow showers with some gusty winds with them.
60-mile-an-hour winds possible over here in Utah, south of Ogden and Layton. Yeah, the radar shows nothing at all. But according to our website statistics, there are at least 3 people in Utah watching right now. I'm sure that there's more than that, but there's 3 that are on the website. So, yeah, if we've got anybody over here in Utah, we got a weird storm coming towards you. It looks like nothing on radar, but this is for Weber, Box, Davis, and Towell counties in Utah. Make sure you're getting indoors. Pretty strong area of straight line winds is coming towards you. This is west of Salt Lake City. West of Salt Lake City. That's for Box, Elder, Davis, Tooele, and Weber counties. Man, that's a nasty squall line coming through southern Oklahoma. This is probably gonna cause considerable wind damage all the way up and down here. Yeah, thank you for the support on the website. It's really awesome to see. It's really awesome to see people contributing. And thank you for everybody that's become a member. It's impossible for me to shout every single one of yous out. Also, one more thing, and I promise we'll stop the promotional stuff. I just have to do it. I don't do it enough. And if we're going to continue to grow this thing and continue to help people, I have to do this. So, Radar Omega, download it, buy it. It's a one-time purchase. You won't need no more radars. I am working with them to do a series of videos where I explain how to use it in depth, but here's another entry-level tutorial for you. If you want to switch radar sites, click the gray dots. When you load this up, you'll see these gray dots. If you don't, then you'll click the hamburger icon, go to single site radar. So you got radar, single site radar, and MRMS. If you click MRMS, you'll get radar, but it shows a big radar image for the whole country, which is nice. You might want to do that sometimes. Okay, but if you're really wanting to look at local severe weather, what's going to happen in my neighborhood, I would suggest going to radar, single site radar. It's going to look just like that on your phone. And then going down here, let's say you live in McAllister, right? You can zoom in and you can see not only the cities, but you can zoom right in on your house, all right? You see these gray blocks and stuff. If you find your street address on here, you can put it into the search tab, and it'll take you literally right to your house. You can go all the way down to the street view with Radar Omega. Now, what else is cool? The famous professional storm chaser Vince Welty is just a couple miles off to your east, and he's in the storm, so you can actually click on him, see that the temperature is 63 degrees, the dew point's at 58, and you can see what the storm looks like before it even gets to you. We are going to try to get the rest of our storm chasers on this program too, which means that there's just more storm chasers that you can pick and choose from. We can, you see these red boxes. I think when you first load up Radar Omega, they'll be yellow. You can change the color of tornado warnings. You can change the color of severe thunderstorm warnings. You can customize this unlike anything else. And you can click on the severe thunderstorm warning and get more information like that. And then you can also go from reflectivity to velocity. Not only can you view velocity, which is how we determine if there's rotation in a storm, you can view high-res correlation coefficient, which tells you if there's debris in the air. You can view vertically integrated liquid, which helps you determine if there's hail. And yes, there's hail. There's lots of hail out here, all up and down this line with that vertically integrated liquid. So, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff you can do with this. I think we're going to try harder to make a dedicated series of explainers of all the stuff that you can do with the radar settings. Look, you can increase that gate filter. And, if you don't like all the extra noise, you can increase this and just make it a little bit better. You can make it however you want it to be. It's seriously the most customizable radar on Earth. There's nothing else like it. There's nothing close. There's some pretty good competitors out there, which I'm sure you guys have heard of, but none of them have the features that this one has. And some of them do. Some of them have some of the same features, but you got to pay monthly fees to get them. This one at the base level, you get more than any other one. That's why we like it. I've said that before they were ever even a sponsor of the channel. So I'm done now. I'm done. Go download it or not. I don't care. But you'll wish that you did if you don't. All right. Here's a broad view of everything. Oh, viewer submissions. I was wanting to look at that too. Hold on. Ryan Hall, y'all. Ryan Hall, y'all. We got all kinds of viewer submissions coming in. We got a cat watching. Always got a lot of cats watching, it seems like. We have this cute doggo from Kelly D with one of our Supercell stickers on his head. There we go. I'm telling you guys, teach them young, all right? Teach them young. Continue to teach them young. They don't teach kids in school about hook echoes or... Man, that was a good use of a filter right there. I'm not even going to entertain what I almost accidentally said. They don't teach kids about reading radar and safety in school when it comes to this stuff. If you live in Oklahoma, that should be a class. That should be a whole semester that you have to take in high school. Okay? So have your kids watch this stuff, all right? If they're interested in it, if they're not, let them go play Fortnite. Don't force your kids to watch my channel. I'm not advocating for that. But if they are interested in this at all, and I'm not just talking about toddlers, let them watch it. Let them learn about it, because I promise, even if they don't end up becoming a meteorologist because of it, they will. Their odds of surviving severe weather go up dramatically. If you know how to read a radar, and you are actually weather aware, in a situation where a tornado is coming, your odds of survival go up incredibly. It's not even funny. That's how we can solve the problem of too many people dying from tornadoes in the U.S. Teach them how to read radar. It's simple. You do not have to be a meteorologist to know if there's a tornado coming. You don't. It's simple, and that's something else that we'll do with Radar Omega too, is maybe provide some classes on how to read at least the basics of reading radar and stuff like that. So I'm loving this. Thank you guys for sending this stuff. I have the same garbage can. I love it. That's my favorite garbage can. This is a very cute cat. This is my cool self and Kitty tuning into the coverage. And of course, we saw this great t-shirt idea earlier. Hail in New Albany, Mississippi earlier. Wow. So yeah, that was much earlier in the day where we had those storms going through Mississippi. This is Edmond, Oklahoma. Whoa, Tyler Vincent created a micro world tornado scene. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. Lots of cats watching, of course. Lots of dogs. Always got the dogs watching. Got the, oh yeah. Oh, look at the, yeah, I love that. And of course we got the whole family, the entire family being informed here, watching the stream. I love this. Thank you guys for sending this in. This is awesome. Lover of blue blobs and swirly things. That's one of the shirts on the website. Lover of blue blobs and swirly things. Thank you all for sending stuff in. You can send stuff to pics@ryanhallyall.com or just on Twitter, honestly, Ryan Hall Y'all. I got Facebook and Instagram as well, Ryan Hall Y'all on there, and I got TikTok. We just hit 1.3 million followers on TikTok. Can you believe it? The weather guy, 1.3 million followers on TikTok. I have not done one TikTok dance. Not one. Get some dance. Just get some dance. That'll probably end up on a shirt. Stay tuned to the website. There's going to be more stuff on there. Let's see here. I don't even know how to navigate Reddit. Okay, yeah, so this is our subreddit. Reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall Y'all. I implore you guys to go join it if you enjoy the memes. Tornado warnings issued. People who don't watch Ryan. This is a good one. Oklahoma storm, Idaho storm. I think there was. I really do think there was a lot of people who tuned in from Idaho after I mentioned that, and then things went really started taking off in Oklahoma, and we just never mentioned Idaho again. It's hard to be the weather guy for the whole country, especially if there's stuff going on in every part of the country. It's hard to pick what's going to be the best. Or it's hard to pick and choose what you're going to talk about because you can only talk about one thing at a time. Nader's food, Ryan, wildfires, Iowa, radar problems, Oklahoma. That's pretty good. How cool is this, y'all? And of course, we also have a Discord server. So, yeah, I'm just trying to. If you guys want to be more involved with the community, obviously we have the funny stuff. The Reddit's is great. Discord's a little bit more organized. We have a lot of. Honestly, Discord is where half of everything that we do happens. I think we've got 10,000 people in our Discord server, 10,000 weather weenies. It's a constant live chat room of just people who love weather. So go join that if you haven't already. I'm sure our mods will post a link to it in the chat. I'm interested in this. What is this? Oh, this. This is when I what was this? This is when I first saw the the DVD hail thing. Yeah, okay. Oh man. Okay, all right. So that's Reddit, Discord, shopryanhall.com. Okay, that's enough. I hope you guys want to be a part of the community outside of the live streams. It's a very happening place. Ryan Hall, y'all. There is no other corner of the internet that exists that has as many passionate weather enthusiasts, weather nerds. Honestly, there's nothing even close. There's nothing even close. So if you want to be a part of that, follow me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, Discord, whatever. And then, of course, subscribe to the YouTube channel. So, yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we got a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings. A literal plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings from Missouri all the way down into portions of Texas now. The Missouri storms are hail producers and wind. No tornadic problems there. Just your general small hail, strong winds, maybe some tree limbs coming down and stuff. A little bit stronger of a storm down here in Arkansas. And then we got straight line damaging winds possible in Oklahoma. Lots of rain. I'm concerned about the flash flooding potential in Boynton and Oktaha. Man, these names in Oklahoma. But I'm concerned about the flash flooding potential there. Very strong damaging winds are likely getting ready to move into McAllister and Savannah. And then also, let's see here, Stonewall, Tupelo, Oklahoma, Springer, Hilton. You guys or Hilton, Ardmore, Springer. You guys are getting ready to get it. And just to the west of Wichita Falls, actually, a big storm has just popped up. Let's go down to KDFR and look at that. I know we got a lot of people watching in Wichita Falls. So let's go check that out. Well, that's not going to work. Let's come with the real one. Radar Omega, the most dependable. Whoa. Okay. So that storm looks a lot bigger from a distance. That's interesting. But yeah, nevertheless, there's a big storm popping up over here west of Wichita Falls. This is probably not going to be a problem with the tornado, but hail, wind, and all that stuff's going to be possible as it goes off to the east. And this is going to go on throughout the night, y'all. You want me to show you some forecasts? You want me to show you some models and stuff? All right, let's do it. Let's go. Let's look at tomorrow, and let's look at tonight. Let's look at the forecast, because I'm probably not going to have time to do an actual forecast video tomorrow. So let's do it now, and yeah, let's just do it now, because we're going to be live Wednesday and Thursday, and I just have stuff I have to take care of before I spend 24 hours straight sitting here doing weather. I'm just not going to have time to do anything tomorrow other than stuff that needs to be done that's not involving YouTube. So let's look at the forecast. Let's see what's going on. All right, let's look at the 0ZH-RRR to try to get an idea of the future radar for tonight and tomorrow. So this is what the radar looks like around right now. If you want to keep up with the date and time, the best I can do is put it up there at the top of the screen. I know it's tiny. Best I can do right now. Radar Omega is working with me to try to get me a special panel so that I can show you all the information in a bigger area, like maybe right here or something. But that's the best I can do right now. It looks fine on a phone, but for live streaming, it's not great. This is starting off at 9 p.m. tonight. Let's keep pushing her forward. Hold on. If it'll let me push her forward. Hold on. Give me just a second. Okay, yeah, there we go. This is the future radar, the HRRR. If you have the higher tier Radar Omega, you can go over here to the drop down and click convective allowing models and go to HRRR. You can get the same thing. So this long line of storms is going to continue down to the south and east. And continue to probably cause problems with straight line damaging winds all the way into northern portions of Texas around 1 a.m. Fort Smith, you're going to get hit again around midnight to 1 a.m. And then Little Rock, you're next in line around 3 a.m. And actually Dallas, Texas, you're going to be getting hit by this around 3 a.m. as well. And the main threat here is going to be straight line damaging winds. The tornado threat's going to go down significantly. And look at that line, goes all the way down to Louisiana before it really dies out. And then I think tomorrow we have a new severe weather threat that pops up over here in the Ohio Valley. Look at this. We have maybe supercell storms forming in Indiana and Ohio and portions of Kentucky. Ooh. Well, maybe if I don't do a video tomorrow, maybe I'll go backyard storm chasing. This is my neck of the woods over here. So yeah, we do have a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow. Looks like possibly some big storms are going to be popping up, especially up there in Ohio. Look at this, right around Columbus, around 2 p.m. Big storm possibly pops up, goes through Columbus and then up into northeastern Ohio. Probably hail producer, straight line damaging winds, and then a lot of other cells kind of pop up all over the place. And then a linear event comes through Kentucky, eastern Kentucky. Yeah, wow. Looks like a pretty interesting day. I mean, it's not going to be anything crazy, but probably, you know, it's a May severe weather event in, you know, the Ohio Valley. And then, of course, that does push off to the east and really weakens by the time it gets over there into eastern portions of Pennsylvania. So right in here is where I'd be most concerned about severe weather tomorrow. Main threats being damaging hail and wind. Then guess what? Wednesday, we're going live. Wednesday, we're going live. You want to know why? Because of this. Another significant day of severe weather is possible on Wednesday in Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Looks like it's going to start popping off around 3 p.m. on Wednesday and go all the way through at least 8 p.m. And it looks like, honestly, at 8 p.m., we're just now starting to get started here through a lot of this area. So I'll see you then. Hopefully, you know, today, honestly, today was not as bad as what it could have been. Today could have been a lot worse, and I hope that Wednesday and all these other days end up going like that too. I am very happy when I am wrong or when weather people are wrong, especially when it means that less people die, less people's homes get injured. Like it's a good thing. But the problem is we have to always communicate the risks. And the risk is there for damaging severe weather on, Monday. Not Monday, but Wednesday in Oklahoma again. And if I didn't tell you that and it turns out there's a big tornado that goes through a town, then that would be bad. So we always have to communicate the risks. But remember, don't be scared, be prepared. The odds are, you've been alive for a while. You've seen a lot of storms. Odds are these won't be any worse than any other storms that you've seen. But you do need to be prepared for them just in case they bring an extra punch, which looks like there's a likelihood that that could happen. Okay, and then guess what? Beyond that, there's more. There's even more than that. Let me go ahead and show you that. First of all, let me take the radar data off here. No, let's not do temperature. Let's put it on something that doesn't even make sense. Okay, let me zoom out here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning. Might have to pause this. Let's go look at it real quick. New tornado warning right down here, south of Ada, and this is south of Stonewall. This includes Colgate and Lehigh. Andy, is there anything of incredible significance on that tornado warning? Do I need to inspect it via velocity or no? But this is coming towards Tupelo, Lehigh, and Colgate. Take shelter now if you are in Cole, Johnston, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. Very strong storm. Tornado or not, very strong winds. You don't want to...
Probably not, Ryan. I mean, it's worth taking like 5 seconds to look at it just to make sure, but yeah, I don't see something or anything too convincing. It has caught up with the outflow boundary, which is why the inflow winds are actually promoting a tornadic threat.
All right, let's take a look at the velocity. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of inflow and outflow coming together right here. There might be a quick spin-up tornado near Pontotoc. Please take this seriously and get to your safe spot, but I don't know how long this will last. And Centrahoma and Colgate, the idea here is that this storm has the ability to produce tornadoes. We don't know if it's got them in there or not, but we need to take shelter anyways because the storm's going to be so strong even without a tornado. So just keep that in mind and get into your safe spot. I am going to finish the forecast here. And let me show you the risks. So today we had a moderate risk. It was a bust. I'm not going to lie. It was a bust. Tomorrow we have a slight risk over here. So we just looked at those cells that are possible tomorrow in Ohio, all the way up into Pennsylvania and portions of Kentucky. This is a 2 out of 5. The tornado risk is low, I think. Let me, you can do this on Radar Omega 2, by the way.
Hey Ryan, hey, this is Brad. I just want to let you know, we're going to go ahead and cut I'm going to go ahead and cut my stream. It looks like the storms are forming into a squall line like we thought they would, and they are racing southeast, and there's no way we can keep up with them. So we're going to call it a night and head back to Oklahoma City for the night.
All right, Brad, thank you so much. Sounds good. Get some rest. Everybody say thank you, Brad. Brad Arnold WX on Twitter. Go follow him. And yeah, Brad's been awesome. He's a great storm chaser. Anyways, here's the tornado threat. 2% probabilities everywhere in the green for tomorrow. The main threat, y'all, is going to be, in my honest opinion, hail, I think, or wind. Let's look at the wind and then the hail. Yeah, so wind is going to be the number. There's a 15% risk of damaging wind out here. Hail's 5. So hail's definitely possible, especially with those cells that form near Columbus. But wind's going to be the main thing with this. All right, let's look at the risk on Wednesday. There it was. Day 3 enhanced risk for Oklahoma City, Altus, Tulsa, a lot of the places that were impacted today. So I really don't have much more to say about this other than it looks like it's going to be pretty nasty. Looks like it could be worse than today. But we won't know until we get there. I'm going to do all the forecasts, and I will try to update you on Twitter and stuff, since I won't be posting a video tomorrow. But it's going to come down to nowcasting. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel, turn notifications on. I will be here for you for the entire duration of the event in Oklahoma on Wednesday. And then if I come over to, let's see here, the day 4 outlook, which I don't think that we can look at actually on Omega. the day 4 probabilistic outlook. This moves east. We've got a 30% probability of damaging severe weather from Little Rock to Memphis, and that'll probably expand. So I'll be with you on Thursday too, probably live. So subscribe, turn notifications on. It's going to be active. It is going to continue to be active, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. So please get your weather precautions ready now. If you didn't get hit by a tornado today, it could happen Wednesday. I mean, I'm just saying, like you don't want to ever let your guard down. You always want to have your guard up when it comes to this stuff, especially if you live out here in May. So I'm going to be doing my best to relay warnings to you. But other than that, I think that's it. I think that's all I have. Let's see. Sorry, did I just make everybody yawn? Did I just make everybody that was watching yawn? That's my worst nightmare. I don't want to spread negative energy like that. We got 16,000 people still watching, and I just made I'm sorry. Oh, man. Yeah, I think the best meme that I've seen on the Reddit is like the one with Joey, and he's like when Ryan Hall mispronounces a town name, and he's like laughing, and then he makes that like shocked face, and it's like when you realize it's your town. That's probably my favorite for sure. Y'all are just nuts, man. Oh, yeah. Speaking of the Y'all Squad and providing assistance via Vince and Brandon. So one of the things that I want to do, just because I think it would be cool, is have their cars be wrapped like my Stormseeker and call them like the Stormseeker number 2, Stormseeker number 3. What do you guys think of these designs? I mean, I think we are going to have the best team of storm chasing vehicles on the road. I do think Radar Omega is going to be a sponsor. This isn't going to come out of the y'all fund or whatever. Like I feel like some people think that that's one of the things that we're going to do. No, this isn't going to come out of that. This is just obviously strictly promotional. These guys don't need this to help people, but I think that it's just awesome, and I want you guys to be able to see these two and like out in public and stuff, and be able to, you'd be like, oh look, it's Stormseeker number 3. So yeah, I think that we're gonna have all 3 of these. Brandon will have one, Vince will have one, and maybe someone else will have one. But yeah, they both have Ford Explorers. So why not wrap them this way and just, have some fun. Have some fun with it. I'm very... Obviously, I take the responsibility of what I'm doing seriously, but I also don't like to take myself too seriously all the time. I like to have a little fun with this stuff and kind of live my childhood dream of being the responsible and upstanding and good version of Jonas from Twister. Reed. Hey, listen. If Reed Timmer If Reed Timmer would take a Storm Seeker, I'd give it to him. But I don't think he'd drive it. I really don't. You guys can try to talk him into it. If Reed Timmer would take a Storm Seeker, I'd give it to him. I just don't think he's going to drive it. He is attached to that Dominator 4. I don't think it works anymore, but he's attached. We do have that one tornado warning for Cole, Johnston, and Pontotoc counties in Oakley, Oklahoma. Still a very dangerous storm. Everybody needs to be in their safe spot, but I'm not convinced that there's a tornado here. There's certainly going to be some straight line damaging winds, though. So if you're in Colgate, Clarita, Olney, or any of these places, take shelter. But other than that, I think we're going to wrap it up here. What do y'all think? We've been live now for 7 hours and 18 minutes. We've been way longer than that. This is actually one of the shorter streams that we've done. But thankfully, we didn't get any, as far as I know, no injuries today, no towns hit by tornadoes, as far as I know. Certainly some damage out there, but this could have been way worse, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. The parameter space for tornadoes was super high today. There was a very high chance that we saw some very sad and bad stuff today, but we didn't, and I am super thankful for that, and I'm happy that we get to end the stream on a high note and show off a little bit more of what the Y'all Squad is doing. I don't know if you guys seen this. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter. But yeah, this is yesterday in Andover. We had Evan and Tyler go buy a bunch of chainsaws and deliver them to a local church, who then distributed them to people out there in the community. And that's all because of you guys, the Y'all Squad. Every little bit of contribution that you make in any way possible is helping fuel this machine of helping people. Believe it or not, I just get a kick out of it. I like it. I love the position that I'm in. I love talking about weather, and I like helping people. So like the more that I can do all three of those things, the better. So I'm just trying to come up with a million different ways. All right, that's it. That's it, y'all. Super huge shout out to everybody that went to shopryanhall.com and got something today. Super huge shout out to everybody who just liked the stream, subscribed to the channel. We are close to 520,000 subscribers. It's insane. I do believe at least 400,000 people tuned in today. So thank you for sharing. Thank you for getting the word out there. And make sure you continue to spread the word, because like I said, we're going to have multiple days of severe weather coming up. I'm going to be live. And unfortunately, I think some of them are going to be quite a bit more active than today. Okay. Shout out to our moderators. Shout out to Carly Sisson. Thank you, Weatherman Cam, Andy, Meteorologist Andy, all of our moderators. Great job. All of our weather analysts, all of our news analysts and researchers, and also Evan Freiberger out there being a news reporter for us out in the field. I'm digging it. We probably got to work on a little bit with the volume, at least on my end. But I'm digging it. I'm loving it. Shout out to our storm chasers. Shout out to our subscribers, our members, everybody. Shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And I'm elated. I will see you on Wednesday. Goodbye.